Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask for your attention? We have to start so that we stay in time. We might be late from the beginning anyway. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear online community. As the President of the Language Council of Saarland, it's my honor and great pleasure to welcome you to Saarbrücken and to open the 10th ECSPM Symposium on Internationalization of Higher Education, Multilingualism and Translation. I also extend a warm welcome to our online participants who, as I hope, are numerous, to join us from different corners of the world, reflecting their individual perspectives and our shared perspective. En outre, un accueil cordial est réservé aux participants en ligne qui proviennent des 4 coins du monde et qui comparent leur perception individuelle à l'expérience collective partagée. Es ist mir auch auf Deutsch eine große Freude, auch die Teilnehmerinnen und Teilnehmer online willkommen zu heißen, mit ihrer Vielfalt an kulturellen Hintergründen und individuellen Perspektiven. Asimismo, damos una cordial bienvenida a los participantes en línea que se suman a nosotros hoy desde diversos puntos del planeta. We are very pleased that you are able to participate remotely, even if you could not travel to Saarbrücken, and we hope that you will feel, in spite of the geographic distance, fully included in the event and the discussions over the next 2 days. The symposium is organized under the umbrella of the European Civil Society Platform for Multilingualism in cooperation with the Language Council of Saarland and the University of Applied Sciences of Saarland, where I work as a full professor of applied languages, and with the support of several institutions, including the University of Strasbourg. We are very grateful for this cooperation, which reflects the cross-border and multilingual character of the region in which we are meeting today. Now, please let me say some brief words about the Language Council of Saarland, one of the 2 hosts of the symposium. The council, which is a member of the ECSPM, was founded in 1991 by Professor 𝗪𝗡𝗪𝗧, a German linguist, that's him actually, a German linguist, Romanist and specialist in foreign language methodology, and a multilingualist. Professor 𝗪𝗧 is a remarkable personality who is now 95 years of age and still active academically. I had an email exchange with him yesterday and today. I don't know, he might be online. I told him, this is online. If you want to, if you feel like it, just join. And we had email exchange yesterday and today. That's remarkable. So the Language Council of Saarland, founded by him, is a special forum bringing together institutions from education, politics, culture, and the economy to promote language learning and language policy in the region. Our members are, that's the special part of it. There are some personal members, but most of the members are institutions. So our members are the Saarland Ministry of Education and Culture, the Association of Modern Languages, the German-French University, Saarland University of Applied Sciences, so my institution is a member as well, the German-French Grammar School in Saarbrücken, the Schengen Grammar School Pearl, run by Luxembourg and Saarland, the Saarland Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Association of Adult Education Centers in Saarland. Actually, we belong to the castle, but this is actually the Adult Education Center here. The Saarland Chamber of Labor, the Saarland Chamber of Crafts and Trade, the Association of Saarland Business Representatives, the German Trade Union Confederation of Rhineland-Palatinate and Saarland, and a radio station, Radio Salut, plus some co-opted individual members. So this means that the Language Council of Saarland is a roof organization for important institutions that go far beyond languages and represent large parts of the civil society. So civil society, ECSPM, has civil society in it as well. My own institution, Saarland University of Applied Sciences, founded in 1946, is the largest university of applied sciences in the German state of Saarland and the only one. Located here in Saarbrücken, it currently has around 6,000 students, so we are quite small, and offers around 50 bachelor's and master programs. These programs are organized in 4 faculties: business, agriculture, civil engineering, engineering and social sciences, and the university places a strong emphasis on practice-oriented education and a theoretical founding. With students from more than 70 countries and numerous international partnerships, the university also reflects the international and cross-border character of the region in which we are meeting today. At my university, and this is what I have to mention, you will know why very soon, at my university since 2011, I've had the honor and pleasure to hold and organize the Saarbrücken International Conferences on Language Teaching. These conferences focus on innovative methods and research in language education and emphasize, again, a little bit like my university, theoretical insights and practical applications. 4 of the scholars present here today, and that's why I'm mentioning this, have been active as keynote speakers or section leaders at previous conferences. So Bessie, you have been active there, Jan Engberg, 𝗪𝗪𝗧𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗙̀welcome back to Saarbrücken. Saarbrücken, as the only German city bordering France, is poised to become a vital hub in the emerging Eurometropole, 𝗪𝗛𝗡𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗙𝗀̀𝗙 as highlighted by the Lord Mayor in his video address yesterday. The Eurometropolis will integrate regions from Germany, France, and Luxembourg and comprise around 1.5 million inhabitants. This collaboration enhances cultural exchange and fosters community engagement, making Saarbrücken an ideal setting for discussions on language teaching. So that's an idea of the present mayor, which he's trying to put into practice now. Saarland being that's all a little bit boring, such opening speeches, because a lot has to be mentioned, and now we come to Saarland. So Saarland, being the smallest German state, it is not for nothing that Saarland's motto is Großes entsteht immer im Kleinen. Great things always start small. Or in French, les petits ruisseaux font les grandes rivières, small streams make big rivers. This motto highlights the importance of corporate identity and perseverance in achieving significant outcomes. And I'm not a born Saarlander, but I identify myself very much with Saarland, and I think Saarland has been making efforts and a lot of progress. This is what we are talking about now, what you see on the screen. In her written address to the symposium, the Minister President of Saarland and plenipotentiary of the Federal Republic of Germany, responsible for Franco-German cultural relations, a long title, Ms. Anke Wehlinger makes the following statement, and I'm quoting the first and the last paragraphs. You have this in your documents, the English original and the German original, and the English translation, which is not official, but which was made by the Language Council of Saarland for everyone to understand here. Multilingualism, she says, opens doors. In our border region, at the heart of Europe, we experience this every day. In our personal lives, in our professions, and across nearly all areas of society. Understanding language and culture removes barriers and lays the foundation for cooperation in meeting our shared challenges. For this reason, multilingualism is a central pillar of our France strategy. So France strategy, which was actually meant to make France bilingual, German and French, by 2043. This has been leveled a little bit, but the idea of this French strategy, now it's called French Strategy Plus, is still in people's minds. Ms. Redlinger continues, I'm grateful that through this symposium you're engaging with the international challenges that lie ahead. Internationalization does not happen automatically. It requires clear institutional strategies for implementation. Moreover, the translation and mediation of academic knowledge are indispensable for inclusive learning in higher education and must rest on a solid foundation. So that's what she writes in her letter. In this regard, the head of the State Chancellery of Saarland and Commissioner for European Affairs, Mr. David Lindemann, will deliver a welcome address tomorrow morning. So this is actually, our event is quite an important one in this context. This symposium aims to provide a platform for researchers, educators, and experts from different fields working on the intersection of higher education, policy, multilingualism, and translation. You know, I'm talking about the symposium already, so that means I'll be coming to an end very soon. Over the next 2 days, we'll discuss how universities manage internationalization in practice, how linguistic diversity is handled in teaching and research, how knowledge circulates across languages, and how new technological developments, including machine translation and AI-supported communication, are reshaping our academic exchange. Thanks to Bessie, the program reflects these different perspectives. It will include a series of presentations on the subjects of multilingualism in universities from both educational and policy perspectives. In addition, there will be presentations on specialized communication, translation studies, and the role of artificial intelligence in multilingual knowledge transfer. And there will be lunches and coffee breaks. Together, your contributions will highlight an issue that has become more and more important for universities: internationalization. Internationalization does not only involve mobility and partnerships, it also requires linguistic infrastructures that allow knowledge to move across languages, disciplines, and national contexts. However important these presentations may be, the true strength of a symposium or conference traditionally lies in the discussions and conversations that arise within this context. So I do thank you very much indeed, and I wish you all of us, a stimulating and inspiring symposium. Muchas gracias otra vez a todos y a todas. Les deseo un simposio que sea estimulante y que les inspire a todos los participantes. Vielen Dank. Ich wünsche uns allen ein anregendes und inspirierendes Symposium. Je vous souhaite à tous et à toutes un symposium stimulant et inspirant. Merci beaucoup. Darf ich kurz fragen, ob Frau Meyer schon... okay, ich habe sie jetzt gar nicht gesehen, so direkt, weil ich oft, manchmal auch nach links, aber meistens nach vorne und nach rechts gesehen habe. Würden Sie bitte auf die Bühne kommen? So it's my honor and pleasure to hand over the microphone. You may want to come. Thank you. That's nice of you. I'll do the same for you. Introducing you, Mrs. Barbara Meyer. You just, if I may say so, because it's online, you just got married recently, so I can officially say Mrs. Following yesterday's welcome video address by the Lord Mayor of Saarbrücken, we will now have the pleasure of listening to the personal address by Mrs. Barbara Meyer, a Mayor of Saarbrücken. Officially, you're a Deputy Lord Mayor, so to speak. It's different to render all these different titles into another language. Mrs. Meyer, thank you very much for being here. The stage is yours. And let me greet you.
Ja, dear ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, sehr geehrter Herr Professor Dr. Tinnefeld, sehr geehrte Frau Professor Dendrinos, sehr geehrte Referentinnen und Referenten, liebe Gäste. First, maybe let me introduce myself to you. Professor Tinnefeld did this already, but as you see, my name is Barbara Meyer, and as Professor Tinnefeld said, I'm the Mayor, the Bürgermeisterin of Saarbrücken. In English, you would say, like you said, the Deputy Mayor, like the Mayor. I think you got to meet the Lord Mayor, as you said. I'd say the Mayor, 𝗬𝗢𝗙 last night in a video message. He is, I say the German word, the Oberbürgermeister. Unfortunately, he's not able to be here this morning, so I'm lucky because I have the chance to welcome you here in Saarbrücken. Bienvenue à l'Eurométropole Saarbrücken, la capitale franco-allemande au cœur de l'Europe. Even though we are la capitale franco-allemande, I will rather continue in English because my English actually is better than my French. So I'm very thankful that the Sprachenrat Saar and the HTW Saar made it happen to have the 10th Symposium of European Civil Society Platform for Multilingualism here in Saarbrücken. And honestly, until I got invited to this event, I didn't know much about the European Civil Society Platform for Multilingualism. So I prepared myself for today and did some Google and asked the AI. And I have to admit, I got more and more nervous, actually, because I realized that there are going to be only great experts and top researchers in his field from all over the world today. So I thought, well, I'd better be well prepared for today. It's a great honor to have you here in Saarbrücken. And I truly think, as you said, Professor Tinnefeld, that Saarbrücken actually is a really good place for a symposium on multilingualism. Saarbrücken is located in the heart of Europe. Well, who is not? But we are the real heart of Europe. We are actually the only big city in Germany that has a French border. Really. And if you draw a circle around Saarbrücken, you will see that in a 45 minutes radius, there are 1.5 million people living here. And the unique thing about it is that 500,000 of these 1.5 million live in France. So on the one hand, the French people are of high importance to us because our economic growth also depends on them. And on the other hand, you will see that the French language, the French culture, the French food, and the French lifestyle, the so-called 𝗧𝗵𝗂𝗪, is part of our everyday life. And this makes life really worthwhile here. So for us, this really is a hard location factor that we use in our marketing strategy. That is why we call ourselves Eurométropole Saarbrücken, the Franco-Allemande capital. But it's not only that we are French, we are truly international. There are people from over 160 nations living in Saarbrücken, more than 25% coming from abroad. More than a third of the people living in Saarbrücken have a migration background. And knowing that, and then with the University of Saarland and HTW Saarland, we have two big universities, and in some of all universities that we have in Saarbrücken, for example, the 𝗪𝗙𝗎𝗪𝗺𝗇, there are approximately 30,000 students living in the city. And the share of international students is significantly higher than the national average. And we are proud of this diversity because we are convinced that internationalization is the future. We are convinced that migration is a chance and not a risk. We actually think that migration is our only chance that we got because we experience a major demographic change in Germany, and especially here in Saarland. The aging of the population here is even faster than it is in other Bundesländer. So we all are very aware that we need people coming from abroad to help stabilizing our economic growth. And multilingualism does play a major role in all of this. It is I think, the key to an inclusive society. Language is a resource. It builds bridges between people, between ideas, and between different perspectives. So let me thank you for your work. I think it is of high importance to the challenges that we face as a society. And in my opinion, it is crucial for a peaceful and democratic future. So thanks again to the 𝗪𝗏𝗪 Saar and the 𝗪𝗙𝗙𝗧𝗧 to bring so many inspiring people here to Saarbrücken. I hope you will have a good time here in Saarbrücken. The weather is nice. I think that's almost one point. Ich wünsche Ihnen anregende Diskussionen, inspirierende Begegnungen und einen erfolgreichen Verlauf des Symposiums. Vielen Dank. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Meyer, for your wonderful words. There's one thing I have to add, because the program was actually made by the ECSPM, the Language Council, and 𝗪𝗙𝗪𝗧𝗧, if I may express this way, made some suggestions, but officially it's the ECSPM, and we are happy to have you all here. And what our Mayor said is true, that we have you here in the most majority very high-ranking and wonderful and internationally renowned researchers. Thank you very much. So we are still in the morning, so we are still fit and kicking and whatever. So may I ask you to come to the stage, to move, because there would be a group photo now. So for those who want to and those who do not want to, please negotiate with yourselves quickly. So thank you very much for your cooperation with the group photo. Now it's to quickly announce the talk by Professor Dendrinos, Bessie. Actually, Bessie does not really need to be introduced, but I would still like to say some very quick words about her. Bessie Dendrinos is you know her, and everyone knows that, but it's still important to tell our online audience. Bessie Dendrinos is a Professor Emerita of English Language and Literature at the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens. She is a leading expert in language education, politics, and foreign language pedagogy. She was instrumental in major foreign language curriculum reforms in Greece, including developing the integrated foreign language curriculum, and since 2014 she has served, we know that, as the president of the European Civil Society Platform for Multilingualism. Bessie, over to you.
Good morning, bonjour, kalimera. It is really a great pleasure to be here in Saarbrücken again. I was here in 2019, actually, and it's a pleasure to be here again in this beautiful city, the border between Germany and France. And it's really a pleasure to be have organized the 10th Symposium of the ECSPM in this city with wonderful hosts that have done so much to give us and offer us a great atmosphere for this particular symposium. So I'll begin by really thanking our hosts for having us and for doing such a wonderful job, and for the city deputy mayor for welcoming us here. I'm going to be introducing the theme of our symposium, and to begin by saying that our choice to focus on internationalization, a key agent of higher education, at a moment in time when the world order is changing drastically, is not meant to be a springboard for one more discussion on what higher education institutions stand to gain by internationalization, nor to reiterate the critique on internationalization as a venture to commercial profit, instrumentalization of research, linguistic and cultural homogenization, and knowledge colonization. We wanted basically to examine the role of languages in universities across the world, which have internationalized significantly in the last 20 years, transforming from primarily national institutions into global knowledge hubs, a process that evolved from simple student and staff exchanges to a comprehensive approach involving research partnerships, branch campuses, and the so-called internationalization at home. Though forms of internalization have historically existed, the recent rapid growth and transformation of internationalization has been driven by a broader process of globalization, which, however, is currently being challenged as the world order is moving into a competitive multipolarity. The question we are now asking is how language and languages, the language issues, will figure in this new order where several power centers are replacing the one hegemon, and where proxy wars, economic warfare, cyber attacks, geoeconomic blocks, and technological rivalry are the components of what has been called a world polycrisis. It has been more than a decade that numerous language studies scholars have maintained that the support to multilingualism and language learning policies of universities has been an excuse for English-only programs and the Englishization of higher education around the world. While the effects of Anglo-homogenized higher education across the world have not been fully explored, new pressing questions are on the rise, including the impact of neo-nationalism, which is tending to replace neoliberalism in the US and Europe, on languages and multilingualism, and ethnocentrism driven by right-wing populism, disenchantment with globalism, and concerns over immigration and sovereignty. Leaders and parties assert national interests over international cooperation. They prioritize cultural identity and national security, concentrate on national sovereignty, border control, and protectionism. It appeals to the masses on account of cultural and economic anxiety, fear of economic loss, and cultural disruption from immigration, resulting to a backlash against diversity, equity, and inclusion. The rise of neo-nationalist political agendas in the US and parts of Europe is bound to have several significant effects on the role of languages at universities, and as such, agendas are likely to halt access to student and faculty global mobility, termination of cross-border partnerships, and cut short diversity of perspectives, restricting equity, diversity, and inclusion schemes. Furthermore, it is likely to favor curriculum localization and the exclusive use of the official national languages. It is already happening in several countries in Europe. It is urgent that as we consider our own stance, as ECSPM, we consider our own stance in this. Because we are a civil society, a European civil society, but also ECSPM is a platform, and our political agenda is to promote all languages in Europe, and we are dedicated to protecting and promoting multilingualism in Europe and beyond, making sure that it is treated as an asset and a commitment to the European Union. Understanding at ECSPM that multilingualism and language policies are not ideologically neutral instruments, just as language is never a neutral tool for communication, but a site where power, identity, and social values are contested, produced, and reproduced. To support and advocate our views on multilingualism and language policy, during 2025-26, we have launched an internship initiative for young multilingualism and language policy researchers at graduate and postgraduate level. Our first intern is here with us today and is sitting right across me. The initiative constitutes an effort to connect young researchers seeking valuable experience in the areas of ECSPM that ECSPM is active, aiming to offer opportunities for career exploration and practical experience, as well as to develop new contextually relevant knowledge and skills, bridging the gap between academic knowledge and final application and application in the field. Our first person, Ms. Lola Sargent, admitted as an intern, is a student taking part in an MA degree in sociolinguistics, policy, management, and education of multilingualism at the Université de Montpellier, pour Valérie, by the name which I already said, and who has a background in law and languages. During her internship, she will carry out a series of short interviews with experts in language policy issues who are associated with the ECSPM. And here it is. And these are the people with whom she will be carrying out the interviews. Now, we are already witnessing neo-nationalist governments viewing universities primarily as tools for economic competition and technological sovereignty, but we need to understand that ethnocentrism can also lead to cultural identity politics on campus by promoting national language policies in teaching and research, encouraging curricula emphasizing national history or culture, increasing campus polarization around issues such as migration, diversity, identity, with implications for global knowledge production. At broader level, neo-nationalism can affect the global knowledge system by fragmenting international research networks, politicizing scientific cooperation, shifting the balance between global and academic norms and national priorities. Now, despite their reputation as stable institutions, universities are deeply entangled in this new reality that increasingly feels like the age of permanent disruptions and turmoil. And in times of crisis, multilingualism is often underestimated. It is thought as something that we can do away with. It's not important. However, it is, and it may have a critical role in managing chaotic events. Besides multilingualism in higher education, research, and knowledge production is increasingly critical as countermeasure to the rise of neo-nationalism, which often promotes, of course, monolingualism and academic monoculture to serve nationalist agendas. While neo-nationalist movements attempt to restrict academic freedom and favor either single national languages or English only, ECM supports plurilingual approaches to education as they foster inclusive knowledge and resist epistemicide, the destruction of local knowledge systems, and enhance critical thinking. Multilingualism allows for the inclusion of diverse cultural perspectives, recognizing and mitigating cultural bias in knowledge production, given that language is not just a medium of knowledge, it is constitutive of knowledge, not just a tool for transmission of knowledge. Knowledge produced in society in a single language, be it English or any other national language, is limited by that language's context and structural paradigms. Important research findings, methodologies, and insights are lost when research is restricted to monolingual frameworks. Multilingualism ensures that diverse perspectives are not lost in translation. Multilingualism has been a core educational policy commitment in the de facto and de jure multilingual European Union and European alliances funded through the European Commission, and they have explicitly been tasked with embodying this foundational value. However, as 𝗪𝗺𝗡𝗏 and Delmas, who investigated how the integration of multilingualism has materialized at the university alliances level, how multilingualism is framed and implemented in practice, inform us that at least so far, I know that Theo Marinis will be looking into it as well, at least in the alliance that he's responsible for, inform us that the dominant focus across university alliances remains on language learning rather than actually practicing multilingualism or plurilingual pedagogies within universities themselves. And when we talk about language learning, it's primarily the big languages rather than the various languages within the European Union. Our own experiences with European universities at ECSPM, and we do have ECSPM has the so-called quorum, which is a cluster of university research units that research multilingualism in 22 different European universities and also one in Canada. That multilingualism is limited to offering student body opportunities to study a variety of languages rather than to introduce what 𝗪𝗎𝗏 2025 names functional multilingualism, or to integrate multilingual practices in pedagogy, research, and publishing. Concerned about multilingualism and development of plurilingual and pluricultural ethos in the production of knowledge in education in general, and at university in particular, the ECSPM has circulated a declaration which stresses the need for change in higher education so that multilingualism in teaching and learning, in research and publishing, in governance communication is legitimated through explicit institutional language policies. Translated, as it says here, in 28 languages, which appear here. I'm wondering how I can push on this so that we can see it. I'm not sure how to link to here and to show the petition. Can one of the technicians show me how to? I'm not going to wait for this. I was going to show you the various languages. Okay. If you can make this bigger. These are the languages, thank you. These are the languages in which the declaration has been introduced. And if you also click online here, and you accept cookies, yeah. The declaration has been turned into a petition, which is addressed to the Education Department of the Council of Europe, the Higher Education Unit of the European Commission, the European University Association, and higher education institutions across Europe. And we already have almost 1,700. If you move a little bit up, yeah. Okay. We already have 1,700 signatures across Europe. We're hoping to get more. So if you're interested, please go into our petition and sign it. Also, within our, you can close it now, please. Okay. Okay. Furthermore, ECSPM has adopted the Helsinki Multilingualism Initiative and the UNESCO Open Science recommendation promoting multilingualism in research as part of the broader goal of open science. The initiatives aim to increase equity and autonomy in research by encouraging scientists to communicate in languages other than English, digital repository systems, raising awareness across all fields and academic disciplines about the importance of multilingualism in the practice of science, in scientific publications, and in academic communications is one of the main objectives of the working group of multilingualism and language biases in research assessment, of which ECSPM is a member. I was going to show you this, but I think that as time is going by, it's okay. But I just want to say that the Multilingualism Work Group is one of 13 working groups approved by the coalition, by the Coalition for Advancing Research Assessment, which is a collective of organizations committed to reforming the methods and processes by which researchers and research organizations are evaluated. And ECSPM has actually signed the agreement of this, and already there are 700 organizations across the world that are part of the 𝗪𝗙𝗏 movement for this. Current research assessment methods rely heavily on publication-based metrics such as citation counts and often fail to recognize the wide array of contributions made by researchers. And this is what 𝗪𝗏, the 𝗪𝗏 Multilingualism Work Group, along with us, is trying to do. Now, very quickly, I'll move into the last part of my introduction to this symposium, which also includes translation. International and global dimensions of higher education are deeply entwined in translation. The most obvious connection being the translation of course materials, research resources, and documents of an internationalized curriculum, which logically must be adapted to reflect diverse student experiences and perspectives. Such tasks require translation of educational practices and assessment methods, with translation helping to bridge the gap between different education systems and cultures, enabling students and faculty to understand and adapt to diverse learning environment. These and many other tasks involve challenges in adopting knowledge, ideas, and perspectives across cultures and contexts, of transforming and sharing knowledge and research findings across borders, necessitating the translation of scientific concepts and research methodologies. In fact, the shared knowledge and research finding across borders is one of the basic aims of internationalization. But, of course, translation in its broader sense goes beyond language itself and encompasses the transfer and adaptation of knowledge, ideas, and perspectives across cultures and contexts. It involves translating concepts and ideas from one cultural context to the other, and this requires sensitivity to cultural values and nuances. But as we are considering scientific translation, to what degree Do we resort to the so-called functional translation or cultural adaptation, the process of adjusting or modifying content, language, or cultural references in a translation to make it more relevant and accessible to target cultural audiences? What about concepts that are lexicalized in one language and they have no equivalent in the other? Recently, very saddened by a great philosopher's loss, the death of Jürgen Habermas, whose work I've admired for a long period of time and have influenced several Habermasian concepts have influenced me. I was wondering how often I can't pronounce the word in German very well, but it is Öffentlichkeit, which has been translated into English as public sphere or publicity, and basically it has nothing to do with public sphere or publicity, because it refers to the realm of social life, which public opinion is formed through rational discourse. There are many other concepts which are not translated in other languages, and then one has to invent those in another language. How does this occur in the translation process, especially when we're talking about epistemic concepts and constructs? Do translators decide to totally adjust the target audience and erase markers of culture? Do they make decisions leading to a kind of decolonization of translation? To what extent is this possible in academic or scientific translation? What are the challenges of adapting epistemic knowledge across contexts, of transforming and sharing knowledge and research findings, of translating scientific constructs and research methodologies across borders? This is what we are beginning to look at more seriously with this conference and a follow-up that we will be having in Strasbourg in early June. In closing, I would like to say that one would think that translation may be less challenging with automated systems of translation, and especially those leveraging artificial intelligence technologies. But it is without question that there are serious risks if we rely excessively on such tools without proper refinement and review of translations. Automatic translation tools often fail to capture the complexity of scientific language, creating a language bubble that hinders understanding across language boundaries. And this is the first of several symposia that will be looking into these issues, hopefully at length. ECSPM thanks our hosts and everyone involved in this particular symposium that is promising to be an exciting event. And thank you so much all for being here with us today. And those that for the first time ever, we've had several cancellations due to illnesses, and we will have a number of colleagues also following us online and giving their presentations remotely. So thank you very much and welcome, and have a productive time at this particular symposium. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bessie, for setting us on the right track with your introduction to the symposium theme. We are now going to enjoy the first online talk. It's the keynote online by Professor 𝗟𝗢𝗡𝗄𝗧. Can we have the connection? I saw Professor 𝗡𝗄 is online. She has been following us for quite a number of minutes, and then we might broadcast her talk.
Fantastic. Can you hear me?
Okay. Andrea is here?
Yes.
She is connected?
Okay.
Are you connected?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, of course.
Fantastic.
Welcome, Andrea. So, good morning, everyone. It is my turn to warmly thank Thomas Tinnefeld and his colleagues for organizing the 2026 ECSPM Symposium, hosted by the Saarland Language Council and supported by Saarland University of Applied Sciences. It is also my pleasure to introduce our colleague, 𝗪𝗓𝗪𝗡𝗄𝗧, who unfortunately could not join us and will present her contribution remotely. Many thanks to you, dear Andrea, for accepting our invitation. 𝗪𝗓𝗪𝗡𝗄𝗧 is a professor in the Department of Gender Studies at Central European University, Vienna, Austria, and a Doctor of Science of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences. She is teaching courses on European comparative, social and gender history, gender and politics, women's movements, qualitative methods, oral history, and the Holocaust. She is author of 8 monographs, a great many volumes and articles and chapters in books published in 25 languages. She is also Doctor honoris causa of Södertörn University in Sweden. In 2006, she was awarded the Bolyai Prize by the Hungarian Academy of Sciences. In 2018, the All-European Academy's Madame de Staël Prize for Cultural Values, and in 2022, in the University of Oslo Human Rights Award. 𝗪𝗓𝗪𝗡𝗄𝗧, in her today's presentation entitled Internationalization of Higher Education in the Time of Antiliberalism, will explore the pressures anti-liberal governments exert on academic institutions with regard to their internationalization policies. Thank you very much, Andrea, and the floor is now yours.
Thank you very much for the generous introduction. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Fantastic. So I'm not sick, but I'm working in a teaching factory, and these are the last 2 weeks of the term, and there is no way that I could get out from Vienna to go, no matter that this conference is fantastically interesting. So maybe I'm the wrong person to give a keynote today, because my story is basically a story of failures, right? So our 2-year MA program in gender studies was deleted from the accredited study list in Hungary, no matter how much, we were fighting. CEU, the Central European University, was expected to move from Budapest to Vienna, from one European Union member country to the other, no matter that colleagues were, collecting signatures, making statements. I mean, this really doesn't help against the illiberal tide. I had to resign from the Hungarian accreditation committee because of academic corruption. And I also resigned from the Saarbrücken University International Advisory Board, again, because of academic corruption. So this is, a bad story. But what I would like to share with you today is that it actually helped me to rethink internationalization and what internationalization means. And here are some works which I based this talk on. One is this new European policy agenda on academia, that there is this orthodoxy that mobility is good. No, not necessarily. And also here is this other article about the illiberal academic authorization, how the liberals are hijacking academic authorization. And also here is this seminar, which was done by the Frontiers, Powering Academic Freedom, Essential Insights for Policymakers. You can find it on my YouTube channel, but not on the Frontiers website. And, this is my homework for you. So if you want to understand what made the Frontiers not to publish this very interesting debate, watch the original one, which is on my YouTube, which they did not dare to put up on the Frontier side. So, my position as a person who nearly lost in every field is very different, because I think, we need to recognize that we are weak, we are defeated. And the reason is that there is really not a deep understanding of the major transformation of the European higher education arena. So in this talk, what I will do is to explain what is this illiberal playbook in higher education. And when you are totally depressed and sad, I will suggest some solutions. So what can be done when nothing can be done? So this is the main argument, that what is happening in Europe as far as hijacking of the higher education by illiberal actors, weaponizing students and international cooperation, manipulating international rankings, exploiting financial vulnerabilities, corrupting quality assurance mechanisms, together with simultaneous construction of parallel illiberal structures of knowledge production. That's a comprehensive global strategy for authoritarian control. Because I'm sure when you are having the coffee break, and I'm really sorry I cannot be with you, you will be full of complaints, lack of funding, lots of administrative burden, the students are not preparing, and then there is this goddamn AI. So there are lots of complaints, but the illiberal higher education is not only using this kind of complaints, but also they set up a parallel system in order to create an alternative anti-liberal higher education system in Europe. So this is the structure of the talk, right? So I will have 12 points, and I actually wrote this up, so I try to read it in my best possible kind of engaging way. So the Hungarian model. The Hungarian model of transforming the former public higher education represents far more than an educational reform. And this is not something which is happening in faraway countries you know so little, right? So to paraphrase Chamberlain in 1938, which is in Saarland particularly important. But it's Hungary serves as a laboratory. It is a systematic assault on the very foundation of academic freedom, designed to weaken state institutions, replace intellectual elites with loyal commissars, and re-clericalize education by transferring taxpayer-funded universities, schools, and research centers to religious organizations and government-friendly NGOs. Quality assurance is ignored. University leaders are selected based on political loyalty rather than academic merit, and the principle that anybody can be appointed as an expert or a professor has replaced meritocratic standards. This transformation in Hungary or in Serbia or in Russia or in Turkey has been financed by the taxpayers, and in the case of Hungary, by European Union funds. So you are financing this. The implication extends well beyond academia. In illiberal parties in Europe, including the AfD, which is a strong ally of Orbán, or the Swedish Democrats, gain political ground, recognizing the warning signs of this transformation, and that's crucial. What we are witnessing is not a temporary backlash or a return to some imagined good old days. It is a fundamentally new phenomenon designed to establish a new world order where knowledge production, transfer, dissemination serve political rather than academic purpose. So, why does higher education matter in the illiberal playbook? Especially because in the coffee breaks you will be full of very legitimate complaints, right? In the European Union, more than half of young people enroll in tertiary education. This figure, far from merely an educational statistic, reveals why universities have become the priority target of illiberal movements seeking to reshape Europe's political future. Higher education is not simply where professionals are trained. It is where knowledge is produced, distributed, validated. And it is the space where intellectual elites who will lead politics, media, business, and tomorrow's institutions are forged. This is why illiberal forces have identified universities as strategic battlefield. So they understood something that many traditional politicians ignore. Whoever controls higher education controls 4 elements of power. First, the knowledge production, as universities determine what is researched, what theories are developed, and what narratives are constructed about social, economic, and political reality. Second, knowledge distribution. Academic institutions decide what knowledge reaches the public, which experts appear in the media, and what ideas are legitimate in public debate. Third, academic authorization. University degree remain the primary mechanism for validating intellectual and professional standing in our society. So it's not a surprise that if you are looking at the Salvini government CVs, the members of the Salvini government, the far-right Italian government, they all have a degree from extremely dubious institutions, what they actually founded in order to get that degree. And finally, elite construction. Universities train the future political business and media leaders who will make decisions affecting millions of people. So why higher education is so vulnerable? I already voiced my skepticism of collecting signatures, issuing statements. They really do not help. European higher education's financial model is financially unsustainable. Continuous withdrawal of public funding makes educational institutions and their workers increasingly vulnerable to external influence. This vulnerability is exacerbated by the Europeans' declining competitiveness and increasing military spending and shifting from right-based approaches to geopolitical and commercial agendas. Neoliberal policies have worsened inequalities within and between countries, creating conditions that authoritarian actors can exploit. When universities face a financial crisis, they become susceptible to funding from questionable sources, whether a corporate buyout of departments or government programs with political strings attached. Like in Denmark, at the University of Copenhagen, certain departments and institutions are bought by companies. A Council of Europe report identifies university administrators as primary opponents of academic freedom. They govern institutions like factories, so please think about my pun about me working in an educational factory, focused on balance sheet rather than educational mission. Neoliberal managerialism has weakened university structures since the 1990s, and the liberal state capture has finished with neoliberalism started, depriving higher education of its status as public good. These methods are partly copied from Russia, such as appointing chancellors to lead universities while ignoring institutional autonomy, and partly invented as models for other countries to follow. So like 5 years ago in Bavaria, there was this planned higher educational reform, which was exactly copied from Hungary. So I was so happy sending these mails to colleagues in München and then other Bavarian institutions that, look, I told you so, this is coming. But then they managed to somehow, soften this up because of different situation in Bavaria than in the post-neoliberal Hungary. Hungary's privatization of higher education into foundations happened in 2 weeks, which has become a template now included in President Trump's higher educational program. So in 2 weeks, the whole higher educational system has been changed. And a colleague in Sweden said that if the Swedish Democrats will get the majority in the next election in the autumn, then the Swedish higher education will last a night, right? One night. Because it's all public funded. There is another reason why illiberal attacks have been so successful. Over the past decade, internationalization has become the new buzzword in higher education, from the European to global economy. This trend has driven mass student mobility and generated significant income for selected universities. In effect, universities have transformed into international enterprises, serving an international clientele without being regulated as international enterprises producing money. This marks a profound shift away from their traditional role as institutions deeply rooted in both local and international communities. Institutions committed not only to solving scientific problems, but also to promoting democratic values and ensuring higher education for all. What is missing in this new model is an acknowledgement of the history and traditions of universities and of the cultural heritage connected to them. Not just European universities, but all of them. It fails to recognize the fundamental ties between universities and their local communities and societies. And crucially, it overlooks that many democratic functions and effects of higher education and research functions that were central to the idea of the so-called university for all that emerged after the Second World War. So what is this double strategy? Destroy and build. The illiberal strategy in higher education is as straightforward as it is contradictory. On one hand, illiberal parties denounce public universities as ideologized, as woke, and attack the supposed left-wing hegemony in academia. On the other hand, they invest massive amounts of public money in building their parallel university system, which also includes dark money. The money you don't really want to know where does it come from. Mostly from Russia and also from the southern America and the US. The most evident example is the creation of new universities, such as the Modul University in Austria, which the illiberal Hungarian government just bought. And if the Hungarian election will go as the illiberal Hungarian government wants to see, then at the end of April, they will buy 2 other palaces at the bank of Danube in Vienna. These institutions offer an alternative institutional system to traditional public universities, but they do not emerge from nowhere. They are strategically financed to create a parallel academic ecosystem that produces the intellectuals, experts, political leaders of the future illiberal project outside the existing institutional framework. So this illiberal attack did not come out of blue. And this is number 5, co-opting the language of neoliberalism. The funding crisis of the public universities has opened door to an unexpected ally, international corporations. While desperate rectors, some of them might be sitting in the room, seek to balance their budget, private universities buy entire university departments and institutions. The result is devastating. Academic authorization is reduced to a single criterion: economic profitability. Education as a public good evaporated in the past decades of neoliberalization of higher education. It is replaced by market logic, where knowledge is produced and distributed according to its capacity to generate profit, not its value to the society. Just think about they are closing the archaeology department at Humboldt. Illiberal forces have mastered a deceptive art, co-opting the language of academic excellence while systematically dismantling its foundation. Illiberals speak fluently of competitiveness, impact, social outreach, quality indices, the same terminology that dominated higher education for decades. This linguistic camouflage makes it nearly impossible to distinguish between legitimate reform and authoritarian capture. This strategy is deliberately confusing. When one argument fails, illiberal actors deploy another one, often contradictory justification. This is what is called in the literature illiberal pragmatism. It serves a dual purpose. It advances their agenda while exhausting progressive forces that waste precious energy analyzing and countering fundamentally incoherent arguments. Hijacking academic authorization. When Hungary eliminated its gender studies program in 2017, the government justified the decision with a simple claim. There was no labor market demand for such a training. No evidence was provided to support this assertion, and none was needed. That's the most frightening part. This case exemplifies a broader, more insidious transformation sweeping European higher education. Illiberal governments systematically hijacking of academic standards and authorization agencies. So please think about the first slide when I was resigning from the Hungarian Accreditation Committee, which was expected to be the committee controlling the appointment of professors, starting new programs, and evaluating programs. Behind this rhetorical smokescreen, illiberal governments are methodically destroy the mechanisms that ensure academic integrity. This is also copied from Russia. The Hungarian government used public money to buy evaluation of the Quality Assurance Agency, allowing government-favored institutions to rise in rankings without genuine structural improvement. So if you look at the Times Higher Education ranking, you will see an unexpected rise, like 30 places of the Hungarian universities. The reason is the Hungarian government invested money into the Times Higher Educational ranking, and accidentally the Hungarian higher education institution jumped. The result in an academic system that maintains the appearance of rigor while operating as a pure theater. It looks like it's a university, it speaks like a university, but it is not a university. So recently privatized Hungarian universities no longer require independent accreditation for faculty promotion. Personnel are recruited through informal networks rather than open academic job announcements, and rectors appoint directly the faculty. Again, this is from Russia. Perhaps most troubling is how illiberal governments are gaming international academic standards while appearing to meet them. Hungary's collection of Hungarian scientific works now treats publications in top-tier international journals, this is the Q1, the Holy Grail, as equivalent to those in local Hungarian journals. Poland implemented similar changes during the illiberal PiS government, replacing international peer-reviewed publications with local Polish journals controlled by pro-government editorial boards. So the epistemological changes are disturbing. While official requirements for professorship specify publications in foreign language and international teaching experience, illiberal academics meet these criteria through a shadow parallel system. They publish in self-published English language journals in Central Asia, Russia, Iran, China, and teach in Hungarian at universities funded by the Hungarian government in neighboring countries with Hungarian minorities, which might be really relevant for this conference, how the so-called minority protection and funding minority groups actually hijacked by the liberals in order to make sure that they control the knowledge production, the knowledge distribution, and the academic authorization. Self-censorship has returned to academics, affecting everything from research topic selection to public engagement and social media activity. Loyalty to the in-group secures access to funding that is abundant and secure and easy to obtain, unlike the competitive European research grants. So when I'm saying it's abundant and secure, the Matthias Corvinus College, which is the center agent in the internationalization of illiberal higher education, has got a budget twice as much as the whole Hungarian higher education, serving 180,000 students. And if you open the website, you see 11 young white men in expensive dark suits and silk ties, and they are controlling this immense wealth. This Matthias Corvinus College is richer than Oxford. So it is not the question who is paying for the coffee break, and the fees they are offering for speakers is between 5,000 and 15,000 euro for a roundtable, right? These are not typical predatory journals, just to go back to these journals, driven by profit. And instead, these quasi-academic journals are politically motivated publications serving closed circles based on loyalty rather than quality, operating without meaningful peer reviews or academic standards. This represents more than a rebirth of academic nationalism. So I strongly oppose this term, the renationalization of higher education. It is not the renationalization of higher education. It signals a fundamental reorientation of scientific discourse away from the global north towards Russia and China. And this is a paradigm change. Paradoxically, this shift is framed as decolonization of science, but it makes academic discourse less democratic and less inclusive. So, remasculinization. The Hungarian State Audit Office issued a report entitled Pink Education, arguing that women's higher education requires excessive public investment, as after graduation, they will stay at home doing unpaid care work that doesn't require university degree. The illiberal takeover of academia has led to what researchers call the remasculinization of science. Newly appointed academic leaders are predominantly young, ambitious men, well connected to the elderly male power brokers, orchestrating these changes. They seek protégés who resemble themselves but are 25 years younger. This might not be new in cultures that kept feudal elements in higher education, but what is new here is the illiberal government questions women's rights to intellectual work, and also we are only one step away questioning women's rights to vote. And in the US, you already have this discourse. So, buying a place in international ranking, which is really an important part of internationalization. When Hungary privatized its higher education system in 2 weeks, it was immediately excluded from the Horizon and the Erasmus programs, cutting off exchanges with other European countries. However, rather than retreat, the Hungarian government doubled down on different kind of internationalization, one that serves authoritarian goals while maintaining the appearance of global academic engagement. Because the international students are, of course, bringing profit into those who are close to the fire. This transformation reveals a troubling paradox at the heart of European higher education. The very mechanism designed to promote international cooperation and academic excellence are being weaponized by illiberal governments to advance their political agenda. Higher education remains a lucrative business, even under authoritarian control. State funding can be channeled to loyal commissars by controlling knowledge production, dissemination, and authorization. Sorry, I have some. To maintain this system, illiberal governments need a steady influx of students, and they have found innovative ways to secure them. Hungary has created special state scholarships for students from Global South, targeting the emerging middle classes of South Asia and Latin America who cannot afford universities in England or in Netherlands or face visa restrictions like Iran. To make these programs attractive, the Hungarian government has paid international ranking agencies like the Times Higher Education to ensure Hungarian universities advance on the global list without making real investments in educational quality, because the parents are looking at the international ranking when they decide to finance the co-finance the education. This represents a fundamental corruption of the internationalization process. Where international engagement once guaranteed academic quality, it has become a tool of authoritarian legitimization. Students as security risk. The influx of exchange students sponsored by the liberal government into European higher education has transformed internationalism from a solution into a threat. Previously, the internationalization of science was considered a guarantee of the quality control. Exposure to global standards would naturally improve domestic institutions. Now, illiberal states use science for strategic purposes, showing little interest in scientific ethics or academic freedom. The problem extends beyond the individual institutions. Even if domestic academic environments remain controlled, international interactions create vulnerabilities. As seen in Hungary's ideological expansion into neighboring countries and beyond, they just bought a university in Belgium, also one in Germany and in England. Authoritarian governments can leverage these connections to export their models and influence foreign institutions. From global to national science, the commercialization of education and the dominance of English language, so-called global science, perpetuate colonial era inequalities. The global science concept refers to selected English language publication, not the full spectrum of knowledge production worldwide. This creates a double burden for refugee scholars and academics from non-English speaking countries who must navigate local institutional integration and the demands of global science standard. Recent influxes of refugee scholars have made these contradictions more visible, highlighting how higher education institutions both construct and maintain global inequalities inherited from colonialism. Gender studies as a canary in the coal mine. Gender studies scholars have long warned that attacks on their field are just the beginning. So it was 2009 when I was first mentioned as an agent of death in the Hungarian parliament, and it did not get better after that. 2009. The elimination of gender studies programs serve as a proxy for a broader assault on women's rights and academic freedom. What happens to gender studies is the canary in the coal mine for academic freedom generally. First Against Gender Studies, like the attack on Central European University, was part of the conservative legal counter-revolution that used available legal frameworks to destroy democratic institutions. Like a parasitic fungus that gradually consumes its host, the signs of institutional capture were invisible, but politicians failed to recognize higher education as a strategic battlefield. Higher education remains a national competence in the EU, making both CEU and gender studies particularly vulnerable to government attacks. By now, the takeover is complete. The next step will be the lustration of the employees, recently privatized institutions, direct control of curriculum, and direct management of educational content, what we already see in Turkey and in Russia. The rise of illiberal forces coupled with increasing nationalism and populism, further exacerbates the challenge faced by gender studies and gender equality in higher education. One of the significant challenges is the government's interference in higher education institutions, resulting in the revoking of license for gender studies programs without consultation and the denial of funding for such programs based on ideological grounds. This undermines the academic autonomy of institutions and hinders the pursuit of knowledge in gender studies, thereby perpetuating gender inequalities. Illiberal actors question the legitimacy of gender studies as a scientific discipline, and they use pseudo-scientific arguments to support their ideological standards. Moreover, higher education institutions have become susceptible to physical threat and attacks against academics who engage in gender studies and other critical research areas. So when I first received an email with death threats, I thought, nothing. Yeah. But then, it became a habit. Then she wanted to get me a bodyguard. Although I've got fantasies about bodyguards, I refuse to have it. And colleagues in the US, they have their windows replaced by bulletproof windows because that's cheaper than paying compensation when they are being shot at. So this hinders academic freedom and raises concerns about safety of scholars pursuing such studies. Considering these challenges, it's crucial to address issues and find solutions that uphold the principles of academic freedom, gender equality, and scientific integrity. So, broader implications. The transformation extends well beyond Hungary. The Hungarian model provides a blueprint for systematic academic capture as illiberal parties gain influence across Europe and North America, weaponizing students, international rankings, exploiting financial vulnerabilities, hijacking international cooperations, and corrupting quality assurance mechanisms represent a comprehensive strategy for authoritarian control of knowledge production. This transformation makes higher education a national security issue. When authoritarian movements capture institutions that shape knowledge production, train future leaders, and influence public discourse, the very foundation of democratic governance are threatened. The threat is not abstract. These networks already operate across borders, sharing strategies, funding, and personnel. The CPAC conference is now in Budapest, where all these illiberal actors are exchanging ideas about how to be more effective capturing higher education. They are creating a parallel system of knowledge production that operates outside traditional academic standards while claiming equal legitimacy. When Hungarian illiberal experts contributed to the Project 2025, this is the blueprint for the Trump presidency, or Hungarian institutions purchase universities in Austria, Belgium, the UK, or Germany, we see this network in action. And the damage extends beyond individual institutions. As this parallel system gain influence, they delegitimize the entire higher educational sector. Public trust in university erodes when people cannot distinguish between genuine academic institutions and political operations masquerading as universities. So the threat's systematic nature requires an equally systematic response. And that's what I would like to talk about. This was the illiberal playbook, which I was describing, the weaponizing students, harassing and delegitimizing faculty, manipulating international ranking, remasculinization of intellectual work, exploiting financial vulnerabilities, corrupting quality assurance, and creating illiberal structures of madness. So I hope that you are very much awake now and you stop sleepwalking, believing this is happening in faraway countries, which has got nothing to do with your institutions. So what can you do when nothing can be done? So I will give you two examples. One is a pocket guide, which we are actually preparing now, how to recognize these attacks, what are the warning signs, what kind of attacks are there, whom to reach out when you are being attacked, and what kind of survival strategies are there. There will will be English, German, and French version available by the end of April. And the second is a resilience training we developed, and we are looking for accreditation for this, an adult education module after we tried out Vienna and Tirana for faculty and staff. And it's important that faculty and staff, because the staff is also in here, right, in this conflict. And I would like to finish by certain strategies, counter strategies from the institutional level, from the pocket guide. So first, the students, faculty, and staff should be allies. And if you are following what happened in Colombia, then you see that the staff was totally disconnecting itself from the students and faculty, and that made the victory of the Trump illiberal educational policy really easy. Strengthen the local ties, the rootedness and outreach, and explain why universities matter. Use your academic authorization to impress and build trust. So when I'm doing lots of public speaking, I'm always using all 5 doctorate degrees I have, not as if it would matter, but I just want to show that I went through all these academic authorization processes and I have the right to speak about this. Use existing laws for the purpose and to threat of the PR disaster. So this is what colleagues in the Nordic countries are doing when the different conservative and illiberal forces are trying to undermine gender equality, saying, but there is the feminist foreign policy. Do you think that this would be good for the soft diplomatic power of these countries? No. So they stopped. So look for non-state funding, because the main point of this of this talk was that this present public higher educational system in Europe is unsustainable. Emotions and appreciation matter, so be kind, and also, you might have seen that my talk is very much avoiding the lingo as much as possible, because the re-enchantment of academic language is really one of the ways to fight against this illiberal attack. Organize and network among allies, so that's why I'm so happy that I have the opportunity talking to you. Read and observe your enemies. This is difficult. I mean, I have been reading the anti-liberal forces in the past more than 20 years, and of course it takes some, stamina to do that, but it's important to follow and to monitor what they are doing. And forget the orthodoxies, like internationalization is good, mobility is good, forget it. Because these are all taken by the liberal forces in order to advance their agenda. And get ready for conflicts, right? So this is not about consensus anymore. This is about fight. This is about open confrontation. And unfortunately, academics are not trained to be, straightforward. There is always this compromise, consensus culture, which is really now misappropriated by the illiberal forces, and it helps them to advance their agenda. And also be active and not reactive. So if you are following my social media, I very rarely comment on things what the different illiberal politicians are doing. I'm only correcting factual mistakes. But I'm trying to promote my own agenda, what I find important, and not to react to what they are doing. So when different journalists are calling me saying, please comment on what XYZ said on, and no. If you are interested, I'm happy to share my opinion on that particular topic, but I'm not commenting on this, because then it is using my academic authorization and my standing to promote their very flimsy arguments. So here are some articles which are open access, what can be done when nothing can be done. So I'm also publishing, in Q1 journals and whatever, because I also have to feed the beast. But I'm also publishing lots of articles in an accessible language on these important questions. So I just want to urge us to rethink the orthodoxies, and I'm really happy to be here, and I'm ready for questions. Thank you.
So thank you very much, dear Andrea, for this clear, a little bit pessimistic and dark, but insightful and thought-provoking presentation, which, of course, addressed, as you said, complex issues. And these complex issues were illustrated with many meaningful and relevant examples of illiberal government strategies. You pointed out how the illiberal government's pressures limit the academic institutions, our universities' independence and autonomy. They limited also the promotion of our democratic values, academic freedom, freedom of expression, critical thinking, and I will include also the value of multilingualism there. You said that, of course, all these pressures are the pressure of illiberal governments, but what is also the role of institutional governance? It is not very clear sometimes. You know, you said that students and staff have to be allies, but what about institutional governments? Sometimes we think that it is the governance of the universities who apply in a specific way these pressures also inside the university. And some examples, I read some of these articles, of your articles, and it is pointed out and acknowledged that there are pressures like, for example, unfair critiques, cuts of specific disciplines that exerted by institutional governance, and these cuts concern especially humanities, social science studies, and even niche discipline, niche. You talked about gender studies, but we have in other universities other types of niche studies, and these niche studies are also attacked. So thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you very much for the solutions. The solutions are also very, very useful. But how, finally, institutional governance can resist to the pressures of illiberal governments? But because these pressures come not only from declared illiberal governments. You know, it's something. Sometimes we tell that these cuts are necessary because of the geopolitical issues, because of the economic crisis, you know, and the governments are not illiberal. You know, illiberal, it depends also on the definition of illiberal, but thank you very much.
Yeah.
If you can
Thanks
a little bit extend, but maybe...
There are two questions here. One is multilingualism as an enemy, and the other one is what can different higher education institutions can do in this. Yes. So, I mean, I'm really sorry to inform you that, but multilingualism is not an attack. That's not a topic of attack. This is actually a resource. This is a resource which was hijacked. But it is a value.
It is a value. Multilingualism.
Yeah, it's a value which is hijacked, and it's a practice which is hijacked by the illiberal governments in order to exercise their soft power outside the different countries. So if you look at how the Hungarian government is instrumentalizing the 3 to 5 million Hungarians who are outside the Hungarian borders. If you look at the Russian legitimacy of the legitimizing the war against Ukraine, saying that they are protecting the Russian speakers, you see that on the one hand, language and linguistic traditions become very important. On the other hand, these institutional frameworks are fantastically vulnerable for hijacking. And they are not saying they are attacking multiculturalism or multilingualism. They are hijacking, using, appropriating for their own purpose. So that's why I would like to, put a red flag here. So if you think that, there is a multilingualism arrow, good, forget it, because it's more complicated than that. So it depends on the different policies. It depends on the different context. Also, if you look at how in Croatia, the Croatian emigration is playing such an important role in building up the illiberal structures. This is a resource. And the liberals are interested in resource. And language is a resource. People speaking several languages, that they are resource which are used by the liberal forces. Having said that, what institutions can do when there is this illiberal attack, there are two things. First is that what I also mentioned in the talk, that the illiberal attack would not have been possible without the neoliberalization of higher education, which brought in this neo-managerialism, the outcome, indices, learning deliverables, whatever. And because of this disenchantment with higher education, therefore the liberals are very, very legitimately criticizing the present higher educational system, which is like a conveyor belt. Student in, lecture given, paper, graded diploma given, student out. So, this is no fun. And that is actually why there are so few students are applying for higher education, especially when they have to pay for it. So in the US, there is a major crisis, enrollment crisis, and also in the UK, because it really doesn't make sense to pay all this money for this industrial production. And the students are becoming a part of this industrial production.
Thank you.
And then what the institutional structures can do, very little, I'm afraid, because they are working under financial pressure. They have to produce numbers, they have to enroll I don't know how many students. And so that's why I mentioned this quote from a colleague from Sweden who said that the whole Swedish higher education will last for a night if the Swedish Democrats would take over, because they would say no money. And if you want to learn what is coming in that aspect, look at what's happening in Georgia. What the Georgian pro-Russian liberals are doing now with the higher education. They simply dismantle universities. They cut the numbers of students trained, like from 5,000 sociologists, there are 30, right? Places. And this fundamentally changes the system. And of course, everybody is afraid for his, her day salary and for their work. So the professional solidarity is really very limited. So if you follow what's happening in Georgia, that's very different than what's happening in Serbia. In Serbia, the staff, the faculty, and the students are together on the streets against the water cannons and the sound cannons of the Serbian police, because they recognize that this division between faculty, staff, and students actually only helps the liberals. So they are, and they basically ready to sacrifice. The Serbian colleagues did not get salary in this academic year. Let me repeat, they did not get salary, right? So they said, this is an important cause. I'm, cutting my consumption, and they cannot control me via consumption. The students also sacrifice this year because they will not get a degree. This year will not be accepted for counted towards their diploma. So they also sacrifice this 1 year. But, when you look at the Columbia University or any universities in the US, you see that our colleagues are silent as a mouse. Because in the US, you are 2 salaries away from poverty, losing your social security, your kid being kicked out from the school, and losing your health insurance. So here we are talking about this very serious financial and economic pressure. Yes. So in that sense, the institutions, right, and believing that these institutions will protect you, I think it's sleepwalking and it's unbased illusion, and it is serving the liberal purpose.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And now the floor is open to the audience. We have 10 minutes. Yes, we have 10 minutes. Okay. Thank you very much, Andrea. So the floor is yours, dear audience. Are there any questions, comments? Yes. Yes, please. Could you introduce yourself? So, Andrea.
Yes. So I'm the non-European representative here. I come from Canada. I will start with a question. Maybe I'll sneak in quickly 2 questions, but feel free to not answer both of them so there's room for other people. My first question was related to your stance on decolonization, which was very interesting and inspiring to me when I heard you say that sometimes it is used as a way of masking anti-democratic and illiberal processes. So under this view, decolonization, this is a bad way of doing decolonization, but do you have suggestions on how to do decolonization in a good way? So that's the question. And then my second question, or maybe comment, is related to your positive strategies. And I wonder, I'm not too familiar with how things work in Europe, but in Canada, a lot of universities are unionized. So we have unions that do collective bargaining for our salaries and work conditions. And this is a very good example where there is solidarity. So in our most recent negotiation with the employer, our union almost went on strike, but on the rallies of the union, it was very inspiring to see representatives from not only from the professors' union, but also from the staff union and from the student union. So somehow this solidarity seems to be helpful when unions are involved. So I just wonder on the European map how things work. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot. So indeed, the decolonization narrative has been hijacked by the different illiberal forces, and especially they are using it, labeling gender equality as a colonial tool. So there is a big literature by colleagues in Africa and in South Africa, how the different illiberal forces are using this decolonial framework in order to undermine reproductive rights and LGBTQI rights, claiming that this is a colonial construct. So it's really an important literature. As far as the trade unions are concerned, I'm also a member of the 𝗪𝗡𝗪. We had just the election on yesterday, and because the CEU belongs to the 2% of the employers who do not have collective agreement. So the faculty at CEU has got less rights than the tram driver in front of the building. So in a sense, the trade unions are fantastic in public institutions, but in private institutions, that's not that simple. But in the pocket guide, we have got a list of all the different trade unions who are expected to help the faculty, because when you are attacked, you cannot show academic publication or quote the Council of Europe statement on academic freedom, or you cannot say, let's collect signatures. You have to act. And in that sense, the trade union actors are really really helpful. So when I was a visiting professor in Toronto in 2000, there was a big strike. So New York was, the center of that. So I was really inspired by the work, what they are doing. But think about the different national context. In illiberal states, the trade unions are evaporating in the first and the second year of that rule, because they are attacking them, they are dismantling them, they are hijacking them, and they are appointing their cronies to run those trade unions. So I was a trade union representative in Budapest, when CEU was in Budapest, and then we moved to Austria. And, the opportunities are really, really different, because Hungary looks like a terrain after Hiroshima. There are basically nothing, right? Which also, helps the different extremely environmental destructive investments from China as far as the battery factories are concerned, because there is, nobody who can stand up against them. And in Austria, where there is a very well organized system, even for those us who don't have a collective agreement. So thank you for the questions.
Thank you. I think, yes, Gudrun?
Hello, Andrea. I'm 𝗪𝗡𝗙𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧 from the ECSPM. I think we have been in email contact. I just wanted to reiterate, if there's anyone in here who doesn't believe you when you say that the education or higher education in Sweden would be changed overnight. I don't know if you heard what happened just this week. Sweden has a government of 3 parties. Only one of them is against the Sweden Democrats being in the government, but the Sweden Democrats are ruling this government, more or less. This past week, it was made clear the engagement between the social liberals who've been against the Sweden Democrats in government, and the liberals are the party, they are a social liberal party who have been heading education department for 12 years, more or less. And their minister was a man from the military. And the leading woman of this Liberal Party has now gone over to the Center Party, which is the old farmers' party, their Center Party. So this could actually happen overnight. The Sweden Democrats, not even in government, had already made it very difficult for public service, television and radio, to work freely. So what you describe as a threat is actually a threat, and it could happen in one night. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm working for the Swedish Rectors Conference. They have a special advisory group on internationalization, and international advisory group or something like that. And so I also follow what the different higher education institutions are doing under the radar to make sure that this is not happening. And that would be my humble advice, without disclosing anything which is done by these very smart people who are running the different universities, that there is a lot of space for maneuvering. But for that, you have to learn how to do politics. And usually the higher educational professionals believe that we are the good ones. We should be paid, and then we are doing whatever we want to do, which is mostly research, and then getting the professorship, the tenure, and buying a hytte, right? Or a place in southern France. This is over, right? This is over. This is over because of the impoverishment of the European Union, and also because of the war we are in. So therefore, the previous strategies, which were, let's go to the streets, collect signatures, write manifestos, they are not really helpful, because they are just increasing the public support for the liberals, because the voters are looking at these privileged, totally spoiled brats like the higher education professionals, and they are saying, why do we pay them? For this work on, archaeology or whatever. There are important things to finance, and, it's much better if they give this money to me as a subsidy or something like that. So there is really a paradigm change here, a perfect storm in higher education. And I'm so happy that I had the chance talking to you, and bon courage to us all.
Thank you. We have two minutes for one more question, if you want.
Okay.
Bessie.
I wanted to say thank you, a great big thank you, Andrea, for your presentation. And it's not that you shouldn't be a keynote speaker in a symposium like this when we are considering internationalization and, of course, its relationship to languages. Not merely as resources, I will repeat, but mainly as instruments also of control of education and the business side. I also want to just to put on the table, because we don't have really time to think about it, but there's a lot of confusion a lot of times in these totally dangerous times that we're experiencing between illiberal or right-wing nationalist kind of political thinking and the left on the other side. And it is very, very confused. Like, for example, when you propose looking for non-state funding, this is, and it has been, a tremendous issue of confrontation and conflict between left-wing and right-wing, for example, in my own country, and thinking that seeking non-state funding would necessarily commercialize all of education. And these are issues that are long-standing. We need to deframe them and talk about them. So I thank you so very much for your contribution, and I do hope that we will continue to be in touch in the times to come, because it is important for all of us who think in similar manner to stick together. So thank you.
Thank you,
Exactly.
Bessie. There
Thanks
was not a question,
Thanks
but I don't know if you want to add something, Andrea.
Yes, saying that, again, this is another orthodoxy. Public university, public money, good. Private university, private donors, bad. But if you look at this institution behind me, I mean, this was the only institution which could stand against the illiberal takeover because we had independent funding. So, you know, the illiberal takeover is ruthless. I mean, they are taking every penny. So you need additional resource in order to resist or to build parallel alternative institutions yourself. And luckily in Ukraine, in Russia, in Turkey, in Serbia, there are lots of really interesting initiatives who are moving out from this neoliberalized higher educational university structure, saying, basta, this is hopeless, let's move out. So maybe that can be, you know, a topic for a next conference, the alternative models to higher education and, you know, the different private initiatives, how to question this neoliberalized model. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Andrea, again. Bye-bye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I think that we have Thomas.
Thank you very much, Andrea and Irina. That was great. Thank you. Let me just announce the coffee break. We enjoy coffee and some biscuits or whatever and some talks now, and be back to this room at 11:30. One more thing. Should you ever want or need to charge your electric devices like smartphones or laptops, you can do that in that corner over there. There's a charging hub. Thank you very much, and let's enjoy the coffee break. Online audience will be back at 11:30. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back from the coffee break. Dear online audience, I hope you're still there, or I hope there are even new attendees. It's my great pleasure to announce the next talk by Professor 𝗪𝗧𝗪𝗧 from the University of Westminster, and the discussant is Professor 𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪 from Krakow in Poland, Kraków, actually. So the stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a great pleasure to present the next speaker. I hope you have recovered from the one before the break. And I hope that this one is going to cheer us up just a little bit, offering some hopes for the so gloomy future. Terry is a professor of languages and interdisciplinary pedagogy at the University of Westminster, and has been working around the globe, consulting, offering advice to authorities in France, Hong Kong, Malta, UK, of course. Currently consulting Council of Europe Language Policy Advisory Group. And a good friend of mine, I dare to say, we have been working together at the European Center for Modern Languages in Graz for quite a long time, where Terry was project coordinator and consultant to a great extent. Terry is also president of, I learned it now, FIPLV, okay, which stands for Fédération Internationale des Professeurs de Langue Vivante. Okay, I learned that well. I think it's also interesting to hear, and you can chat with him in the breaks about this federation, because it's quite a unique organization. Terry has obviously published extensively, most recently on heritage languages, on migration and London, and languages in that big city. And he will be taking us towards an inclusive multilingual university. So the audience is yours, Terry.
Thank you. I will do my best. Dziękuję bardzo. Guten Morgen. Hello, bonjour, buongiorno. Good morning. Okay, so I'm not going to waste a lot of time at the start, because I tend to talk about my journey and everything. I won't, because I really want to stick to approximately as close to half an hour as possible, so that we've got time for some discussion and questions. But I would like to thank, first of all, Bessie and Thomas for inviting me and for hosting me. This is such a great place to be. I have spoken in Saarbrücken, but it was virtually, if you remember. So it's very, very good to actually be here and see some of the bridges that I found exist in Saarbrücken. What I'm going to do now, as you can see here, is take you on a trip. And we're going to go to my university. Thomas has actually been as a visiting scholar to my visiting professor to my university. So this is the University of Westminster. So welcome to Westminster. I want you to imagine you're in Westminster now. It's in the heart of London on Regent Street. The University of Westminster started off as the Royal Polytechnic Institution, I think, in 1838. And the one thing I want to say, because it's relevant, was that when it was set up, it was founded with a commitment to enabling students to have access to higher education, students who normally wouldn't have been able to go into higher education. So it's what we now call widening participation. It's inclusion, right? And in fact, Westminster still has a huge commitment, quite rightly, and I'm very, very proud of the commitment of Westminster, a genuine one to EDI, to equality, diversity and inclusion, and to decolonising in a positive way that is much needed. But is it a linguistically inclusive university? So this is what I'm going to be exploring, talking about, as I take you on this journey towards an inclusive multilingual university. And basically, we're going to go on this journey. I'm going to tell you the story of why in my university we are doing what we are doing with regards to moving towards an inclusive multilingual university. It's going to be lots of events, and I'll cut some of them short just to let you know what we're doing. But hopefully we've had some successes. We also have a lot to do. But hopefully we can maybe later in the discussion explore a little bit further about steps that universities can take. This is a microcosm of a university fully committed to EDI, and genuinely so, but is it a multilingually inclusive? So, the activities that I'll talk about, are really steered by this group of colleagues. It's what we call a Westminster learning community. And the Westminster learning communities are basically, very briefly, communities of practice. I set up these when I started at Westminster sometimes and developed the Centre for Education and Teaching Innovation. And I established this idea of the Westminster learning communities really to incubate bottom-up innovation in teaching and in curriculum. So that's what it is. We have one of those. This is the steering group. And we finally got round to setting one up to address the multilingual university when I stopped being the head of the centre and could focus on my languages stuff a little bit more. So, why did we set this up? Well, first of all, we are a very international university. We have been in the top. We are in the top 30 globally for international students. You can see that 48% of our students are classed as international, and those students come from 169 countries. But we also have teaching and research staff, academic colleagues from more than 80 countries as well. So we're very, very international. But what really what really excited me about Westminster was that we also draw a lot on the linguistic communities in London. The schools that are hugely multilingual. I taught in London in the 80s. You can see some of the figures there, the number of languages and how they were increasing through the 1980s. My last school had 40 languages in the school. That's nothing now compared with what the schools have. The last survey showed 300 plus languages, but that was 26 years ago. So how many are there? So it's hugely diverse. This is also partly, but also the university is drawing more on those communities because we have this notion of widening participation. There was a government commitment, from a few years ago. It's about widening access to university studies to those who are from maybe disadvantaged. In fact, it is from disadvantaged backgrounds, and then the measure for disadvantage is their postcode. So it's not effective at all. It's not a good measure, but that's, they are the ones that we have to report on, how we've attracted students from these particular postcodes. But of course, what it has done, it has brought in students that wouldn't have been in universities before. and a lot from Black and Asian minority ethnic communities that may not have been coming to universities, from the schools that I used to teach in, that kind of thing. I keep thinking I'm going to bump into the grandchild of one of my former students in schools from the 80s. So this is why we are doing this. Okay, we want to explore. This is the university's EDI strategy for 21 to 25. And the Westminster Learning Community, our goal was to help the university to understand the importance of language in EDI. You'll see there the EDI strategy, committing to an inclusive culture that allows students and colleagues to reach their full potential, regardless of their age, disability, sex, gender identity, moral, etc., etc. There's no language. What's their language background? I mean, family circumstances might get closer to it, but there's no explicit reference to language. I suppose it could be other quality, but I'm not sure that people would have thought about language as a quality, because my conversations with people, excellent colleagues who are leading on all of this, have not quite understood the relevance of language to this, the multilingualism, and how that can be an enabler or the opposite, depending on how we value it. Something that I learnt when I was teaching in schools in the 1980s. So, this is a very interesting phenomenon. This is what we want to do. We want to get languages on the agenda. Now, of course, it was no surprise. We know this is a British Academy report, together with the three other national academies. But it's focused on schools. It's focused on schools, and it talks about, untapped reservoirs of linguistic capacity, the disconnect between mainstream education and the community-based language learning. Yeah? So, in other words, all of the home languages, the community languages, etc., are not recognised in our mainstream system. And that leads to it, many of the children feeling embarrassed about it, or they see it as irrelevant. And so they call for an attitudinal change. This reminds me of an ECSPM meeting, I think it was online, when Ingrid Gogolin was talking about the monolingual habitus and saying that there has not been a multilingual turn in higher education. Schools have been trying to do things, but in higher education, it hadn't happened. So, this is about schools. It's not about universities. This is about universities. This is a report from last year. And this is about another area of concern for us, which ECSPM is doing a lot of work in, which is about multilingualism and research. So I won't dwell on it. I'll just move on. So what do we do? What does our learning community do? How do we get it onto the agenda? Well, we started off by presenting at anywhere we could within the university. There was a research meeting on diversity and inclusion, so of course we spoke about languages. There were various things that we did like that. But somehow talking about, the research that's been done, people didn't quite get it. It's because we are actually working in London, aren't we? So they need English. So that's the important thing. That's what, people were saying. So in 2022, I think this was, we managed to persuade the Deputy Vice-Chancellor. The Vice-Chancellor is the rector. The Chancellor is a figurehead. The Vice-Chancellor and the Deputy Vice-Chancellor for Global Issues, who wanted to do a festival of diversity, and I persuaded her to include multilingualism. So we did. and we called it the World in Westminster. You can see a poster there that's got lots of languages on it. In fact, we had quite a presence in this event. We lots of merchandise, T-shirts with different languages. I brought this here. This was a tote bag. It's the last one. They were in much demand, with lots and lots of hellos in different languages. So we were trying to, just raise awareness of our multilingualism. We put on 9 events. These were 2 of them in the Regent Street Cinema, which is part of our university building. This was multilingual poetry presentation and also some international films. So we did, it was great, and people were interested that we were on there, but it was still somehow a bit disappointing. We didn't get large numbers to our events. We had language tasters, we had other really interesting things. Even these events here didn't attract lots of people. We also tried to do a survey of the languages in the university because we didn't know what we were talking about. We got 51 responses out of the university with a lot of publicity. Only 2 of them were from students. Yeah, so that could suggest that people are not interested, which was a bit depressing. We felt then that we needed to do something more, and we needed to organise our own events as well, because the next time this happened, there was less interest in supporting us. And we also felt that we needed to do more research with our own students and colleagues, because it's about the whole institution. So we wanted to do more research because we felt that the voices of our community might have more impact than general research. Yeah, so this is what we've been focusing on. I've got a number of steps towards a linguistically inclusive university. The extent of our multilingualism, I'll say more about it because we did follow this up with another survey, which we were more strategic about. We started to explore and challenge the monolingual habitus, but obviously very, very disappointing still. So what did we do? We set up some research. I won't go into detail. We're still doing various research projects. I'll just mention a few of them. But the first one was the survey. So we did do a survey, and this time we did better. Not hugely better, considering the number of students and the number of colleagues and professional services colleagues as well. But we did get... let me say, first of all, that what we were doing wasn't just the numbers of how the languages and the names, but how they were used, how people felt about them. Why did they feel that they were important or not? So there was a lot of qualitative data coming out of this as well. And of course, with a language survey and working in a department that had lots of linguists, we had, how do we deal with what a language is? And what is, dialects and accents. And so we included language varieties as well. And we also, of course, were informed by the 𝗪𝗔𝗪𝗔𝗪𝗔 notion of plurilingualism and the partial competencies and all of those things there, and the varieties of languages as well. So we wanted a full picture of the plurilingual environment. So that's what we did, and this is what we got. We got 627 responses. Not great, but this time more students, that's the purple bit, more academic colleagues, because the last time professional services had more. So we got 627 responses. Doesn't seem much, but it was enough, because out of that we found 133 languages, named languages, and 61 named language varieties. Now, I'm not going to attempt here to explain how when we're analysing this, how we decided what was a language and a variety, but we can talk about that later. But we really went with, I'll give you one example. If a student put Sicilian, yeah, then that was different from if they put Italian brackets Sicilian dialect. They were naming Sicilian as their language, yeah, not as a dialect, as a variety. So that's an example. But a fascinating range of languages, as you can imagine, and certainly enough to attract interest. So we organised an event. Oh, yes, how many more might we have had is shown in this, because this is a table of the top 20 languages out of all of these and varieties that were mentioned. The percentages don't add up because we encouraged them to add all of the languages and varieties that were part of their repertoire. But you'll see, when we get down to down to the other side, there's actually not many people in the university naming those languages. Okay, so, and this is just, these are the top 20 out of 194. There were many, many students, many languages that only had one person mentioning. In fact, 60 of the 194 were only named by one person. So if we multiply that, how many languages must there be in the university? Yeah. So that was very interesting. There were lots of other things I could talk about, but the main thing was that we got something that we could use, and we put on a half-day event for students and for colleagues. We had about 60, and of course they came because they were interested. But what was important was that the Vice-Chancellor came. I mean, I'd been encouraging him a lot. So every time I saw him, I was encouraging him. And he came. And I'm going to show you a little video, and he speaks on it, because, he found it really interesting. Of course, we did the bodies activity, as part of this. We did lots of things. We had discussions, we had presentations of the research, and other pieces of research that had been done. But we had this activity, the bodies, to get people warmed up and thinking. And of course, that's always brilliant. This actually was a student whose who spoke about what he called I'd not come across it, 𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗙 But what he says there is that this is the language that identifies me and is the centre of my being. Yeah? I'm not going to do any more. We had lots of these. I'm just showing you really, very superficially, what we did. This was another. Some were very complex, as you can see. But look at the number of languages named up there at the top. Yeah? So this is what we were getting. This was another thing we looked at in the survey. How many languages were people naming as part of their repertoire? So there was another example. We had a Padlet activity. We came up with provocative questions and some ordinary questions to draw them in. And they thought about it and added things to Padlet before. And then they continued the discussions around the table. This is an easy one. Great advantage of knowing more than one language. And we got, of course, no surprises. Language is entwined with culture. It gives you a broader vision. You can compare languages. You can be a different person whenever you choose. All of these things which, they don't contribute to scholarship. We know all of these things as linguists. But the important thing is that these were our voices, our Westminster voices. Yeah? And also, the Vice-Chancellor was there. Just some other examples. Really, really interesting translanguaging there about parents' language and whether they passed it on. Accents and dialects. Our table discussed that accents are tied closely to acceptance, which is then tied closely to identity. Okay. We also presented some other research, which I will say a little bit about. This was 80 participants in focus groups. They're actually taken from English for academic purposes classes, so most of these were international students, but not all, but most. So they had some discussions about what languages they use outside, but the focus really was on inside the university. Do you feel comfortable using your language in Westminster? Yes. Some were comfortable where others were speaking the same language, or in language classes, because they're a bit more open. Yeah? But there were also discomfort. They might exclude others, so we better stick to the one. English dominates in public areas. And then look, we're unified through our use of English. It's one thing we all have in common, and therefore it's more inclusive to use English. The more multicultural we become, the more unsure we are where we are. Yeah? So this was also a voice from Westminster students. The university takes student voice very, very seriously. Yeah? So when we were trying to sort of provoke interest in multilingualism, we didn't really want that. So this is something we still have to contend with, because of course this is still the monolingual habitus. This is the students who feel that we shouldn't be using it in this place and at this time. We also had, that was another one, wasn't it? I just wanted this as well. This is about using them how they use them in academic studies. We didn't have a lot of ideas for yes, but the bottom half there, this is an English-speaking country, so we should speak in English. We should stick to English for lectures and assessments. I came to the university to become more fluent in English. I find foreign accents difficult to understand, easier to understand lecturers who are native speakers. Yeah? And we have, colleagues from 80 different countries. So there are these things. This is an issue that we're trying to engage with. This is one of my PhD students, looking at multilingual ideologies and practices among Russian-speaking university students in London. And there again, we've got the positives and we've got the problems. It's confusing, time-consuming, etc. There was that interesting one on the third down, the personal factors, the lack of academic skills in other languages. There was this concern that they're able to write academically, speak academically in English, but not in their own language when they go home. So that was a concern from some of them. There is a video, but I'll leave it for now. We'll see if there really is time at the end. Oh, you put it. It's fine. Play it. It's short.
Welcome.
Bienvenue.
Bienvenidos.
Welcome to Westminster.
We just come from a really inspiring, informative and stimulating event where we've been looking at the role of language and the myriad of different languages we speak at Westminster and how we embrace the effect they have on your heart, your head, your feeling of belonging, and how we think about how we work together to be even more inclusive as a multilingual university.
I believe that we are the most linguistically diverse university there is.
I speak English, Hindi, Konkani, Marathi, and I understand a little bit of Gujarati because I call it my father tongue. There's no such language as the father tongue, but it's what my father's side of family talks in.
I think that language shapes our lives and also our learning experiences. So language should be a very important part of the curriculum. And not only us learning a language, but also as a resource where students can learn through language and have different cultural experiences and social experiences within a context like the university.
The fact that languages are connected to emotions, they're connected to identity, they're very important for a sense of belonging, to actually see that your language is valued.
I love being in London for that fact. The idea that you could be walking down the street and you may hear
some Arabic, some Mandarin, something like that. It just gives you a true sense of appreciation for how unique yet a big community we are. It makes me feel so welcomed in this space where you can encounter all these different languages.
Tonight we wanted to bring the multilingual community together, so students and teachers, anyone who felt passionate about multilingualism at the university. We wanted to bring them together. We want to put multilingualism on the agenda, basically.
To start with, we did a survey of the languages because we had no idea which languages or language varieties were here. So we completed that in the autumn. Turns out that we have almost 200 languages and varieties in a sample of only just over 600 students.
The University of Westminster is one of the most multicultural and multilingual universities in London. So I think it's important for us to discuss multilingualism, to discuss what languages we speak at the university and why we speak those languages and where. What is important for us and for our students is to feel that language is part of who we are, part of our identity.
There was this overwhelming belief that actually English is our dominant language at the university. Although we have 50% international students, English is that language. Some students come here to study explicitly in English. They come here to practice their English, and that perhaps we should be using that at the university.
We're in one of the most diverse universities. We celebrate all forms of diversity, but we need to put linguistic diversity on the agenda as central to equality, diversity and inclusion policies.
So that brought us to our last point regarding the EDI strategy at the University of Westminster, and whether or not that strategy, which includes lots of things, whether or not it should include the word language and linguistic diversity.
Thank you. Thanks. Hope you enjoyed that. As I say, you saw the Vice-Chancellor. Every time I see him, he still talks about it. It opened my eyes, he said. So he gave us some money. We've explored these. The linguistic landscape, totally English. So we decided that in terms of valuing our multilingualism, let's have a look at the landscape first of all. It makes a difference, sense of belonging, but, you know, it could be tokenistic if that's all we do. So, a few photos. This is the welcome desk. I didn't do the design, but it's there. Right when you walk into the university, it's there. The Vice-Chancellor likes to stand there and talk to students and colleagues and say, are any of these your languages? So people are talking about languages. We then have got these vinyls all over the place in classrooms and corridors. So, you know, that was lovely. Very quickly now, we did celebrate the European Day of Languages last year, and we had, again, various events. You can see there, we've got this lovely banner, University Where Language Connects Us. It all starts here. We had badge making. We also had other films as well. We did this activity, Why Languages Matter, which is where you saw all the cards up on the walls. I've got a few examples, but I won't have time. But these are the voices of students and colleagues. I wanted to mention this one, though, because it's my favourite language is Daria. When we started to design the survey, the president of the Students' Union, who was on our working group, asked about how are we going to deal with Arabic varieties, which was a great question. And you see here that this person has put Daria as their language. Some have put Arabic, brackets, diarrhea. Yeah? So it's, you know, it's that kind of thing. I wanted to also say this, where you feel comfortable They like speaking their language at home. We share the language. There's no judgment or condemnation. Yeah? So, interesting. I won't talk about that. There's things about research. This one I just wanted to show you really because she's put keeping culture alive. Her first language is 𝗪𝗪𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧 people. It's an endangered language. Yeah? She's a student no one would have known. Yeah? So we continue to work on valuing our multilingualism, plurilingualism. We're collecting these cards, we're analysing them, we're displaying things. It was done as a research project with ethical clearance, etc. We're developing a language policy for the university, which includes, of course, these issues such as developing language sensitivity across our teaching. I do a lot of this across Europe in supporting multilingual classrooms work funded by the European Commission and ECML, the European Centre for Modern Languages. But our teaching staff are working with these multilingual classrooms. They need to develop they need support. Challenging linguistic discrimination. I can say more about that if you're interested in the question time. But I mean, there are examples that I was going to say. But a main thing is, if we thought that any of the the university community were being discriminated against inside, or were suffering bullying or violence or aggression, we would want to support them. But we don't know, because it's not a place where we can talk about that. So we need to think about all of that and building collaborations with our language communities beyond the university. I'm going to stop. There are, we then, because we're doing this as research, we've started to look at the literature, which of course, it's all there in the research. The recommendation from the Council of Europe 2022 one is supportive for people. We're using this really to help us to make a case, recommendations for higher education, and of course the ECSPM declaration that Bessie talked about. But I'll stop there. You may want to ask a question, which is what happened to the new EDI strategy, because that one ran out in 2025.
Great. Well, we have still time. I was curious because you said you're developing language policy, not yet developed. What would be the concrete principles and measures that would be included? Could you elaborate a bit on?
Yes, I mean we've started to put this together. We didn't start with the policy because we need to get the policy officially approved, and before we've raised awareness and interest around multilingualism, there's no point taking a document and saying we would like this to become a university policy. So we are still preparing it because we still feel we have more to do. I've got some more research going on, which is about relationship between language, sense of belonging, identity, etc., well-being. But we've started to draft it. And what I asked one of my colleagues who'd been doing work on the International University for her PhD, which is now passed, which is great. And it was very much about international students. But as I pointed out, our multilingualism also comes largely from London. Yeah? So we have to be very careful that we're not positioning it in that kind of way. So it is about, we need to think about the use of language, I mean, those areas that I just talked about. We need to think about how we support staff. We need to develop training for colleagues in the university. And I'm in the Centre for Education and Teaching Innovation. That's what we do. So we're developing courses on that, for example. But it's all of the things around valuing, anti-discriminatory. We know that colleagues have been told to speak English when they've been speaking Turkish to a student in the corridor. Someone's gone past. So those sorts of things, to raise those kinds of ideas. But it is a collaborative effort, and we'll see what comes out of this. A very important one in terms of the discrimination is to do with although we're quite good on this, but there are universities who discriminate from with qualifications from home languages, for example. A very illustrious university that had on its admissions site that if someone has used the language at home, then they won't accept the qualification, as one of their A-levels. So, that is one in particular that's quite difficult. Another one is the use, it concerns research as well, and the use of references, because I know that there's no policy on this, but I know of courses where they won't allow references to be included that have not been written in English. Yeah? So there are many things to pick up in this. Yeah?
Yeah, that's why I'm asking, because it's many times so, I know it from other universities, including my own, that on the declarative side, everything is agreed upon, but if it comes to concrete measures, like accepting references in any language that people would be capable of handling, it's not that straightforward. No. Because then the question is, so who can review and validate, and how, in what way is it to be done then afterwards?
I mean, something like that. We have, obviously, and I've been involved in these for many years, we have panels which look at all of the proposals for courses and that review the courses after 3 or 4 years. That's where it would go. They would have to give examples. They would have to have something that says it needs to be more multilingual, for example.
All right, thanks a lot. Okay, now over to you. Any questions, comments that you would like to offer? We have microphones. We have more than one. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for this wonderful insight, and I'm very impressed how much changed. Are you planning on a follow-up survey to assess how the students, for instance, or the staff, have drawn on this new visibility of their diversity?
That's one of our plans, because we've got the visibility on one of our campuses in Regent Street, so we need to expand it, but we also need to do some research. So we're planning, we do a lot of work with students as co-researchers. So one of those which will get people's views on the changing linguistic landscape and what they think about that, and whether it's provoking negative, and not only positive, but also negative responses. Should it be there, given what some of the students have said in those groups? Maybe they think it's inappropriate. But it's just been great to see the Vice-Chancellor, and of course, he also, by the way, agreed that it should be part of the EDI strategy.
Thank you.
Does it work? Yes. Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you very much. That's very interesting. I was wondering whether you plan any collaborations with other London universities. I'm thinking of, I'm an honorary professor at UCL, where, diversity is also ubiquitous, right? Mm-hmm. So I was wondering whether there is any plan, to get other universities involved, given what you're doing, which is very obviously very valuable.
Yeah. We have links with other universities in London, but one of the plans is to actually, and I have a number of universities interested around the world, to set up a network of universities who are like ours, kind of moving towards. That we're making an effort, that there's someone there that's really trying to push this. So that's what we're trying to do at the moment, really. But yeah, I mean, I work, for example, with King's. I've presented this at King's, so we will be talking. They want to talk about that. I'm a former graduate of King's College, so it was very nice to do that. So the answer is yes, we want to work with others. But at the moment, our focus is still on, we've seen these positives, but there's so much more to do, yeah? And what we still can't, we don't want to misrepresent the students' voices, but how do we get people to understand that the students' voices there can't just be taken at face value, that is a result of societal perspectives on multilingualism. Yeah, so there are all of those, but we really find that, as you saw, that colleagues pick up more, they listen more when it's our community voices. So that's our priority, and then we will pick up the other network a bit more.
Thank you. More comments or questions? There we go.
Thank you very much for a very inspiring talk. It's interesting what you say about how schools have taken into account multilingualism and not the universities. The three of us, we work in teacher education, and we have many courses in multilingualism, telling the teacher students, you need to make multilingualism a resource in your classrooms, you need to make multilingualism visible in your schools. But what do we do ourselves? So I think this is a call for us to do something similar to what you have done and model what we want to teach our students to do, not just tell them. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Thanks. I mean, my research has largely been with schools because that was my starting point. Now in my role and with this multilingual university, it just seems ridiculous that these concepts of EDI and decolonizing, we used to call them social justice in the 80s, but it is ridiculous that we're ignoring them. So, yeah.
Okay, there was a request.
Thanks very much. This is really inspiring. And it's really interesting that you had also the higher administration on board to be able to do all those activities. Mm-hmm. We've done it the other way around. So we had the Provost Chancellor for Internationalization and Equal Opportunities who wanted for the university to develop a language policy. So it took us 1 year and we developed a language policy after talking with people at different levels, from the students to the higher administration, but also the representatives from different departments. And so we have now the language policy, and we need to do the communication of the language policy. So your presentation was really inspiring because we had some ideas about how we can bring this out, but we haven't done that yet. Yeah. I have one question about the administrators at your university. So you mentioned that all those activities are with students and academic staff, but we also have the non-academic staff. And in the discussions that we had with non-academic staff, we found that they were much more conservative about languages, because most of the non-academic staff are German.
Okay.
We don't have many who come from other countries, and they may not speak very well even English, because their job descriptions when they were hired did not include that they have to speak foreign languages. So we found that they were very stressed about multilingualism. So I wonder whether you have any similar experiences, and how do we take the stress out from people who are non-academic, they are at the university, part of the community, and they have to deal with languages, but they don't have the skills and sometimes they don't have the motivation.
Yeah. Now that's interesting. It's quite different actually in Westminster. A lot of our professional services So the people, the non-academic staff, are also very diverse. So the first survey, when we only got 51, the vast majority were from professional services colleagues. There were very few, 2 students and then just a handful of academic. So it's different. And in fact, when I put on the exhibition in the reception area of Regent Street, one of the people who works, and you see him a lot, he's always says hello, and he takes parcels to people's offices. And he came and he did one of the cards, and he started to talk about the languages that he had and that he was interested in. And he would show you that he could. And there were 12. Yeah? There were 12 languages. It was amazing. So we just don't know. But that's not been an issue. But one thing that did provoke as well, also the linguistic landscaping, was when we did a little study with students just to walk around and see where we could see other languages apart from English. Of course, we teach French, Spanish, Chinese, and Arabic. So in that part, you see other languages. But apart from that, the only place where we found, I don't know how one of them found it, something in another language was a little note on the inside of a cleaner's locker telling them not to do something. I can't remember what it was, but it was this, and it was written in Portuguese. Yeah? So we must have had some Portuguese cleaners, and they'd been doing something that someone didn't like. So they wanted to stop them doing something, so they used Portuguese, which was really interesting. So it really galvanized to do something about positive use of multilingualism.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more here? Okay. All right.
This is not a question of mine, but a question from the online community, from Claire from University Jean Monnet, in charge of developing multilingualism in her university. She's asking, according to you, the efforts in raising awareness should focus more on students, on teachers, or the management staff? Would bottom-up or top-down approaches be more efficient, and why? Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. That's a great question. I mean, I think the top-down approach is not really feasible because we need to convince people, that are making the decisions that this is important. And important throughout all kinds of things. So our former Deputy Vice-Chancellor for Global Issues and Employability, for example, was a former head of languages in a university. But when we, in an academic council meeting, were looking at an employability statement, there was no reference to languages. Yeah? So the idea that we should be telling students to put all of their languages onto their CVs, for example. So top down, I think even people who are more open linguistically, it must just be that they're sort of in this, it's challenging to be in those roles. I'm going to be positive in a way. But we have to, I find, we have to do it the other way around, which is why, Theo, that we did it the other way. We're waiting to do the policy until we've got interest from people, because then they'll be able to fit it in. I don't know if it depends on the context, but all the contexts that I know needs to come from below, and the students are people that that people value in terms of their voice. Yeah, so it's the students more so than the academic staff or the professional services. So the student voice is really important. Hence my quandary about that negativity to using other languages that some have.
Thank you. Okay, Bessie.
Continue what Theo said about the non-professorial staff and you talked about the cleaners. Were the cleaners included when looking at the languages?
Yes.
Good.
Yes. Yes, the head of estates I went to meet, and he got very enthusiastic. I can't remember what I did, but he got very enthusiastic. So he wrote to them all and said, please do this. So, yeah. We're looking at the whole community. And then, as I say, at STEP will be all of the linguistic communities outside the university, where I work with a lot of them. Our students will be part of them. So we need to bring that in as well. It is the whole community.
Okay.
Bessie. Terry, thank you very much for this great presentation of how you're valuing multilingualism in your institution. I wanted to ask if you have any numbers on the numbers of students, percentage, on the numbers of students, international students that are returning to their homes. I mean, in other words, not anymore living in England. And the reason that I want to ask you this is because of the topic of our symposium, also in relation to translation, etc. Obviously, because they are in an officially English institution, where the official language is, they don't, they may use languages, celebrate, but they don't translate in their own languages things that have to do with the academic disciplines that they're studying. And I'm wondering whether there's any effort to involve them in actual people that share languages, etc., in actually being able to translate concepts, etc., in their own understanding of their languages, especially if these people are returning. In a research that we had done where 𝗪𝗡𝗙𝗪𝗂𝗪 had been responsible in an ANIM project, and there were 8 universities involved, and we were trying to see what percentage of students were actually doing cross-linguistic mediation in their time. One of their tasks was trying to decide with each other what it would be in their own language when trying to, especially some difficult concept. And it was a very difficult, of course, thing to do because it was not recognized at the level, the official level of the class. So I wanted to ask you a little bit about that.
Very interesting. A lot of our students, of course, do return home. The UK is not very welcome. They're considered to be immigrants. So, to address our immigration targets, we count overseas students, international students. So a lot of them, it's not quite so welcoming to stay as it used to be. But it's a very good question about the multilingual, the learning community, the multilingual university learning community is cross-disciplinary. So I always work across the whole university. And so one example that I want to grow is a brilliant colleague in architecture who discovered that, some of the terms in English, of course, when they're translated, mean something totally different. Space, for example, or prototypes, designing even, all of these words meant something different. And so he's been collecting what the words in other languages, which we don't actually have a word for, with a view to somehow bringing them into the teaching to explain concepts. So he is looking at, not quite the way you talked about it, but he's showing this interest in the language and how concepts in English can be misunderstood because they don't have a direct equivalent, but also the concepts that we don't have that actually are very, very useful. That was, you mentioned that earlier, really. So this is something to really grow, to look at the kind of technical language and how it can be expanded. So he's obviously trying to get them to think about their language and how this concept translates.
Great. Thank you very much, 𝗪𝗓𝗧. That concludes this session. Our next speaker is already waiting, I guess. So thanks a lot for this altogether positive case in the times of trouble.
There are still problems.
There are still problems, but there is hope.
Can I just say?
Sure.
The EDI strategy, 2026 to 30, VC said it should be there. Well, what they've done is removed all of the characteristics. Rather than adding language as an additional one, they've just removed all of them. So it's now a just general statement. So there's still no reference to language in it.
Anything goes.
Yeah, so that's interesting. Why?
Okay. Thank you. Are we having our next speaker online already? Yeah, it looks like. And I have the pleasure to introduce the next speaker online, Aisling Tiernan, postdoctoral researcher at one of the universities in Aachen, Germany. Her work examines internationalization, academic mobility, and the effective and regulatory dynamics of higher education. And in a way, judged upon the short description of her contribution, I dare to say it's yet another reaction or response to the presentation by 𝗪𝗡𝗪𝗡 before, because I read in the summary that the talk concludes by considering how universities might reimagine internationalization in ways that support mobility without reproducing harm. Fascinating. The audience is yours, Aisling.
Hello, everyone. Could somebody give me a nod if you can all hear me and see my slides?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aisling Tiernan, and I am a postdoctoral researcher at the Institute for Sociology at ETH Aachen University. I'm really glad to be here today, and I hope you'll forgive me for not being there in person. I have two bosses here, aged 1 and aged 4, who have a great talent for disrupting my plans. But the conference looked too important to miss, and I'm very grateful to be speaking to and hopefully joining this community here, especially following Andrea and Terry's talks of what I would call a community of both care and resistance, which I think is really important. Today, I want to talk about a contradiction that sits at the heart of contemporary higher education. And that's that universities market themselves as welcoming and international, sometimes even borderless spaces, and yet at the same time are deeply implicated in national immigration control. And I want to explore what that contradiction feels like for students living inside it. This talk draws on my PhD research within the UK, but I'm also thinking about how to situate it within the broader developments of higher education and immigration. To begin with, I'm working with the concept of everyday bordering. And that's the argument that bordering isn't something that just happens at airports or checkpoints. It happens in offices, in classrooms, and registration systems. So students don't just cross a border once they arrive. They encounter borders repeatedly, institutionally, and in the very places that they've come to study. There's a growing body of work, particularly coming from Canada, positioning universities as eyes of the state. institutions being repositioned as migrant surveillance actors, and often without a full understanding about what that means for their core educational mission. And that framing shapes a lot about how I think about this. And my central question is, how do international students experience and navigate these student visa systems? And the short answer, which I'll build towards, is that for many universities, the university itself becomes a site where their strangeness is both produced and reproduced. So when it comes to the internationalization of higher education, the numbers tell part of the story. We've gone from around 300,000 international students, internationally mobile students in 1963 to over 6.4 million students in 2021. And the growth is deeply uneven. So just over half of all internationally mobile students are situated in 10 countries, with the US, UK, Australia, and Canada remaining the top Anglophone countries. But of course, here in Germany, France, and China are also significant destinations as well. An important note, though, is that often courses that are marketized to international students are provided in English. And this concentration reflects the English language premium and prestige that's given to it, which raises real questions around the direction of knowledge flows from the global south to the global north, and what that means for post-colonial structures in higher education. Then I think following this morning's discussions, when we think about language both as a resource and as an instrument of control, I think we can see how English language delivery can be seen as another bordering mechanism within the wider system. So specifically, the UK sits squarely within the internationalization picture. Over 730,000 international students were enrolled in UK universities in 2023 and 2024, contributing over £12 billion annually to universities. And that figure has grown as public funding has continued to shrink. And it's fair to say that international students in many universities are what keeps the lights on. And yet this financial dependence exists alongside a political culture, which, as Terry has just mentioned, has become increasingly hostile to immigration. Students are counted in the net migration figures. And so there, on one hand, is a rhetoric of welcoming the best and brightest students. And that sits in an uncomfortable tension where with a visa system that treats those same students as a migration risk to be managed. So universities find themselves pulled in two directions at once, actively recruiting internationally while simultaneously being part of the student visa rules. I would like to mention that my research grew directly out of my own experience. So before academia, I spent about 10 years working in international student recruitment, both in the UK and later in Ireland. And through that work, I was gradually and then quite suddenly and noticeably seeing how visa processes were impacting international students and how all the student visa rules were really becoming a burden on their day-to-day life. But what also struck me is how many people across the university did not know about this, and it wasn't something that was very visible. And so it led me to ask the research question of how do international students experience and navigate the UK student visa system. I conducted qualitative interviews with 29 international students. I concentrated my interviews on visa required students. At that time, EU students were not visa required, although they are now. I concentrated on students that were based in the UK. And of course, the data collected was time sensitive to that particular time period. And before I want to move on to the findings, I think it is it's worth mentioning the architecture of the student visa rules, because it really matters for understanding what students described to me. At the time of the collection, students were on what was called a Tier 4 visa, and it's now been renamed to a student visa, although structurally they're very similar. And within this system, universities act as licensed sponsors. And so universities must issue what's called a confirmation of acceptance of studies. Within the system, they must also monitor attendance, keep records, and report any concerns to the UK Visas and Immigration. And what's really noticeable within the system is that the rules do keep changing. So there was a graduate route, which was reintroduced in 2021. There was dependent restrictions tightened in January 2024. But when rules are changed, they can be changed with no warning. That can really impact students who are in the UK at the time when the rules change. And that was something that came through in my interviews. So this architecture puts a lot of responsibilities on universities. So through this monitoring and requirement to report visa breaches to the UKVI, there's a lot more work that needs to be done. There are whole new units being set up to deal with international student visa issues. And also academic staff are increasingly involved in immigration compliance because they're required to take attendance for visa required students in classes. And it also creates a new risk for universities. And for some countries, the risk of a student's visa not being given to them is higher than from others. And so students from countries with a higher visa refusal risk become less desirable. And there was an example of a university in 2012 who actually did lose their sponsor license for some time. And it put the students at that university in a really vulnerable position because they no longer could attend that university. It was the London Metropolitan University. And suddenly these students were scrambling to find another university to sponsor their visa. Otherwise, they had to go home. So that's the structural elements from the university. But what does this feel like for students? In the interviews, one of the clearest themes that emerged was around surveillance, not just as a policy fact, but something that students felt viscerally in their daily lives. And Kofi captures it very directly here. His question, why do I have to show my face before you can tick a box, isn't just a frustration at an inconvenience. He's identifying something about the kind of subject the system makes him. A body that must be physically presented, verified, and made legible to an institutional gaze. And the phrase "it's quite dividing" is doing a lot of work. It's dividing from his peers and from the experience of just simply being a student, from the sense that this place could be a safe place for him in the same way that it might be for others. I mentioned the changing rules in a previous slide, but there's also an issue of communication around visa rules. And there was a lot of ambiguity around what was their university's job and what was for the immigration authorities to manage. And a lot of it worked through rumor mills, which didn't help with clarity of information. And Divya's account here shows how partial and uneven the monitoring actually is. So she knew that the rules existed, but she'd barely experienced them herself. And she had just experienced the rumor of surveillance. But that rumor in itself is a form of control. You don't have to be monitored constantly if you believe that you might be. Although for her, it created a sense of fear that somehow her university wasn't doing something accurately. But what was also really interesting was rumors about resistance. So there was talks of a professor at University College London who'd said, you can fire me, but I'm not going to report attendance of my students. And that moment of institutional refusal is important. It shows that these systems are contested and not accepted by everyone. People maybe as individuals pushing back within universities. But as Divya notes, she hadn't experienced that herself. She's just living in the uncertainty. And it's important to say that acts of resistance in this way could also put students at risk, because the risk of them losing their student visa would mean that they could no longer stay in the UK and could interrupt their studies. And so that feeling of precarity really ran through all of my interviews. And I had a student from the US who really articulated what it felt to be in a visa-conditioned life, and what it feels like. She described it as living a life constantly on hold. She can't work, can't build, can't invest in the community she's contributing intellectually. And there's a real asymmetry here from Caitlin's perspective, because she feels that the university benefits from her presence, her ideas, her fees, while the visa simultaneously prevents her from fully inhabiting the life that she would ideally like to live. And I also thought it was particularly interesting that, this was a student from the US and not a country that we typically associate with visa precarity. And it's a reminder that the system affects all students who are visa required in this environment. Financial issues also came up significantly throughout the interviews, and there are lots of different financial elements to applying for a UK student visa. There is the cost of the visa. There's also sometimes health tests that need to be taken. There are sometimes health like TB tests that need to be taken, but there's a travel requirement to get to an approved clinic. You also need to be able to show a large amount of money in a bank account for a certain period of time, as well as paying for health insurance. And Anna's account here of scrambling across bank accounts to assemble $50,000 at short notice is a reminder of the significant material barriers that are filtering who can participate in international, or at least UK international higher education. And she reflected herself that maybe not many people would be able to do what she did, and it wasn't easy for her, but she felt that she was quite lucky. And so it's an illustration of how internationalization, as it plays out in practice, is not available to everyone. So the aspiration may be much wider than the reality of access is. And I suppose coming back to the theme of language, we see in international student experiences that how students are spoken about in media discourses and in government documents is very powerful. one participant, Noor from Malaysia, put her finger on a central contradiction with real economy when she says, on one hand, they are getting 60 million a year out of international students. And on the other hand, it's like, we'll kick them all out. And she used the phrase, dirty little things, which always stayed with me right throughout the whole PhD. She delivered that phrase with a laugh, but she really captured the stigma which was being categorized to being an immigrant in the UK in a context which is supposed to also supposedly celebrate presence. I felt that the laugh and her delivery of her entire interview really was doing a lot of work, where she was using laughter and joking about a hard situation to manage something that really was very painful. So that's just some of the data. There was a lot more, as you can imagine. But in terms of making sense of it, I drew on two theorists really that helped me. And I found that the concept of the stranger is useful here. And I drew on Ahmed's work where the concept of a stranger is not something that's fixed or known, or a stranger is not somebody who's unknown, but it's the figure that is being produced through both social and institutional practices. And the key move is to shift the question away from the individual. It's not why do some students feel out of place, it's what practices produce them as out of place. And I would conclude that, or I would argue that what I found is that the university itself is one of those places. Every compliance email, every unexplained attendance check, every moment where a student's status is made visible and conditional. These are small acts of stranger making. And importantly, strangeness is relational. It's produced against an implicit norm. And so one could argue that the domestic student or the home student who moves through the institution without these frictions, untroubled by visa conditions, never at risk of removal, and is never at risk of removal. And international students are made strange precisely in contrast to that experience. And what I think you can see from some of the data that I've just shared is that the emotional consequences of these experiences are very real and very effective. When belonging feels conditional, students hold something back, sometimes from their studies or from their friendships or from the institution themselves. Another way of looking at this is to question why despite this, why despite the hardship of navigating a student visa, do a huge number of students keep choosing, in this case the UK, or choosing to participate in higher education or international higher education. If these students aren't naive, they could see the difficulties clearly, the challenges are well reported. But they pursued with their dream of UK higher education. And the concept of cruel optimism helps explain why. And this is a concept that describes the attachment we maintain to objects of hope, even when those objects are working against our flourishing. So international education carries enormous promise, mobility, transformation, opportunity, and students remain deeply attached to that promise, even when the visa system or financial presence or institutional surveillance are built into the structure of accessing it. And when the hope and the harm are bundled together, that's when we start to to describe it as cruel, and that's very much what I saw in my data. So what does this all add up to? I don't know if I have the positive recommendations that I maybe had aspired to provide. The students in this research weren't experiencing isolated bureaucratic frustrations. They were living in a structural contradiction. And the same institution that recruited them and attracted them, that takes their fees and celebrates their presence in its marketing, is also in a way working against them. And so belonging for these particular students is never given. It's always conditional, always subject to withdrawal. And I suppose we cannot, as a point, we cannot study international student experience as if it were separate from the immigration regime when the immigration regime is existing in the university. The two have become inseparable. And I think until universities and policymakers reckon with that, honestly, the damage will keep being done quietly, one student at a time. It's hard to know where to go from here with hope and optimism. So we all know rising far-right politics and anti-immigration sentiment, in my opinion, makes this type of research more urgent. But on a positive side, I think there is growing academic visibility to student visas being something that we should be aware of. I think that it's important to remember that students aren't passive subjects of these systems, and they're actively building communities of support within them. One of more recent projects that I'm working on is looking at student networks as a form of resistance. And I'm also working on the idea of a funded project here in Aachen on accidental gatekeepers and examining the role of staff who are often caught in this, academic staff, I mean, without actually knowing what they've become involved in. And I suppose maybe I want to end on something that's been on my mind since this morning's discussion, and that's and also following some more recent research on international students, which is responding to calls for care and kindness, and involving international students in research on international students. Because I think that's something that researchers, practitioners, and institutions can all choose to act on. So that brings me to the end of my slides. Does anyone have any questions for me?
Thank you very much, Aisling. Is there any immediate question that you would like to pose? Otherwise, we have time after lunch. After this, the two presentations that will be the one and the one following the lunch. Jos is going to lead the discussion, so there will be time for more thorough reflections on this one. Any immediate questions? No immediate questions because you are all with your lunch mode.
So I'm quite happy to know that there's no immediate question now because we only have 1 hour for lunch, so we have to be quick. But lunch has been prepared. I saw it. It doesn't look bad. Not at all. It looks quite nice, appetizing. Let me just make one short announcement. We sent this to you by email, but perhaps the message is no longer so much in your minds. This evening at 5:30, that means 15 minutes after our scheduled ending of today, there'll be a walking tour through Saarbrücken for 1 hour, and you're invited to join. I mean, the tour has been paid, whether you join or not, so you can just join. And this should be quite interesting, and from there we are guided automatically by coincidence, by miracle, to the restaurant where we have the meal this evening, dinner this evening, if you want to. So thank you very much. Have a wonderful lunch. I have to say that in other languages, in English I could say enjoy, but bon appétit, guten Appetit, 𝗓𝗋𝗔𝗟𝗓 in Chinese. So thank you very much, and see you here, also the online audience, at 2:00. Thank you.
Yes, Aisling, be with us following the lunch break.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for calling for your attention. We are 2 minutes before time, but this will change immediately. We would like to play to you what we watched last evening, but not all of you were there. The welcome address of the Lord Mayor of Saarbrücken, Mr. 𝗬𝗢𝗙𝗏, who also did it in English, and it's a very nice speech, actually, he gave. And another advantage is that it's short, only 2 minutes. Before we start, let me just say one more thing. We have quite a number of items of food left, dessert, soup, and some finger food. So the food will stay there until 4:30 roughly. And should you ever feel hungry or a little bit, so feel a touch of hunger, please sneak out, come back again, of course, but please sneak out to help yourselves to some more food. It would be a pity to waste it. So this is my appeal, and I do thank you very much for that already. So I hope the mayor will soon appear on the screen. And
ladies and gentlemen,
here we go.
Dear Bessie Dendrinos, dear Professor Thomas Tinnefeld, dear guests, welcome to the 10th Symposium of the European Civil Society for Platform for Multilingualism. We are very happy, and as mayor, I'm also very proud, yet the symposium takes part here in Saarbrücken, and I can tell you it's the right place for that. Saarbrücken is situated right at the German-French border, and we are very international oriented as well to Luxembourg and Belgium, which is nearby. In our city, there live people from more than 150 nations, and this has, of course, a great effect on our school system, where our students learn from the very beginning what it means to live in a multicultural and multilingual society. We have a very rich cultural scene, and, of course, multilingualism is also there, very natural. When it comes to our higher education system, the research institutions, the universities as well, there is a great international life in our city, and people come from all over the globe for studies and research to Saarbrücken. It is even above the national level, and we are proud of that. So we are very open for international life in Saarbrücken, and we really live as a European life, a German-French life in Saarbrücken, or as we say, the Euro metropole Saarbrücken. Thank you to the Sprachenratsaal. Thank you also for the University of Applied Science, the Hochschule für Technik und Wirtschaft. Thank you for organizing the symposium. And of course, all the attendants, all the guests, I wish you a great time in Saarbrücken. Enjoy the symposium, and I hope to see you soon again.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Jos, may I ask you to come to the stage, our next speaker, and then I think I won't anticipate anything. You're going to present him, so that's your turn, and that's why I don't even say your name to keep things discreet, so that you can take the stage. Thank you very much.
Dear colleagues, now it's time for the next presentation, and I present to you 𝗪𝗡𝗪𝗆𝗀𝗆𝗏, research trainee at Tilburg University. He has a bachelor in international business administration, a master in data science and society, and a master in culture studies. And we know each other already for a couple of years because he was part of my class on multilingualism and policy work. His academic work has focused on students' perspectives on the de-internationalization in Dutch higher education and on Dutch directness. I'm not sure if you're going to say something about that as well. Yeah? Okay, I'm very interested in that as well. So please come and take the floor because it's yours, Monte. We're looking forward to your presentation.
Yeah, thank you.
It's not the right slides. Perfect. Thank you. Thanks again to Jos for introducing me. Today I'll be speaking about the following topic. And this is actually the title of the presentation today, but also the title of my research that I've conducted last year, which is the following. First, I want to say something about myself. So my name is 𝗪𝗆𝗪𝗆𝗪𝗆𝗪𝗆𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪. I'm 25 years old. And I'm originally from Gouda, a small town next to Rotterdam. Might know it from the really good cheese that we have invented. So, yeah, as Jos said, I've done an interesting combination of degrees, all at Tilburg University. Really like it there. And the last program that I've done was Management of Cultural Diversity. I had the privilege to do part of this master's in Brazil, in Rio de Janeiro, where I really felt that I could see how cultural diversity and certain policies really are put into effect in a place that is maybe one of the most diverse places in the world. So I thought that was an amazing experience. Something that I've done there, what I thought was very interesting, was look at the Arab diaspora in Brazil. In Brazil, there's around 15 million people that are of Arab descent, and there are actually more Lebanese people in Brazil than in Lebanon itself. So it was very interesting. And as Jos just mentioned, during my master's, I've also done a research traineeship regarding Dutch directness and the communication style that we as Dutch people are maybe quite well known for. And I've done that together with my colleague Irem. So that was also a very interesting experience, but that will not be the topic of today. So in 2023, we had not our last elections, those were actually last fall, but the elections before that showed that after the election result, international students in the Netherlands felt increasingly less welcome. So during this election, the radical right, for the first time in Dutch history, won the election. They became the biggest party. They're called the Freedom Party, or Partij voor de Vrijheid, led by Geert Wilders. And together with three other right-wing parties, they formed a government called 𝗪𝗏𝗏, which was our then prime minister. And when you look at the data, you can see that international students, they felt initially quite welcome, around 70%, but after the election, this number went down to 55%, which is quite a lot. And the mention of feeling unwelcome increased from 16.5% to 25%. And this change in how the international students felt welcome in the Netherlands, it really symbolizes the transformation of the internationalization in higher education in the Netherlands. So about this development, so the Netherlands used to be a country that was one of the front leaders of internationalization, but actually this became, this halted not by this last government, not by the right-wing government, but actually about the government that preceded it. This was not per se a right-wing government. It was actually, I think, quite a centrist government, and they proposed a law which was called Internationalisering in Balans, or balanced internationalization in English. And this law mainly focus on restricting the amount of English programs. In the Netherlands, we have a lot of English programs, especially English bachelors. All the programs I've done are in English, and actually two of them don't have a Dutch equivalent of it. So, but besides that, it also put some possibilities in restricting the amount of students in English tracks, or just restricting international students in general, but only those that are not from the European Economic Area. So this government actually didn't last that long. It's not uncommon for Dutch governments to not last long. So yeah, it lasted about a year, and after the bill was proposed, it wasn't voted on yet, or went through both chambers of parliament in the Netherlands. And we had our second government that I mentioned before, and they actually intensified this measure. So the research aim of my thesis, it was my master thesis, is how international students experience the internationalization policies, mainly the de-internationalization policies in Dutch higher education. So I wanted to develop a theoretical framework first, and I started actually with an example from the United Kingdom, where there was a term coined there called the Hostile Environment Framework. This was during the time that Theresa May was the Minister or Secretary of State, or Internal Affairs, the Home Secretary. So the hostile environment was a concept that was supposed to create an atmosphere of unwelcomeness so that undocumented migrants wouldn't be actively banned, but would kind of encourage to not come to the UK in the first place, but also make life quite hard to sustain a life as an undocumented migrant in the United Kingdom. And this atmosphere was created through three domains: facilities, finances, and securities. So, for example, example of facilities could be that it is really hard for undocumented migrants to access healthcare in the United Kingdom. And an example for security could be that undocumented migrants in the United Kingdom couldn't work, that it's illegal to employ undocumented migrants. So I took the framework and I applied this to the balanced internationalization law that was proposed and introduced. So for facilities, the law included that there would be way stricter conditions for non-Dutch programs. So there was quite an extensive list of what points what reasons the program needed in order for it to not be in Dutch or in English. Also, they mentioned that they wanted the main language of the university to be Dutch. So, for example, in Eindhoven, the university there, their main language is actually English, and that was not something they wanted. Secondly, regarding finances, the bill also proposed an increased fee for non-European economic area students. These fees are already quite high, so to increase them even further, that's quite something. And what they also wanted to do was to limit the grants for EEA students. So in the Netherlands, you get a basic form of grant when you go to university, and this also counts if you're from the European Union and work like, I think, 8 hours or 12 hours a week, so it's not that much, and you can already get this grant. So they wanted to see how they could limit this for European students. And thirdly, surrounding security, they wanted to increase the screening of non-EEA students, so to see if they would pose any security threat in the Netherlands. So they wanted to intensify this. Secondly, the theoretical framework also consists out of internationalization and de-internationalization. The Netherlands really was known for its internationalization policies since the Bologna process, where European higher education was more standardized. That kind of started where the Netherlands became actively recruiting students abroad, but also creating programs in the Netherlands in English so that these students could study in the Netherlands without learning Dutch. So this was around 20 years. The numbers of international students grew every year, and there are a lot. Many of my friends that I've studied with are international students, and there are many of them at our university in Tilburg, but all over the Netherlands. Also at the University of Applied Sciences, there are many international students. So from a different side of society, there was some backlash. The classrooms at universities, they became overcrowded. There was not enough room for people to study, to go to the library. There's not enough place. So there was some backlash regarding that, but also regarding the housing. When you have more students in a student city, you do need more accommodation. But the Netherlands right now is going through a very severe housing crisis. So people put this blame on international students for that they are taking away their housing. And also the government proposed budget cuts for the whole higher education, over 1 billion euros. They wanted to cut for higher education. So people are saying there's less money than for internationalization efforts. This is not only in the Netherlands, the de-internationalization. You can see this also in Canada, in the United Kingdom, Australia. Canada put a cap on the amount of student visas, for example, that they issue every year. And lastly, it's the sense of belonging. I wanted to see how these restrictive policies affected the sense of belonging of international students. The sense of belonging, to feel at home in a place, to feel recognized, to be seen as an equal in your surrounding. It's very important, especially I think as a young person. It can affect the mental health. It can also affect the academic performance. So besides that, international students in general, they already face certain struggles, such as stress from moving from one country to another, but also from loneliness, from isolation. So to have these restrictive policies on top of that, I was interested how that could affect this even more. So my research design, I've done a qualitative research using semi-structured interviews, and I've chosen 13 international students from my university. I have done both bachelor students, master students. I have taken students from all our faculties. We have 4 of them. And also I have chosen first-year students, the students that just came, and students that were there longer, because the first-year students, they came when the government was already there, and the students that were studying there longer, they have experienced multiple governments. As I said, the Netherlands had, in the last 3 years, 3 governments, so it changes quite a lot. This is a little picture of where the students are from. So I also thought it was a bit important to not only take European Economic Area students, because they have a very different experience from someone like India that pays 9,000 euros or 10,000 euros for a bachelor degree and almost 20,000 euros for a master degree, whilst a European student pays around 2,000–3,000 euros, just like a Dutch student. And I think it's also more representative. So this it's 10 countries. And the general analysis was a thematic analysis with the help of coding, which I've done for all the interviews that I did. So before I want to talk about the findings, I want to show you some quotes from the interviews that I've done. So the first quote, as you can see, is a student talking about their rights, talking about that they have the right to speak up. So this came into the conversation when I asked them about a phenomenon that the university sometimes promotes certain things, although they claim to be bilingual, only in Dutch. This is something that they have told me, that they have seen certain promotion to be only in Dutch, and I asked them how they felt about it, and they were not that happy, and I asked them, why don't you report this maybe to the university itself? And yeah, they said that actually they had a feeling, and that other students have the feeling, that they already should be thankful to be studying in the Netherlands in the first place, and that they don't really have the right to speak up, but that this person thinks it's really important for them to speak up and to show that they also have rights. Secondly, this was a quote from another student that was really also not thinking only about the effects on themselves, but also about the teaching staff at Tilburg University. Because we have so many bachelor and master's degrees that are taught in English, we have also staff that is not from the Netherlands, and some of them don't speak Dutch. So if a program would be turned into a Dutch-only program, then the staff couldn't work there anymore and couldn't teach. So I thought that was very interesting that they mentioned this as well. And lastly, the last quote is this quote from a student that said that while they just started studying Tilburg, that in the coming years they believed that there wouldn't be a measure that would be severe enough for them not being able to study in the Netherlands anymore. And when she mentioned this, they went further and told me that this counts for them, but not for other students. They explicitly said that because of their skin color being white and that they have the European citizenship from the European Union, that they felt that they might be more protected than students that aren't, and that other students are more vulnerable for these restrictive measures. So the key findings, I have structured them in 4 domains. The first one is the international student experience in general, because I wanted to see what is the experience of international students at Tilburg University outside of these restrictive measures, to have a clear picture of how is studying in the Netherlands, specifically in Tilburg. So regarding their social life, many international students told me they have met many friends from all around the world, they have created international circles, but that there was one type of student missing in those students, and those were Dutch students. So although almost all Dutch students speak English on a high level, there is some disconnect between the two student groups, and this was mentioned a lot. So this is something that is quite relevant to them when talking about the social life. Secondly, I also asked them about housing. Since we are in a housing crisis, it is extremely difficult as a student to find a room, especially when you are not Dutch. So students have reported that there are advertisements for housing for student rooms that contain Dutch only or no internationals. So they are explicitly advertising on Facebook, but also on other platforms, that certain people are not welcome to live there. So as you can see, some students actually face homelessness because of this, and because they couldn't find a room. Thirdly, bigger bureaucracy. This was also a thing that many students have told me that they are facing in the Netherlands as a struggle. For example, the government letters, I get them in Dutch, but apparently they also get them in Dutch. So when you don't speak the language, this can be quite difficult to understand what it says. Secondly, some services were not provided in English. A student told me that when they called a certain, I think it was an electricity company, to sort something out, that they would just not want to talk to them in English. And they couldn't fix the problem until they found someone that actually spoke Dutch. Also, certain students face difficulty accessing healthcare. And in general, the students that are not first-year students, they struggled a little bit less, which could suggest that they adapted over time. Maybe they have actually made that Dutch friend that maybe could help them in certain aspects. Regarding finances, as I mentioned before, when you're not from the EEA, you do pay a significantly higher amount of fee. Some of these students only can study thanks to scholarship that the university gives to people that are not from the EEA. And what was also mentioned is the rising cost of living that is also affecting a lot of students, and including inflation. So the second domain is the perception of the de-internationalization policies by these students. So most of them were aware of the 2023 elections, but they were not aware that the de-internationalization actually happened before those elections. They were quite surprised. And regarding the policies, they were quite negative. They were not happy, which I think is quite natural. So regarding the language policy, they saw this as impractical and even as discriminating. Students feared that it would drive away international staff, that it would make the classrooms less diverse, and that it could even affect the quality of education. And they also mentioned that some programs already have been discontinued. So in Amsterdam, the psychology course is not being taught in English anymore, whilst in Tilburg it's actually one of our biggest programs. So regarding the financial policy, the budget cuts and the reduced grants were perceived to make it hard for people that are not from a very privileged background. And regarding the security policy, so the policy that intensifies the screening of non-EEA students, it was seen as discriminatory and xenophobic. As well, some students mentioned that to get a visa for the Netherlands, which isn't always as easy, you do go through some security checks already. So people were questioning the fairness and also the effectiveness of this measure. And the effects on the sense of belonging, well, in general, most students felt some decline in welcomeness. And they also mentioned that they have felt this through the communication of the university, that they saw that even on campus they already felt less welcome because of certain promotions being only in Dutch. It has to be mentioned that some students felt this more severe than other students, of course. So, also asked them about their future worries. A lot of first-year students, they were a bit worried about how it is going to go with their program. So one student mentioned that in Amsterdam, psychology was not offered in English anymore. They were first-year psychology student in Tilburg in English. So they were worried, will it be possible for me to study next year? So they were worried about this measure. And the non-first year students, they were almost done. They were more worried about the future students, so not so much worried about themselves anymore. So I asked them, well, will this policy changes make you leave the Netherlands, or are you still going to pursue a career here or maybe a second degree? Well, some people did reconsider staying in the Netherlands. Some people already had plans to leave. There were also quite some students saying, no, this is not a good reason enough for me to leave. There are still a lot of very positive aspects of studying in the Netherlands, although there are policies now in place that could restrict me for studying here or finding a job in the Netherlands. So, again, that is quite a mixed reaction from the students. And finally, I also asked them, what are you missing? Are you demanding some help? Is there some support you need? And they mainly talked about the university and how that they asked the university to be more transparent about these policies, because all these policies are in Dutch, of course. And for me, someone that is a native Dutch speaker, it was already not easy to go through the law and to really understand what it would mean for them, so let alone for them to understand what it means for themselves. Secondly, this is just in general, but they really urged the university to support them more through housing, because they really are insecure in this aspect in the city. And they also thought that it could help for the university to support them into integration efforts, to have more Dutch language courses, to even put them inside the programs themselves, because now certain students are not able to follow a Dutch course in the Netherlands or in Tilburg because there's just not enough space for it. So it's not that the international students aren't putting enough effort or are not putting any effort in learning Dutch. They also want more support in finding pathways into Dutch society and the labor market. And finally, they really wanted the university to support them more, to advocate more for international students in the public domain. They felt that they were not heard or represented by the university. So in conclusion, the policies, they created certain barriers for international students that unfortunately created a shift in climate where students have to navigate through while they're also studying, while they're also having a side job, while they might also have other things in life. And students did feel that these policies made them feel more unwelcome, and they are asking the university to help with transparency, practical support, and advocacy. What I want to mention, as I said, in the last 3 years, there were 3 different governments in the Netherlands, and actually, like 2 months ago, we have our new government that is led by 𝗪𝗡𝗏𝗏, and although 𝗪𝗡𝗏𝗏, our new prime minister, was part of the government that initially proposed the balanced internationalization law, his current government actually wants to back down and make certain changes. They actually want universities to be able to target international students again, but also to retain Dutch talent inside the country. They want to get rid of the many reasons that are needed in order for a program to be taught in English. However, they do want a binding agreement with institutions that would manage the capacity and also the regional impact of international students in the Netherlands. And finally, what they will keep in place is the cap on certain English-taught bachelors wherever it's needed. So, the restrictive policies, they have been going through quite a lot, but the political situation in the Netherlands, it is not always as stable, and we do have quite some change in governments over the past years, and this could in the future again happen. So although this is maybe a positive shift for students now, students could maybe be relieved with the plans of this government. This government might survive for 1 year, maybe 2, and then we will not know what the next government has prepared for these international students. So it's something we, I think, should still keep in mind, although certain aspects are scraped off. I think that was it. So I don't know if anyone has questions or is going to go through you.
I'm going to ask you a question first. Thank you very much, Monte, for this very interesting and challenging presentation. It's almost difficult to ask you a question because the political situation is changing so fast. And as you said, maybe we're back to a little bit worse situation in 1 or 2 years, because how stable is the government currently, we don't know. So after a period of strong internationalization of academic education in the Netherlands, leading to many BA and MA programs switching entirely from Dutch to English, we see a tendency in the last couple of years of de-internationalization. So perhaps we went too far or too fast. because not everything went well, as your interviews have clearly shown. And while discussions during the internationalization process initially were focused on Anglicization, so English as a threat for our national language, the decrease of Dutch as a proper academic language, the rationale behind the de-internationalization process seems to be mainly about the international students and not on language, so the influx of foreigners and the huge housing problems that are there. And language is a bit more to another position now. But what about that language shift? Until now, many of the BA and MA programs are still taught in Dutch, and with the new government, maybe there's a stop of going back to Dutch. We'll see. So although the 𝗧𝗵𝗂𝗀 government did call the universities to switch back to Dutch, in practice they're often still taught in English, and therefore, luckily, also still accessible for international students. What's your personal take on this? If we look at Tilburg, which propagates a bilingual language environment on a very multilingual campus, do you see there a balance between Dutch and English? Or is it, for your experience, more an English campus and not very bilingual? What's your personal take on this? And also I was thinking a little sub-question, when you were showing that students were not feeling very welcome, do you know if the country of origin is a variable there? So you had students from Belgium and Germany in the group, but also from Sri Lanka and Mexico. Is that an important factor there?
Yeah, thank you for this question. Two questions. I'll first answer the first one. Okay.
Oh, right.
Give me the... All right, we'll stand there. Yeah, I think it's a good question. Me, as a Dutch native speaker, also, I do see Dutch at the university. I see English at the university. I must, be honest. I do see a lot of English in general, not only in the university. I see a lot of English in the Netherlands, which always, just brings some thoughts in my mind, since English is not our official language. I think, although there are efforts into restricting this Anglicization, I think it's not very successful. It's everywhere. You see English on campus, you see it outside campus, you see it on train stations that certain announcements are only being made in English. I think it's more efficient because you reach a far broader audience, but students have told me, there are some promotions only in Dutch. And that's true. I've seen those as well. Sometimes when I look at them, I'm like, okay, those are just Dutch guest lectures. So I think it's also, it could be of value to also invite people to speak in Dutch, since there are programs only in Dutch, and then it's not that relevant to other students. But when you don't speak Dutch and you see Dutch, then you don't know what it's about. So I understand that they reported this, but for me, I see a lot of English in general, and I think it makes people feel more included. For the second question, I think that's a very, very interesting question, because I had 3 German interviewees, and one of the Germans, they told me that they think that they are being treated better in the Netherlands because, first, she is white and blonde, so she looks more as a stereotypical Dutch person. But secondly, since she speaks German, she learned Dutch quite fast, and her Dutch is quite good. And so she said that although when she speaks Dutch, it's not perfect, but she thinks she is being treated better because she is speaking the same language as the people in the Netherlands. About the people outside the European Union, I had one person from India. He actually told me, I understand that the government wants less international students, that he thinks that if there is a housing problem, that there maybe should be less international students. I did ask him, okay, but you are still here, and what do you think of that, because you are here as well? And then he said, yeah, but I did find housing, so I don't have an issue in that. So, yeah, that was, for me, I think, an interesting response, but didn't go very much into depth there. Another Indian, no, she was Sri Lankan, actually. Yeah, they really were involved in what is going on in the Netherlands, and her perspective was very different. So, yeah, she did see it very much as unwelcoming. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Yes, of course, of course. I have my notices here. Yeah, definitely. So I was thinking about the presentation of Professor 𝗪𝗓𝗪, the linguistic landscape on Tilburg University campus, and the only name for Tilburg University is Tilburg University, not Universiteit van Tilburg. It's very much in English. So, all the road signs go to Dante building, for example, not Dante-gebouw.
Yeah.
And that's also striking. It could have been bilingual as well, right? It's not very difficult.
No.
Final remark is striking also the orientation of Dutch policymakers towards UK, Canada, Australia. We're looking at those countries when we want to organize our higher education, but not to Germany, Belgium, Denmark. That's interesting, isn't it? We're very much looking at the Anglo-Saxon world, and as an example, this is the right way to go.
I think it's interesting, although when I did read the law itself and the letters that are sent to the parliament in the Netherlands by these policymakers, it was mentioned that, for example, good quality education doesn't have to be in Dutch and doesn't have to be in English, that it can be in Dutch. And then Belgium was actually used as an example, because when you look at Belgium, they don't offer the same amount or close at all of English taught programs. But when you look at Belgian universities, they are of very high standard, and the education there is of great quality. So they actually did look at them, but actually to use it as a reason to not teach in English. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Thanks very much. And then we go to Aisling. I see you on screen right there. Thanks very much. Also for your very engaging presentation. So my comment or question would be about the requirements for immigration. They clearly lead to inequalities for international students. And then I was thinking, who's responsible here, or who should be responsible here? Is it university? Is it national policy? Is it the state, in other words? Should it be for other countries than the UK, for Ireland, for example? Should it be EU and Council of Europe? So the process of internationalization, it's not easy to direct. If you're taking a certain turn towards more or less internationalization, you invest in staff, you invest in that linguistic landscape, you invest in all the programs, and you can't say, okay, next year we're going back to everything in Dutch again. So that's very difficult. And on the one hand, it was driven internationalization by neoliberal policies, making universities earn more money by attracting international students. On the other hand, I think we, as ECSPM and ECSPM friends, are very much in favor of the international campus in itself, because it's something that, we applaud. People being together from different backgrounds, inclusion, diversity, multilingualism, an international student population, is something that I'm very enthusiastic about. And it also fits policies from the EU or the Council of Europe, for example, where it says that every inhabitant of the European countries should be able to speak at least 3 languages. Did we hear Aisling switch our borders for new borders? So are we repositioning barriers of exclusion, if I may formulate it like that? So we see that there are borders, of course. We have gotten rid of certain borders, for example, through the European Union and Council of Europe, making policies for all the countries. But are we now repositioning those barriers of exclusion then?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question, Jos. And there's so much to unpack there, I think. And I suppose the short answer to the last part of your question is, yeah, I think borders are absolutely being repositioned. And I think what's happening is they're becoming more hidden. So when it was a case of coming to an airport or a point of entry and showing your passport and being in and out, that's a very visible and obvious place of a border happening. But what happened in the UK is the responsibilities that were given to universities brought the bordering activities into universities. And it came in quite quietly in a way. I had to smile, Monty, in your talk. You referred to Theresa May, and she was a huge character at the beginning of my research in the UK in terms of her thoughts on immigration and immigrants and reducing that migration. But what really struck me kind of around 2012, 13, 14, is that when this highly trusted status was brought in and universities became responsible for student visas, a lot of people throughout the university didn't know about that. Academics typically didn't really know about that. Often international offices sat somewhat separately to the academic activities, and the two weren't intertwined. And often academics didn't really know that the university was suddenly carrying out this piece of work. You had asked in a previous question to Monty about things happening, going too far, happening too fast. It sometimes just feels like there's things happening that are not being properly discussed, and that there's no visibility on these actions to everyone, because the consequences are, as we've seen from both of the talks, both that I and Monty gave, that they're having a real impact on international students, on people who are navigating higher education. And I find it really interesting that, in the case of if you compare and contrast the UK and the Netherlands, very different in terms of what they're trying to achieve, whether it's more international students or less international students. But at the end of the day, the impact is quite similar, because the way that international students is being talked about is, it's not great. It's quite disrespectful, really. And yeah. So the term in the idea of who is responsible, I'm not sure I know the answer to that question, but I do think that more wider conversations need to take place, and more visibility to these conversations need to take place so that everybody involved knows what's happening.
Thanks very much. The floor is open for discussion. Is there anyone who wants to ask a question for Aisling first? Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Ashley. Thank you so much for your very interesting presentation. I work on language requirements and refugees, low literate refugees in Scandinavia. And I've also been looking into language teachers and how they manage responsibility when they are in positions where they have to, when they assess language, that when the refugee need to pass a certain test in order to to become eligible for permanent residency and citizenship, for instance. And I really liked your concept of accidental gatekeeper, because teachers, of course, language teachers, they did not become teachers in order to border, to be doing bordering practices, but in fact they are. But I was just wondering that maybe accidental gatekeepers, do you think is it a strong enough concept? It's accidental, but gatekeeping, I think it's almost like policing, accidental policing or undeliberate policing. And also related to Jusse's question about responsibility, where does the line of responsibility cut off? Yeah, I guess that's my question. But I really enjoyed your talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that question. And I think you're right that the term gatekeeper also does make me think about policing, and in certain situations that's kind of exactly what's happening when you're, say, taking attendance on international students and then reporting somebody who doesn't turn up to class, specifically on their visa, for visa reasons, not because of any academic requirement, then it is a form of policing, and I think it's entirely uncomfortable. For many people who become teachers, that's, a world away from what they would want to be doing. And in terms of responsibility, I also think there's a question of complicity. So to go back to the example of the UK, UK universities rely on international student funding, right? This is a huge income stream, and it keeps the university going. And so for that reason, any one individual university is not likely to push back on hosting international students and take this piece of work away from their staff, which in theory they could do. But if all universities worked together, and maybe it is more in forums like this where people maybe can collaborate, better and wider together, that there can be a pushback. I think a pushback needs to happen because this work is happening in educational spaces at the moment. And I think it's quite uncomfortably. I mean, it raises all sorts of ethical complexities. If you have some students on a visa and some students who don't, are you taking attendance on just a portion of the class and not on others? And it's not just for students within the classroom, it's also in terms of access to this classroom. So if you come from a certain country and it's easier for you to get a visa, then you're more valued as part of the academic community than if you're from a country that isn't. It's, I think it's really worrying, and so yeah, I think I agree with you. Yeah, it's uncomfortable.
Thank you very much for that answer. Monte, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I think it's interesting that you said that universities should collaborate more to maybe, advocate more for students or against certain restrictions. I think that was also what I gained from my research, that students really felt that universities should maybe take a stronger position. And I think one university cannot do that alone. But when you do it together, I think you can. I've seen the statement that the universities made together, but I understand where the students came from when they said there wasn't strong enough advocacy for them. So, yeah, totally agree on that.
Any other questions for either Monte or for Aisling from your side? Yeah, go ahead. Mike is coming.
If there are different tuition fees for European and non-European. Maybe you mentioned it already, but could you please remind that there are different and which difference is there?
Yeah, of course. So as I mentioned, as a Dutch person, you pay around 2,500 per year in tuition fee. Doesn't matter if it's
for bachelor and
so it doesn't matter for bachelor or master.
It's the same.
It's the same. When you are a non-European Economic Area student, then for a bachelor it is, I think, between 8,000 and 12,000. It kind of depends which program it is. So that's for bachelor. And for the master, I think it's between 16,000 and 20,000 per year. So
and what about European, other European than Dutch?
No, so
economic, Dutch and
European Economic Area.
Yes.
So those pay exactly the same as Dutch.
As
people.
Dutch.
Yes.
Okay. And could you analyze your data as far as the nationalities are concerned? So you, for example, more Africans, more from Asia. The reduction, you told that there is a reduction of international students. And did you see some interesting differences between the countries, as far as the countries, or origin countries are concerned? For example, you have less international students coming from Africa or from Asia or from US. What did you...
Well, I think in general, maybe Jos knows a bit more about that since I think he knows just in general more about those stuff. I think in Tilburg, most of the international students are other European Union students. We do have students from outside Europe, but not in big numbers. Most students, I think, are from Europe. I think... But there are also a lot of students from Turkey, which is not in the economic, but maybe Jos can say a bit more about it.
Indeed, no, you're correct. So most of the international students are from other European countries, and then the next areas that are a lot of students are from is Turkey, India, China, but in China often students have a certain type of funding to come to the Netherlands, and then the Latin American countries, so Brazil, Colombia, Venezuela. Yeah. So those are the main areas. People coming from African countries, it's very rare, right?
We do, actually. I'm part of the African Student Association of Tilburg, and when you compare the numbers of African students and, for example, Polish students or Romanian students, those are just countries. I think there's more of just specific nationalities than in general the whole Africa. We are quite a small community, and I think there are more Dutch African students, so people like me, Moroccan Dutch, than actual people that are from Africa. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
And you, of course, do not count as an international student.
No.
But you are part of the association.
I'm not, but sometimes I'm being seen as
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, indeed. Any other questions? Yes, I see a finger there.
Thank you very much for your presentations, demonstrating how important political shifts are for what we are doing in our universities. I was wondering, this is a question to both of you, how does this affect the students, the international students' feeling of belonging? So they are, do they feel solidarity with other peoples that undergo the same restrictions and requirements as they do, or do they also feel solidarity from the university, their fellow students? How does this affect these kinds of experiences for them? Thank you.
Perhaps Aisling first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you for that question. There's a massive impact on students' sense of belonging in different ways. you get a divide between home students or national students and students going through this visa process in a way. And there's a disconnect there. And I think, Monty, you mentioned in your talk as well about, people maybe coming to the UK and wanting to be friends with UK students and that not happening, and that feeling of being differentiated being a reason for that disconnection. But what you also have, because in the UK you have differentiated rules, so depending on what country you're from, your visa has slightly different requirements. It leads students to ask questions about what that rule means for them. So at the time that I did my study, students from a certain number of countries had to register with the police, but not all international students had to register with the police. And that made one of my participants ask the question, what does that mean? Does that mean that, he asked it in the reverse. So he was a student who didn't have to register with the police, but his friends did. And he said, oh, well, what does that mean for me? Am I less likely to be a criminal because I don't have to register with the police? And it became a joke between him and some of his friends who were from a different country. But you can see that's a really effective way about what it means for the society you're in at the moment, that if the visa rules dictate me to do a certain action, that means that the country thinks about me in a certain way, or the people within the country think about me in a certain way. So it definitely impacts a student's sense of belonging that way. Other rules, like, for example, health screenings can lead students to think that they're more likely to be infectious. And that's something that I've seen has come up in research that was undertaken during COVID as well, was, findings around certain nationalities being considered more likely to have COVID at a certain point in time. But also, just integration into the community can be changed by these rules that apply to you or don't apply to you, as it would seem.
Yeah, of course. I already mentioned a little bit of the sense of belonging and welcomeness of international students. And what you can see, what all internationals have in common is that they do feel that they are being treated differently, and that there is this divide with the Dutch students, but that they really connect with the international students and that they are experiencing something all together, so they find strength in that. But I think what's also interesting is that the international community is, of course, not uniform, and one of my participants is from Albania. So although this student is from Europe, is a European, but it's not from the European Union. And so she is treated very differently, although the other person that's maybe from the country next to it pays so much less, doesn't need a visa, doesn't need so many other things. And so you can also see that even though they are from the same continent and we're all Europeans, that we are still not being treated the same. So, yeah.
Thanks. That's a sad but solid ending of this discussion. Thanks very much, Aisling and Monte. And we go to the next block of presentations. Yes. Thank you.
Bring that up.
Yeah, here they are.
Okay. Perfect.
And how do I move forward? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay. So welcome to our next session, which
will feature a talk by Antonella 𝗪𝗏𝗧𝗏, and it is my privilege and honor to introduce Antonella. We've known each other for over a decade now. We met in the context of Bilingualism Matters, which will play a large role in Antonella's talk. But let me back up for a second. Antonella is professor of developmental linguistics at the University of Edinburgh, and she has been researching bilingualism across the lifespan for many decades. Her publication list is very extensive. I said I could just talk about her 30-page CV this afternoon, but that would not leave much time for much else. So I'm going to keep this brief. But yeah, Antonella is a very eminent scholar. She is, besides her professorship at the University of Edinburgh, also honorary professor at University College in London. But she is also not only working in the university context doing research, but it's really become her mission to translate, and here we are also in the symposium theme, research to the public and therefore also to practice. And in 2008, she founded Bilingualism Matters, which is a not-for-profit that bridges the gap between science and society. And at first, Bilingualism Matters was a local service in Edinburgh, and now it's a global network. And Antonella will show you in a minute how big it has become. And the aim is really to help teachers, to help parents, to learn about multilingualism, to foster multilingualism, and yeah, to really show the positive effects. And we've been working together, first in the international board and now as the board of directors for Bilingualism Matters. And yeah, it's a real pleasure to be part of the organization. And just to finish with some more of your accomplishments, Antonella has been honored with fellowships by the British Academy, the Royal Society of Edinburgh, the Royal Society for the Encouragement of Arts, Manufactures and Commerce, and most recently she's been elected as a fellow of the American Association for the Advancement of Science. And today she will speak about the bridging the gap between research and practice, and we will follow this by a discussion. So welcome, Antonella, and we're looking forward to your talk.
Thank you very much, Tanya. You already said half of the things I was going to say, so maybe I'm joking. But thank you very much for inviting me. I'm delighted to be here. Thanks to the organizers. Thanks to all of you for being here. As Tanya said, I'm interested in doing research on or multilingualism over the lifespan. The term bilingualism literally means two, but we use the term bilingualism to refer to more than one, so that covers also trilingualism, quadrilingualism, pentalingualism, which is not a word that is used, but anyway. And my research group in Edinburgh, we do research on multilingualism over the lifespan. So that ranges from young babies who are lucky enough to learn more than one language from birth, young children who learn one language first and then another, older children, again, one language first and then another, and then young adults who learn a language, for example, at university, and increasingly also older adults who learn a language later in life. And we do research that is interdisciplinary. I'm particularly interested in the connections between language and cognition. So I work primarily with psychologists, neuroscientists, and people who work on the brain. So I'm going to talk about challenges today, not because I have solutions to the challenges. necessarily, but I'd like to hear your opinions about these challenges. And first of all, I'm going to talk about the challenges for how, research, how to make it accessible, right, from the point of view of researchers. Because there's still, quite misconceptions on researchers, on the researchers' side, on whether, it's a good thing to make research accessible to the public. I mean, some academics would tell you, oh, no, I'm sorry, I don't have time, first of all. Second, they would say, oh, but we don't know enough, so what are we going to tell people? So I think, these are just two of the challenges. And then I'm going to move on to what we've done with Bilingualism Matters and the challenges that we're facing and people are facing when they try to do something concrete for building bridges between research and society. So let's start from the obvious. So multilingualism, as we know, is the norm in most places in the world, not in our types of countries. But there are many prejudices, many misconceptions, some very old and some new as well. So we have to distinguish, on the one hand, between the many myths, both, as we see, old myths that have been around for a long time, and some of the facts that are emerging from research. But increasingly, we have to distinguish between the new myths that are arising out of the misreading of research, either unintentional misreading or even intentional misreading of research. So we have to separate science from science fiction. And what are the, I don't have time to go into details, but just a brief summary of what the myths are and what, the emerging facts are. So for children, the idea of confusion is still very, very widespread. So a bilingual child, how can they learn any language properly if they hear more than one language when they're very, very young? And then migrant children coming from another country, another language background. Well, those children are, predicted to have problems at school because they have to be schooled in the new language, in the majority language of the new environment. And so very often, in Britain at least, they are separated initially, so until their English reaches a certain level. And then the very widespread misconception that, some languages are useful and some languages are less useful or not useful at all. And that, applies obviously not only to minority or minoritized languages, so languages introduced by migration, but also it applies to the many indigenous languages spoken only in certain places that are increasingly regarded as not useful. I'll come back to this. So what does research say? Very briefly, research on children, bilingual children, that actually very young babies can separate their two languages long before they learn enough words, long before they learn enough of the grammar, but just, for example, by looking at facial expressions. This is actually quite, it goes against the idea of early confusion. We know that a child who grows up with more than one language has a spontaneous understanding of how any language works, and that can lead to better language learning skills. So learning a third language or a fourth language starting from more than one is easier than starting from only one. But also it can lead to potential advantages for the understanding of the language of schooling, the majority language. English in the case of the country where I live. Language mixing is often regarded as an example of confusion. We get this, in our public engagement work, we get this question quite often. My child mixes, it means that, they're not really speaking any language properly. Well, there is a lot of research on language mixing that shows that actually mixing follows rules. So mixing is not a random certain kind of behavior, but it actually shows, where it is appropriate to insert a word from the other language into the language that you're speaking. So it shows good knowledge of both languages, and also creativity. That is an example that I like to show from one of my sons. My sons grew up with Italian and English, and he would say at a certain point things like, "Mamma, mangiamo patate crunciose stasera?" That means, "Mommy, are we going to eat roast potatoes tonight?" What's funny about that sentence is that crunciose doesn't exist in Italian. It's clearly made up on the basis of the English word crunchy. But that sentence is absolutely perfect from any point of view and consistent with the Italian grammar. So patate crunciose, both feminine plural. The position of crunciose as an adjective follows the noun as it should in Italian, and it doesn't precede it as it should in English. So this is just an example of creativity and competence in language mixing. And then outside the language domain, there is a huge literature on the potential benefits of having more than one language. For example, on the awareness that other people can have a different point of view. Other people can have a different perspective. This is a stage that all children have to go through. A young baby is naturally egocentric. And then, they gradually realize that, for example, spatially, if you're sitting there, you don't see what I'm seeing here, because we don't share the same visual perspective. But that is, also involves many other kinds of perspective taking. And a bilingual child gets there earlier because they understand that not everybody speaks their languages. So they have to choose the right language depending on the person they're talking to. And that means getting out of their own linguistic perspective, embracing the other person's linguistic perspective. And this is generalized outside the language domain. And then there's a huge amount of research on the potential effects of bilingualism on the control of attention. So the way we pay focused attention on what matters for the task we are doing without being distracted by other features that don't belong or are not relevant for what we are doing. And the ability to switch attention when we switch from one task to the other, we have to refocus attention in an appropriate way. And so there is research on the potential effects of bilingualism on this, due to the fact that all languages in bilinguals are active, and so, we have to exclude the language or languages that we are not speaking to different extents depending on where we are, but that has effects outside the language domain on the way we focus attention on particular issues. And then for adults, there's a huge literature. The misconception is, well, if you're not a child, how can you learn another language fully or properly? Actually, you can learn a language pretty well if you start as an adult. Obviously, you have less time than a child. Obviously, you can't be fully immersed in the language like a young child can do. You have to deal with jobs and families and other commitments. But from a cognitive point of view, it is possible to learn a language pretty well if you start as an adult. And there is research on aging that shows potential effects of having more than one language on brain plasticity, for example, but also cognitive reserve. So, potentially delaying effects on the emergence of certain kinds of dementia. So a delay in the emergence of the first few symptoms. Clearly, there is a lot of research that shows potential benefits of both linguistic benefits and cognitive benefits that could benefit the everyday life, not just language, but also whatever we do in our everyday life. However, these benefits are not automatic because they depend on the right kind of context that can favor the emergence of these benefits, both in children and in adults. They depend on positive attitudes, for example. And so this is, one of the challenges that we're facing. But from the point of view of these benefits, there are no more useful or less useful languages. This is a clear message. So any language, any combination of languages can actually potentially give these benefits, including sign languages that I said nothing about it, but as we know, sign languages are like any other language except that they use a different modality. Now, new myths, as I said, we are at the lucky time, whether we have the old myths still there, in many places, but also the new myths like, right, if your child learns more than one language, they are more intelligent, right? And believe me, this is a question that I get asked by people and also journalists quite often. Or at the other end of the spectrum, is it true that if you're bilingual, you don't get Alzheimer's, right? Which I always reply, it would be wonderful if that was true. Unfortunately, it's not. So we're not talking about avoiding dementia. If one is genetically predisposed, they get that disease, but we're talking about delaying the emergence of the first effects, so potentially having 2 or 3 or 4 years of more independent life. These effects are not automatic, as I said. So we're moving away from regarding people as either bilingual or not bilingual, because the bilingual experience, the kind of bilingual experience, actually plays a very important role. So we are now considering bilinguals along a continuum ranging from less bilingual to more bilingual, and that continuum is defined by many different factors, many of which we're still trying to understand in research. We are still trying to understand how, for example, language distance. Does it matter if you speak 2 different languages, very typologically different languages, or 2 typologically closer languages? We don't know enough about this. Exposure to variation. This is what we tell, parents, for example, having only mommy or daddy who speaks the language, the minority language, is probably not enough. Try to create a mini community so that your child can hear people speaking the language in naturally different ways. So we can call this natural variation, and for a monolingual child, that's taken for granted. But for a bilingual child in the minority language, it's often not something to be taken for granted. Attitudes, of course, if the child is surrounded by negative attitudes, they're not very motivated to speak and to learn the minority language, and individual differences. So we are still, quite a ways from understanding how these different factors not only affect the bilingual experience, but also how they interact with one another. And this is what we need more work. But also we are moving away from the idea that, the bilingual has to be perfect, or the bilingual is the sum of 2 monolinguals. I mean, this is, maybe not as explicitly as I'm saying it now, but many educational diagnostic tests, practices in everyday life are based on this comparison between bilinguals and monolinguals, particularly in countries like the UK. So this has to do with the fact that monolingual norms are still used as the point of reference. So we should really move away from the monolingual norms and understand that, the real monolingual, even in what we regard as more monolingual societies, where are they? There is interesting research, I don't have time to talk about this, that shows that even passive exposure to multilingual communities can have a potential effect on the brain. So let's be careful about, using the monolingual as the point of reference, both in research on bilingualism and also in linguistics. For years, we used the monolingual speaker of English as the point of reference. We should really stop doing that. So we are facing challenges also in the so-called Anglosphere, in the English-dominant world because of the status of English. English is by far the most commonly studied foreign language. Many millions of people speak English as the language, and in the Anglosphere, this privileged monolingualism, as we can call it, by using the term monolingualism in this funny sense, really has very important economic disadvantages. A few years ago, the lack of language skills in the UK was calculated as costing the UK economy £48 billion a year. That was, this is probably, to be updated, but it's a big loss, and clearly Brexit didn't make the situation any better. Let's not get into that. And linguistic diversity is disappearing. We work with UNESCO. UNESCO predicts that by the end of this century, so 3 generations from now, half of the world's languages will have disappeared because they are not regarded as useful. They are not spoken to the next generation and then passed on to the next generation. And this is what really kills languages. If a language is not spoken by parents to children and then by those children to the next generation and so on, the language dies. Even, if you have the most illuminated government, and the policies that can really make a difference, but this is really predicted to happen. And so, as I say to some of you, can we stop this? Probably not, but we can try to slow it down. And this is already, it would be a big result. So, challenges, first of all, for research. I do research, as I said, on multilingualism over the lifespan. These are some of the conclusions that were drawn at a very interesting conference that I was invited to speak at, organized by GESDA, which is the Geneva Science Diplomacy Anticipator. It's a foundation that is interested in integrating science and society. And they organized this conference on language and communication. And basically, what are the challenges up to now? So we were asked to make predictions both for the short term and for the much longer term, starting from the situation at the moment. So the situation at the moment is that research on bilingualism, multilingualism is still too fractioned. So you have, research on bilingual first language acquisition, as well as research on second language acquisition in adults. And you have research on first language attrition. And you have, so all of these are subfields that should be more connected. And they can be connected in a very positive way. And also, there are some groups who only work on the linguistic factors. Some groups that only work on the cognitive factors. Some groups that only work on the social factors. All these factors need to be integrated, and we need to have a better understanding of how these factors connect with one another. And monolingual speakers are still very often the point of reference in research. So we compare bilinguals and monolinguals. And very often we have academic wars. I don't like the term, but I'm afraid in some cases they really look like wars. So researchers who don't agree with one another. People who say, well, I didn't find what you find, therefore, your results don't exist. Let's be calm, let's be objective, null results exist, and very different contexts for research exist. So we need to understand why results come up in certain cases, but not in all cases, and so on. But I don't need to explain this to you. Next 5 or 10 years, so the conclusions were that interdisciplinarity is necessary. So we have to get out of our little cozy corners where we are the experts and try to understand what people are doing in other corners and try to build bridges. And we have to understand, as I said before, that the bilingual experience is not unique. It is very heterogeneous, and we need to understand gradient effects of bilingualism. I love the term gradients. Some of you know my linguistic research as well, that is founded on gradients, not in black or white. So, we need to understand what conditions the bilingual experience. And so we need also a way to understand why results show up in some cases but not in all cases. So multifactorial approaches that would allow us to understand that. The next 25 years, we're really very, long-term visionary people. Monolingualism, let's stop using that as a point of reference. Avoid both the negative perception of bilingualism, multilingualism, but also the over-positive perception, as we said before, and try to come up with a reasonable, interpretation of multilingualism that potentially takes into account the many factors that play a role. AI is a very, very growing topic in this field, so understanding how AI will affect language learning, both in young people, well, particularly in young people, but also in older people, understanding language changes. This is a topic that is growing in importance wherever we go. AI plays a very important role, and learning from public engagement. And this is where I'm going to move next. So connecting research and society is not just benefits for society. So we're not, the wise people who go and impart their wisdom on society, but we learn a lot. We learn a lot as researchers. We learn to do better research. So we have to learn to simplify complexity. I mean, as researchers, we know that, multilingualism or whatever we work on is very complex. It's naturally very complex. But when we need to communicate one or two clear messages to people who are outside academia, we have to learn to simplify in a productive way. And this is very difficult to accept for many researchers, the need to simplify. Adapting contents and styles to very different audiences, and this is what we do with Bilingualism Matters. We try to talk to anybody, people with very low levels of education, business people, children, teachers, families, very, very different audience. So we have to be able to adapt what we say according to the audience. And we have to learn to find the best possible solutions, again, by being realistic, by understanding the need to compromise. So, again, the world is not black or white, and we can't be over-optimistic, but we should try to be not to be over pessimistic either. So we should try to see, a positive way and what the best compromises might be to achieve those aims. So joining the many dots, both in research, as we said, research can also be very heterogeneous, very specialized, hyper-specialized, and we have to try to join the dots there and join the dots between research and society, because we think that better information, adapted information, can lead to better decisions. And we know that people have to make decisions all the time in society about their children, about their students, about their patients, about their policies. And very often they still make those decisions on the basis of misconceptions, many old and some new, as we saw before. So that's why, one of the reasons why I decided illo tempore to start Bilingualism Matters. Also, as the mother of bilingual sons, I remember, as a mother, how many misconceptions there were around. And so, as a parent, I thought, why? We need to do something about this. We work in this field. We have some responsibility to join the links. So we do a lot of, as I said, we talk to everybody in society. We do research projects commissioned by various stakeholders. I'll see in a moment, you know, the last few years have been difficult, both because of the pandemic, but also because of the financial constraints of universities. So our funding has been cut. So we are facing many financial difficulties at the moment. But at the moment, we have an international network of 35 partners in 4 continents. So most of these partners are universities, where they do some research on multilingualism. Not all of them are universities. And the last time, the last one we opened was in El Paso, Texas. I opened it online because we decided not to travel at that point. Because of the present situation. So I gave my introductory speech at 2:00 in the morning. They were 7 hours behind, but they were all very enthusiastic, and I was very sorry not to be there. We have collective events. We have an annual conference, a symposium for bilingualism matters. The next one is in Milan, and it will be at the end of April, so 28th, 29th, and 30th of April. If you have a chance to go, please do, or to connect, please connect. We have many people who are planning to come. A fantastic program, right? Yes. And the symposium is in Edinburgh every 2 years now, and every 2 years one of our partners takes over the responsibility to organize the conference. But we do workshops, we do events, both in person and online, all year round, many of them. This is what I've just said. It's actually 28th. Right. So, as I said, we're now, the effects don't go in one direction only, but they come back to research. So from research to the community and back to research. For example, as researchers, we understand bilingualism and multilingualism better in context. We have that can give us better research insights, better research points to investigate, better abilities to communicate across disciplinary boundaries. Remember, interdisciplinarity is very important and not to be taken for granted. We have funded research projects, both by UK agencies, but also European agencies. We have a community of students where we train students to communicate in a clear way. And that is actually very important. Students learn a lot from the experience of extracting the main message. What do we need to communicate to people when we have only, 10 minutes? We know how complex the field is. How can we simplify communication in an effective way? We've had in the past student-led projects following student initiatives, and this looks very good on students' CVs once they graduate and look for jobs. So we give them, as I said, training and so on, and opportunities to collaborate as volunteers for bilingualism matters. So these are many partnerships and collaborations that we have in the UK, including Financial Times, Pearson, and NHS, and many others. We collaborate with UNESCO quite a lot now. We took part in their document, Futures of Education. We contributed to that, and now we are part of their bigger initiatives on languages, and we also collaborate with other non-UK-based collaboration partnerships, UNA New York City, for example, and others. I'm almost finished. You'll be pleased. These are two books that we produced. These are accessible books, not academic books, so they can be. We recommend them to people who want to know more about multilingualism. Bilingualism Matters was originally written in Italian by myself and two Italian colleagues, and then it's been translated by CUP into English, and the other one is published by 𝗪𝗙, which is a company, a social enterprise in Canada, where with which we've been collaborating for a few years. Whose research? The challenges, right? Whose research? Which research are we going to communicate? Big challenge. Learning to communicate clearly. We're not, talking to other academic experts. We can't use the jargon that we naturally use in our specialized conferences, so we have to adapt our language. And universities, I'm afraid, they attach a lot of importance to impact at the moment. I'm talking about UK universities in particular, but not only. But this impact notion is based on competitive notions, so we have to compete with one another rather than collaborate with one another, and this is totally contrary to my idea, because my idea is that we really need to work together, both in research and in public engagement, to have the best results. And we have to understand the practices of policy making. So this is important, so we can't, again, this is the ideal world that we are depicting, and are you doing something about this? Well, we have to understand, the particular financial constraints that people have. People may have, may be very motivated to change their policies, for example, or introduce new policies, but they may have practical constraints that make that more difficult. And it's up to us to understand these constraints and learn to mediate in the most positive ways. I'm co-organizing an event with the Scottish government at the moment on the status of modern languages in Scotland. We're trying to do our best. We have elections in Scotland in 2 months, so policymakers are very careful at, showing any kind of commitment. But we are getting them involved. We are getting them involved in conversations, and hopefully that might lead to some changes at the appropriate time. So coordinating actions, connecting actions, integrating different kinds of both research expertise, multidisciplinary research, but also experiences of public engagement. Some people are more experienced at talking to some general audiences than others. And we are exercising a political role in the etymological sense of the term. So we're not taking sides, with one party or the other, but we're trying to exercise a role, non-partisan role that can actually help society. And we can learn from each other, and that's very, very important that we do that. So I'll stop now. I probably talked too much. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Antonella, for this inspiring and engaging talk. And I know we have to get together closer. I know there are probably many questions in the room, so I'm just going to ask one question, also connecting to what Terry was saying in the morning. because it's something that I personally haven't actually thought about so much, and I feel like Theo presented a good example. Like, in what way bilingualism matters sort of shines back into the university. I think we can talk a lot about, you know, how we shine into the community and it's reflected back to us, but perhaps from your experience or also from other universities, like how the university uses bilingualism matters to you know, foster internationalization and value multilingualism inside the university.
Well,
or you can,
yeah. I'll speak here. Yeah, I think the universities can definitely benefit from having organizations like Bilingualism Matters. Both because, you know, it's a clear example of impact, right? Again, you know, their notion of impact is not necessarily the same as ours, right? I mean, it's still, you know, impact on general audiences, but, you know, for me, impact has to be collaborative and not competitive. But let's leave this aside. It certainly attracts many students. I mean, we have many applications, you know, in Edinburgh that, you know, say, I want to come to Edinburgh not only because, you know, there's world-class research on multilingualism, but also because there is this, you know, well-known attempt to connect research and society. So I think, you know, there are different ways in which universities can benefit, but they could do more to support what we do in a concrete way. And the times we're going through are not ideal for this. We have to recognize this. As we said, you know, our situation, we're constantly trying to find, you know, a way of keeping, you know, the momentum and doing the things that we would like to do, responding to all the opportunities that come our way, which are many, as you know. But sometimes, you know, we feel that we don't have the capacity to respond in an adequate way. So we are at an interesting moment where, you know, we really have to find a way of increasing our resources so that we can continue to respond in an appropriate way and benefit from what we do.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, so the interaction with the university is really a key factor and the support there is. Other questions? I think Bessie was first.
Thank you, Antonella. I just wanted to say that, first of all, a big thank you. And I wanted to say that this particular contribution that we're very thankful for is not directly related to the theme of the symposium. We thought that it would be a wonderful idea, since we have such fantastic members of ECSPM as Bilingualism Matters, that they would present to us the work that they have been doing. And so even though definitely it is related, it is also about us finding out about their work, just as we are going to be doing with the next session, where our Norwegian colleagues are going to be presenting the work at their research center. And tomorrow also leads from the University of Hamburg, their work, and the work of the University of Constance and the University of Strasbourg, the Actin project. So these are not to be viewed directly as related to the symposium theme, but contributing another part in this symposium. And thank you very much. So it was not a question. I'll pass on the thing, but I do want later to mention that in several language centers, the work that some of our colleagues are doing on the basis of intralinguistic mediation is to teach and students, to help students mediate from the scientific language they are learning to be able to speak in simpler terms, what you were talking about.
Absolutely.
So there's research in intralinguistic mediation in language centers, not only in Germany, and we have, we can send you something in relation to this, but in other countries because of the Common European Framework of Reference. So your work could perhaps relate also to that. And thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Bessie. I mean, and I hope, we can find, again, we've been looking for points of convergences and possibilities to collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I now? Antonella, great talk. Thank you very much, and great job. I wonder, because I noticed how you slightly struggle when you use bilingualism, multilingualism, and you repeat and explain. Wouldn't it be easier to use plurilingualism instead, the way Terry presented this morning? Was it in the morning? Okay. I'm sure you have been asked this question already, so
yes.
You have the answer ready as well. My second one would be this. I think it's very important to remind us to be careful with research quotes and referring to those and creating myths, new myths, old myths. But would you be, can you be sure that there's no valid research in support of what you call old myths?
You mean research that confirms the old myths? I can't say, I'm absolutely sure. I think the majority of studies now, the current research, actually contradicts this idea of confusion. But obviously, we have to consider the context as well, right? So in an ideal context, we can't talk about confusion. As I said, mixing follows rules, and so on. If the child hears enough of both languages, which is something that doesn't always happen, and we recommend, to parents and other people, a child needs to hear. It's not enough to have mommy who speaks one language and daddy who speaks the other. They really need exposure to the languages in a way that, they find engaging, they find motivating, right? So again, I'm not excluding. I'm not saying, this idea doesn't exist. But it can't be the most dominant idea, because now we have to consider research that actually shows that things are quite different, actually. So it's not, we can't associate early plurilingualism automatically with confusion.
The reason why I ask you this is that we need to be prepared to respond to claims referring to valid research in such a way that we sort of are powerful enough to get in a debate about claims built upon those. That's why.
As I said, we're dealing with new myths, that are not always unintentional. There are people trying to exploit the idea that bilingualism is good to sell you stuff, for example.
Thank you.
So I think Thomas was next.
Sorry?
How about plurilingualism?
Okay.
Like changing bilingualism matters to plurilingualism matters?
I disagree with you, because it's a different concept if we talk about bilingualism, multilingualism, and then seeing
going into plurilingualism, meaning using whatever languages and whatever semiotic resources you have. So it's a different concept altogether.
There are times, where when I regretted the idea, my original idea, to call it bilingualism matters, but well, you could have called it, multilingualism matters. I didn't, and we grew up with that name, and so I have to spend some time explaining, that it's not just two languages that we're looking at. Anyway, Thomas.
Thank you very much. So first of all, I would like to pass some applause from the online community onto you. That's the first thing, and I do thank you very much indeed for your, as I find inspiring talk. And on the other hand, I would like to ask a question concerning what you mentioned in passing. You mentioned AI. And what do you think might be the future of multilingualism in an era in which AI can produce, or everyone can produce with the help of AI, let's put it this way, native speaker-like texts in a written form, of course, not orally. So many people might think, well, okay, learning English as a lingua franca, which I can use in any context, might still be worthwhile doing. But what about learning other languages, unless I might meet someone who might be my partner, spouse, or whatever later, then it is worthwhile as well. But on the other hand, why should people still learn foreign languages if an AI can play the role and provide them with a part? At least in a written form. So how do you see the future of multilingualism against this background? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, this is not a question that I can answer alone. I think, again, it's one of the questions where, we need to work together. It's definitely, potentially a demotivating factor, right? Particularly, again, in the Anglosphere, people think, everybody speaks English. First of all, even before AI, why should we bother to learn other languages? Now, you only need to, have Duolingo or, push a button and you get a perfect translation. And we have this problem in universities, right? I mean, the gap between, students' written English and their spoken English, which clearly shows, the universities, our university is taking, making decisions about what to do about this, because, it's quite clear that students use AI to write, right? So what are we supposed to do? Clearly, anyway, so it's a big issue, and I often get the question, from people, can I learn Arabic through Duolingo? I say, well, Duolingo can help, but, it can't really replace human interaction, which is really very important. And it doesn't, Duolingo doesn't give that. My husband is learning Greek through Duolingo at the moment, and, he's reached a level where, he's, he would like to move on, right? But anyway, so yes, this is not going to go away. So it's becoming more and more prominent, in the field. So we have to find a way of dealing with the fact that AI exists. It can be very helpful in many cases, but, it shouldn't preclude access and motivation to learn languages.
If I may add some tiny part. You mentioned Duolingo. This is great. I also am active, learning Swedish with Duolingo, although I've done all the program, and I think it's something like A1 plus or something. That's the end of the story, because I don't have more materials than that. On the other hand, Google Translate is becoming more and more competitive, because in 4 languages, English, French, Spanish, and I think Italian, you can talk to Google Translate, I think up to the level of B2, B2. So this is something. On the other hand, I said that, of course, we can write flawlessly using AI in any language, but sometimes students use that in class as well, when it's about oral matters, and when you give them time. So you give them time to reflect on a question, and then you get answers back from AI, which are more visibly and audibly or less audibly read out from ChatGPT and his friends. Yeah. Sometimes this is so naturally done that you think, okay, the texts presented are flawless, so what's wrong? But it sounds natural, and sometimes students really read from the screen, and then you notice that. Yeah. So it even it actually reaches the realm of oral translation, oral communication in class, even not in real life, but in class. And this is a little bit, I wouldn't say frightening, but demotivating, because it's very actually impossible to assess students' proficiency. What you can only do is wait for the written exam, and then the truth comes out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
So anyway, it's a big challenge, and it's grown exponentially over the last 2 or 3 years. Exponentially, really. Yeah.
No, I mean, definitely. And I just wanted to add, and even there, now we have to worry about people using AI in pens and glasses and so on. So that's like, you know, in the written exams. Yeah. But that's like a whole other symposium. I think Nikolai was next.
Thank you. I have a quick comment regarding one of the questions that Waldek asked, and then I'll ask a quick question to Antonella. My comment is regarding the myths and whether there's research on old myths. And there certainly is. What I find very interesting about myths is that they are kind of like fake news. They're oftentimes based on maybe a tiny little grain of truth, but then maybe it gets distorted, maybe it gets blown out of proportion, maybe it gets misinterpreted. And it's oftentimes interesting and emotional, so that both applies to fake news and myths. And so, for example, in the past, there is certainly research that claimed by you know, at the time, respectable researchers claiming that, you know, bilingual children are worse than monolingual children. And in fact, what we think today is that they are different, and certainly they're not the same, monolingual children and bilingual children. You will see many differences, but that doesn't make bilingual children worse, right? So it's really, so there is some sort of truth, but it's really the matter of how we interpret it. And so I think that's our kind of really big challenge, to focus on how we interpret things and how we don't turn them into fake news or myths. On to my quick question for Antonella. I was very curious, on one of the slides you mentioned that kind of your work in Bilingualism Matters sometimes is distributing the work among the different members, or I don't know if I didn't see it correctly, but can I invite you to tell us a little more about how the different centers work? How are there common projects, and how do individual projects work? Maybe it's a big question for the 1 minute that we have left, but maybe you can give us a little idea of that.
It is a big question, and the short answer is that, you know, I wish we could actually benefit from the big network that we have more than we do at the moment. Right? So we have the big network, and we could do much more, you know, with this, but, you know, with our limited capacity and so on, I mean, Tanya knows quite well, there are limits to what we can do. But definitely, you know, we could have, you know, projects, we could have, I mean, we could actually rely on the fact that, you know, people do research or, you know, experience multilingualism in different languages, different contexts, different political contexts as well. So the variety of partners that we have would be very useful. At the moment, we don't have a systematic way of benefiting from, we have, you know, occasional projects, you know, with 1 or 2 partners, but we could do a lot more. And I would benefit, I would welcome suggestions. I got some from Bessie already, but I think we have the potential to do a lot more.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, definitely it's great to have this network available, and, you know, we know if, you know, like we had projects where Bilingualism Matters became a partner, and that, you know, helps draw at least, you know, a subgroup of partners together, of branches, but yeah, it's a huge potential. And there's still a lot that needs to be done.
In Milan, we'll be discussing this, you know, because most of our partners will be there, and they will tell us, you know, what they've been doing, and we'll discuss possibilities of working doing some more work together.
Yeah, so welcome to all of you, hopefully in Milan. And thanks again, Antonella.
Thank you.
And this concludes this session. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So for the last part of today, we go to Norway. My name is 𝗪𝗡𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪, and I am an assistant professor at Inland Norway University. And today we will be hearing from my two colleagues, 𝗪𝗡𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪 and 𝗪𝗔𝗀𝗧𝗏𝗪𝗏𝗪𝗪𝗏𝗪𝗏𝗪𝗏𝗪𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 our leaders, language teaching and learning in multilingual contexts. And our research group is interested or works with projects that explore topics concerning inclusion, linguistic diversity, and Norwegian as a second language. And these projects are partly about teaching profession and the role of teacher education in connection to the different situations of language use and language learning in which multilingual children, young people, and adults participate. And the educational context here is broadly understood from kindergarten to higher education, and it also includes working life. And although the main emphasis is on the Norwegian situation and on learning and using Norwegian as a second language in multilingual contexts, the research group is also interested in comparative studies of similar situations in other countries which are of importance to the group. So, without further ado, I would like to introduce 𝗪𝗡𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗔𝗟. She is a professor at the University of Inland Norway and professor too at the University of Oslo. Her research focuses on multilingualism and digital interaction in families, at work, and in education. Christian is the editor of the recently published Routledge Handbook of Language and Social Media Around the World, as well as the co-author of the book entitled Multilingual Families in a Digital Age. And Christian teaches social linguistic perspectives on multilingualism, digitally mediated language practices, and qualitative research methods. And today she will be presenting dialogues, languages, literacies, and learning in a digital age.
Thank you very much for that introduction. We've had a long time with no break, so I suggest we start with a little game. If everybody gets up, we'll do a little bit of Wolof together. Just to, be ready for the last hour. So this is a game that grandparents often play with the children. I guess we have similar in Norway. You might have similar too, where you point to different parts of the body and say what it is. So I will say and you will repeat after me, okay? So, butt, bop, bakan, nop. Butt, bop, bakan, nop. Butt, bop, bakan, nop. Okay, thank you very much. I think that gets us started. So, I will present the Dialogues project, which is midway. It started in late 2024, and it will run until the end of 2027. It is an Erasmus Plus Capacity Building in Higher Education Strand 1 project, and the partners, in addition to our university, are Shalimbana University, Zambia, the University of Zambia, the University of Iceland, and Oslo Metropolitan University, Norway. I will say a few words about the background of the project, the preparation of it, and also the structure, goals, and activities. And then I will reflect on our experiences so far.
And I will then be guided by these two questions that you see on the slide. How can we engage in truly collaborative and equitable Global South, Global North partnerships? And how can we challenge power imbalances when funding is based on those very power imbalances? And to guide my reflection, I will also build on this chapter by Chetty and colleagues on decolonizing methodologies. They urge us to acknowledge that when Northern and Southern scholars collaborate, there is always the question of who speaks for whom. And we need also to take into account that there will be differing priorities, different expectations, and that this is not necessarily a problem. We need to acknowledge the complexities. We need to interrogate the processes and the power dynamics that are involved in those processes. And decolonization should not be some kind of label, some kind of virtual signaling, but something that inspires us to work for truly collaborative and equitable partnerships. The Dialogues project builds on a long-lasting collaboration between our university and the University of Zambia. It started with a project in 2008 led by Professor Anne-Marit Westerås-Danbolt. The main activities of this project and also the second project have been student mobility, mutual mobility. So students from our university going to the University of Zambia and vice versa. On master's level, master students have followed courses at the respective universities. On the PhD level, the University of Zambia has a PhD by research only, so the PhD students from the University of Zambia have followed PhD courses in our university. And then Norwegian teacher students can go to Mumana Primary School in Lusaka to have part of their teaching practice there. During the last stages of the second project, COVID came, so the PhD students who were supposed to come to Hamar to follow PhD courses, they had to follow these courses online. But when the world reopened again, they could come to Hamar. So this was kind of blended mobility by COVID-19, and we found out that this had certain advantages. So we wanted to pursue that in our upcoming project. Another important part of the collaboration with the University of Zambia is the Storybooks Zambia.net open digital resource. It is aimed at promoting literacy in Zambian languages. There are 40 stories from African storybooks that have been translated into 8 Zambian languages, both text and audio. And there are 5 levels, 5 different difficulty levels of reading. These can be used digitally, and they can also be printed in PDFs. And you can choose between bilingual books or monolingual books with or without illustrations. And this is also something that we wanted to pursue in our upcoming project. We decided for Erasmus Plus funding for various reasons that I do not have time to discuss here, but if you're interested, you can ask afterwards. What is particular about this funding, as compared to the fundings that we had earlier, is that this is a one-way mobility funding. So it only finances mobility from the global south to the global north. And in addition, it's about capacity building in the global south. So the global north should sort of build competence in the global south. It's really a one-way kind of funding. We needed new partners, and we also wanted to extend the partnership, so we recruited 𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪 University and 𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪 College of Education, and also the University of Iceland for this project. We could get seed funding from the Norwegian Directorate for Higher Education and Skills, so that we could travel to Lusaka in 2022 for a proposal workshop. Here we met the new partners, and 𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪 College of Education, they brought up a new topic for our collaboration that had previously relied on multilingualism and literacy. And we also introduced digital literacy as a topic in the new collaboration. But then they said, we have a national responsibility for deaf and hard of learning students, and we need to build capacity on that. So this was included in the project, and our concept of multilingualism was reconceptualized to also include Zambian Sign Language. And we also recruited Oslo Metropolitan University as a new partner because they host degree in sign language and they have this competence that we do not have. So already at this stage, we were sort of tested. Are we ready to prepare for a collaborative environment, inclusive and reciprocal exchange of knowledge, ideas, and expertise? I guess we are all aware of the requirements of successful funding. It's a lot of work. The Erasmus Plus proposal was more than 70 pages long. And in these processes, it's difficult to have a big group of people with getting their voices heard. So one solution to that was this workshop that we did in Lusaka. And then we continued the collaboration online with a Google document, digital meetings, but of course, in the end, some people will write the final details of that application that is sent, and that empowered our perspective. The second test was when Kitwe College of Education brought in sign language because we didn't have any competence in that. And our first reaction was, oh, can we do that? We don't have that competence. But then this was a need expressed by this newcomer institution, so we decided we had to take that into account. In the end, these were our main goals and activities, so increase competences and skills of Zambian teacher educators in digital literacy and multilingualism, including sign language, through blended mobility, so an activity that we had already carried out. The second part was to increase quality in PhD education and participation in international networks through a new activity, namely joint supervision and cross-institutional supervisors forum. Our first application was unsuccessful, but we got feedback that helped us make the partnership more equitable. So here, the requirements of international funding helped us make a more collaborative environment. However, when in the final submission we got funding, Kitwe College of Education was not validated as partner by the European Union because they're not a legal entity. You see here one of the project participants from the University of Zambia, 𝗪𝗔𝗪𝗪𝗪 how she reacted on this. I'm providing some quotes from some of the project participants along in my presentation so that their voices are also heard throughout. And the professor Anne-Marit Westerås-Danbolt, who was the project manager at the beginning, she also reflects on this and calls it a catch-22 situation. So we had defined the project in the needs expressed by Kitwe College of Education, but they could not be validated as a partner. So in the end, we had to reorganize the project. And this is the current organization with 7 work packages. It was the second work package on digital infrastructure that was supposed to be led by Kitwe College of Education, so the University of Zambia took over that. And I will now go through these different work packages. The second work package on digital infrastructure and the third work package on digital literacy courses, they were amended so that Kitwe College of Education could get something out of it, even though they could not receive direct funding, or we could not pay for anything that had for them particularly. So the aim of these work packages is, on the one hand, to procure the digital equipment that was needed for more inclusive teaching practices using digital tools, and also to carry out the blended mobility. What you see pictures from here is from a workshop where the University of Zambia took some of the equipment that they had procured and lended it to Kitwe College of Education, and then they gave a workshop on the use of digital tools for teaching. And this was a successful event, according to the participants and the organizer. It was a South capacity building event where a PhD student who worked at Kitwe College of Education, who had carried out 3 months of mobility in Hamar, made sure that members of staff responded to a survey about the needs, and then this survey was used to prepare the workshop, a 2-day workshop on digital tools and digital literacy. So this shows some of the added value of blended mobility for other project activities, and I will now talk about that. The funding of Strand 1 is limited, so we could only fund 6 scholarships for 6 PhD students to come to Norway for 3 months. You also see some pictures here from activities that they took part in, from PhD courses including VR technology testing, working on their PhD projects, and taking part in the international mixed party at our university, where all the international students prepare food from their respective countries, and everyone can come and try it out. Then we had 6 PhD students who attended online courses only. And this is a report from one of the students. You find them on our website, where they talk about the academic support from supervisors and lecturers, and also the access to academic materials as important advantages of their stay. But there were also some challenges, including language barriers, and as we see from the second comment here on limited digital literacy and delays in joining virtual classes, it is difficult to rely solely upon digital contact and virtual mobility. There are some digital inequalities there that affect those experiences. The next work package is the work package on sign language integration and support, and we decided to prioritize PhD students who worked on sign language or the inclusion of deaf and hard of hearing students. And 4 of them have projects, PhD projects related to this. 2 of the students followed an online course in international sign at Oslo Metropolitan University, and this university also organized a seminar and a field visit to a secondary school for deaf and hard of hearing learnings and an early childhood education institution as well. I would like to share some reflections on that field visits, and then we will go back to the video. Yeah, sorry. Oh, yeah.
2 little hands to hold. 2 little feet to kick. 2 little eyes to see. 2 little ears to hear. 2 loving arms to hug.
Yeah, thank you. This is signed storybook Zambia. So part of this work package was also to make sign language, Zambian sign language versions of these African storybooks, and this is one of them, as you saw here. And it was made by one of the PhD students who were on mobility. So 2 of them were fluent in Zambian sign language, and they then helped us make these videos. And this is a reflection of one of the students on their excursion and field visits in Oslo. Extension of classroom learning, operationalize inclusion, and reconsider assumptions about special needs education. Then we also got to test ourselves a little bit because sign language and the inclusion of deaf and hard of hearing learners were not only a theoretical concepts here, it was also a practical issue that we had to deal with, because one of the 6 PhD students who came to 𝗪𝗎𝗪, she was a deaf scholar. We do not have any sign language interpreters who speak Zambian sign language in Norway. We got hold of some writing interpreters, but only remotely. So this was difficult challenge to solve, but what happened was that we used speech-to-text technology in combination with one of the PhD students who was paid to do interpretation for this student. And then both of these two students, they also were resources to make these signed storybooks versions. And the student herself reflects here on how she experienced this learning environment as supportive. A new activity in the project from what we have done before is joint supervision and supervisors forum that meet twice a year digitally to discuss supervision. The aim is that 12 PhD students should receive joint supervision with one supervisor from Norway or Iceland and their supervisors from Zambia. The picture here is from a hybrid joint supervision seminar where the PhD students presented their projects. And this has been a little more difficult for us to get started, but the students seem to appreciate what has been going on so far. But this is a challenge for our continued work to get this going in a smooth way. Finally, we have the sustainability and dissemination work package. It includes the logo. It's a hand to symbolize sign language, and then we have the different words there. It's dialogues in different languages. So we try to make the project as multilingual as possible. You also see some screenshots from our website here, where we have presentations of all project participants in English and in a different language. So there are various Zambian languages. There is bokmål, nynorsk, and Icelandic as well. And there are the reports from the PhD students from their stay. So I will close with some lessons learned so far from this project. We have seen that the structures of international funding can create obstacles for equitable partnerships. And here the point of departure was that there is an imbalance. The global north should help the global south build competence. There was also the non-validation of partners, the proposal writing requirements, but there were also some possibilities of enhancing collaboration through allowing for new voices to be decisive in shaping the project, also when these are not in line with the project's initial ideas. Physical meetings were important to build trust and to provide an opportunity for everyone to raise their voice. And we also saw that building on existing activities, existing relationships was enhancing these parts, so that there was space to discuss things that were not working well. The student participants became very important as resources and also as brokers, whereas the innovative activities needed more time and effort. So what we try to do in the rest of the project, what we try to do so far and what we'll continue doing, is to constantly interrogate who holds power, who benefits, and whose voices are heard or silenced in the partnership. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Kristin. Our second speaker is 𝗪𝗏𝗺𝗏𝗏𝗏, and she will be, first about Marte though, find my notes, there we go. Marte is an associate professor at the University of Inland Norway, whose research focuses on language development from a usage-based and interactional perspective. Her current research interests also include narrative methodology, migration tests, and language and knowledge requirements for citizenships. And Marte published research in journals such as Applied Linguistics, Journal of Ethnic and Migration Studies, as well as the British Journal of Sociology of Education. And Marte teaches Norwegian as a second language, as well as applied linguistics. And today's talk is about language teaching and citizenship language requirements in Scandinavia. Varsågod.
Okay, so thank you for that kind presentation, Agnieszka. At least I'm here. That's the most important thing. So, Kristin, Agnieszka, and I, we are in the same research group in Norway. The previous leaders of our research group, Gunhild and Lise, we have taken over heritage from them that we are trying to pursue in the research we are currently conducting. On that picture, you can see a quite recent picture of us. We went for our yearly writing retreat in the Norwegian mountains in November. And the research group is called Language Teaching and Learning in Multilingual Contexts. Today, I will be presenting some research and from a research project that I have been part of that is not really part of this research group, but I did my postdoc in the Impact project, which I will be presenting. And I was also a partner when I was applied at University of Inland Norway. The title of today's presentation is Language Teaching and Language Requirements for Citizenship in Scandinavia. And I'm saying Scandinavia because I have data from Norway, Sweden, and Denmark. But I am located in Norway, and I am Norwegian, so Norway is the context that I'm most familiar with. The topic for today's symposium is higher education, but we have been working on refugees. Nonetheless, during the day, I think I've had so much interesting input, and I will try to remind myself during the talk to make references to Montaigne, to Aisling, and to other presentations that I thought was very relevant for my work during today's presentations. Language requirements for citizenship is not a context that is very appreciative of multilingualism either. It is a statement of monolingualism, so to say. And the project that I was part of was funded by the Norwegian Research Council from 2021 to 2025. It ended in August 2025, but as it's quite usual, and as you probably understand, there's a lot of research results that are currently in the pipeline. Some of the results are published, but there's a lot to come. I was there as a partner through my affiliation at University of Inland Norway, but I also did my postdoc in the project. The PI was Professor 𝗪𝗡𝗥𝗏, and the host institution for the Impact project was Western Norway University of Applied Science in Bergen. And on this picture, this is from our kick-off conference in 2021. It's not only mountains, here it's also ocean. So this is the western part of Norway. Well, we are currently based in the eastern and inland Norway. The primary objectives of the Impact project, are to investigate how migration tests, that is, language and civic knowledge tests, that are used to regulate migration and immigration and integration in different ways through measures such as permanent residency and citizenship. To investigate how migration tests impacts Lesla learners' integration and language learning. And Lesla learners, the acronym stands for Literacy, Education, and Second Language Acquisition for Adults. Their integration and language learning, and to provide an input, research, and base for policymakers, language test developers, and education to improve pedagogical practices in adult education. And on the bottom, you can see the address for our homepage. This is the project team. It was quite a large project. Edith, some of you probably know Edith Bugge and Cecilie Karlsen from other works in language testing, and other researchers in the group as well. I want to draw your attention particularly to the, I can't really point, but to the ones on the right. These are our research assistants, and as Kristin just said, bilingual student research assistants have been instrumental to your work, and they have also been of great importance to our work. Our bilingual research assistants helped us with their linguistic and cultural expertise. They helped us conduct interviews and with translation and transcription, and they have been valuable for the progress of the project. Since we were dealing with adults with limited education and low schooling and literacy proficiency, it's obvious that we could not reach this group of refugees in a writing format. And also on the bottom you see our research scientific advisory board. Tim McNamara sadly passed away a couple of years ago, 𝗪𝗡𝗪𝗠, and Sarah Wallace-Goodman, who I was lucky to publish with during the project. To get an overview of this project, it consisted of 5 work packages. I will concentrate on the 3 on the top. VP2 researching the effect of literacy and school background on test scores, and this was a big quantitative work package who gathered statistical data, test scores, and connected them to biographical data. On the third work package, VP3, targeted teachers and teachers' opinions on requirements and the consequences and their perceptions of the consequences of requirements for lesser learners. In this research package consisted of both survey data distributed across Europe and also qualitative interviews, and I took part in the qualitative interviews part. Also, work package 4, which I led together with Edith Bugge. I'm not going to talk about the results from that work package today because I want to concentrate on the teachers and the language teaching part. But in this work package, we pursued lesser learners and their learning trajectories and integration trajectories and how they managed requirements and which consequences the language and civic requirements had on their lives and language learning trajectories. Say something about the data. This was a quite large multi-methodological project who consisted of quantitative, qualitative, and ethnographic data and methods. In the second work page, you see it was more than 79,000 test scores were analyzed. And to the best of my knowledge, this is the first time that somebody has been able to analyze such a big data material on this, and to connect it with data from Statistics Norway. This is a Norway-only part in the project, and to connect it to biographical data. In work package 3, we constructed an electronic survey who was distributed to 15 teachers in 15 countries, and the work package also collected interviews with new and experienced teachers in 8 countries, among others Norway, Denmark, and Sweden, and I did interviews in Norway, Denmark, and Sweden. Work package 4 contained interviews with lesser learners in Norway and Denmark. One of our PhD students also made interviews in Denmark. Altogether, this makes up about 45 interviews. And we met learners and test candidates both during and post the introduction program completion. Because language requirements for citizenship and permanent residency is very tightly connected to, they are measured through the Norwegian language test A1 to B2, which is provided also through the introduction program. And this group of learners, they are mostly also part of they have a right and duty to Norwegian through the introduction program. I wonder, yes. Together with 𝗪𝗡𝗙𝗥𝗔𝗟 at 𝗪𝗙𝗃 University, I collected 24 narrative interviews with introduction program language teachers in Norway, Denmark, and Sweden. And also, with the data from work package 4, I've been working on them with Professor Edith Bugge and Professor 𝗪𝗡𝗙𝗪𝗚𝗔. But today, we'll concentrate on the teacher data. First, a little bit on language requirements in Scandinavia. Here, Norway is first, but like most countries in Europe, Norway and Denmark has introduced language requirements for both permanent residency and citizenship. Denmark was early introducing citizenship requirements already in 2002, and today citizenship, in order to apply for Danish citizenship, you need to pass a test measuring at the level of B2, according to 𝗪𝗏, in all 4 skills. This equivalence test in Danish, PD, prøve i dansk, 3. Additionally, you need to pass a citizenship test. For B1, for permanent residency, B1 in all 4 skills, or equivalent to PD2, is required in Denmark. In Norway, requirements was first introduced in 2017, and in 2022, the level was raised from A2 oral skills to B1 oral proficiency. In addition, you need to pass a knowledge of society test or a citizenship test in Norwegian in order to make yourself eligible for citizenship. Permanent residency, from 2026, it's A2 oral proficiency, so we don't really know the consequences of that yet, plus a cost test in one of several languages. So the cost tests do not need to be passed in Norwegian, but you need to pass the test in one of the languages. Sweden is one of the few countries where requirements are not yet introduced, but it's debated, and it looks like there will be language requirements in functional Swedish from 2027, and citizenship and knowledge, and also a citizenship and knowledge of society test. But as far as I know by now, I don't know exactly how this will look and how it will be implemented. Language requirements in this context in Scandinavia are interesting, both because of the temporal, sort of a laboratory. There is a temporal distance here, where something happens over time. These are 3 countries who are very familiar and resemble a lot in other aspects. And there are also differences in terms of restrictiveness. Denmark is, per today, the most strict, when Norway has, up till today, been kind of in the middle between Denmark and Sweden. But we don't know exactly. Citizenship, language requirements, and civic and knowledge requirements are usually introduced under an argumentation to increase motivation for language learning, to help integration, to hinder exclusion. But also, we also see in the Norwegian debate elements similar to the hostile environments framework that Monte was talking about. There is also part of the debate there is also discourses of national security that are circulating in the debates, and also some far-right politicians are talking about these as measures that may make Norway a less attractive home for asylum seekers and refugees, and that is a motivation. However, in the impact project, we wanted to know more about to what extent are these sort of the progressive argumentation. Is it really true? Do these kind of requirements, do they help or foster motivation for language learning? Do they help integration? Or is it Can I do something? Or is it the opposite? I can keep talking, just not to lose time. So, the question is it a stepping stone and motivation to language learning and integration, or does it become a barrier that excludes groups of people? There's been quite a lot of research in the UK, and this research tells us that the introduction of language requirements for citizenship forces migrants into a life in a waiting room, where hierarchies of deserving and undeserving, failed non-citizens, desirable and undesirable citizens are created. They also cause an unequal distribution of anxiety and stress, where some groups of test takers, test candidates, experience a larger proportion of anxiety, stress, and despair than other groups who may relatively easily progress through the steps. And Bessie et al. Concludes that to become a citizen requires resilience. As early as in 2013, Ricky van Norris noted that citizenship language requirements. Should I just continue? Okay. Okay, I can see it here, so. Well, there's also a risk of self-disqualification. When requirements are experienced as unachievable and people experience failure, there's also a risk of self-disqualification and self-selecting oneself out of the trajectory to at some point that will at some point lead you to become a full member of society by naturalization. We've also seen that in our project, and the references to 𝗪𝗪𝗪 et al., that's Kristin, me, and another research group colleague in a fresh paper, and also a reference to Edith and my publication from British Journal of Sociology of Education. In the impact project, the quantitative results, the statistical evidence are also quite telling. 30% of test candidates with little or no schooling achieve B1 oral proficiency. 13%, that's not a lot. 61% of those with higher education do. So the difference is huge. 38% of test candidates with little or no schooling need more than one trial to pass the cost test, and 7% of those with higher education. So I was also thinking about Ashling's mention of cruel optimism. That's the question I've been asking myself. What makes people come back time after time after time? People take these tests 6, 7, 8 times before they eventually manage or give up. We also find that the experience of failing tests and the long wait in order to get ready to take the test cause a lot of anxiety, frustration, but also shame and despair. And with the result of the emotional costs are high, and with the result of delayed integration trajectories, but also competing goals. After the introduction program is over, the pressure to transfer into the working force and become active taxpayers is huge, and also the personal need to have a personal income But what happens with many from this group of learners, they also easily find themselves in workplaces where the possibilities for learning more language are limited. For instance, cleaning, etc. So, to teachers, language teachers, I see them as frontline workers, language teachers at the front line. In this context, because there is a close connection between the introduction program, where language is taught, and the language requirements, even though we are talking about different policies and different rules, the introduction program the tests are given through the introduction program, and in Norway and Denmark, teachers are working as examiners and raters on the test. The introduction of language requirements for permanent residency and citizenship creates highly politicized environments for language teaching, where teachers are, and here I quote 𝗪𝗺𝗺𝗪𝗺𝗺, caught in a bind between and are acutely aware of the stakes when assessing. And they do this in classrooms lacking of joy, but with increasing teacher disillusion. And also, when I started doing this research, there wasn't really much, there wasn't that much to build on, so here I also included some of 𝗪𝗺𝗺𝗪𝗺's participants' quotes. Ali, it's not as enjoyable, and I know a lot of tutors are really stressed out in ESOL now. And Fran, they've got the vocab, they've got endless vocab, but not necessarily the grammar. So these two quotes, they tell us both something about how the atmosphere of the classroom has been changed on the one hand, but it also tells us something about a feeling that there is some injustices in the way language requirements are implemented and operationalized. Maybe it does not really target the competence, or you could at least question if they target the competences that are necessary to take an active part in society. And teacher perceives stricter requirements hinder integration, and stricter requirements the more resistance among teachers. Teachers also report requirements cause emotional stress on both teachers and students. And in my data, I've seen a lot of emotional labor, both taking place, but also resistance. That is, that we shall see resistance in the form that teachers refrain from doing the required emotional labor. But there are potential conflicts of agency, professional identity, and possibly also epistemic trust. Just want to show you some data. I don't know if you can see it here. You can? Okay. Yeah. This is from a paper that I published with Birgitta 2 years ago. One of our findings was that the introduction of language and knowledge requirements functioned in the teachers' narratives as turning points in their professional narratives and game changers. In the Swedish case, language requirements was just beginning to be debated. So here in Erika's narrative, it's an apprehension that this turning point is experienced as apprehension. But at lunchroom level, you sense anxiety and you wonder. It's difficult to imagine, when you know so little about them, how the test will be designed and so on. But if it will be one single test for everybody, like it is in Norway, that we are expected to perform with the students, then it's going to be very hard to be part of that. Because that's like I would be exposing my students to something they should not have been exposed to. Then I hope I will keep doing what I believe in. The last part of the quote also tells us that she sees the introduction of potential requirements as a threat to her autonomy as a teacher. Lillian's quote, Lillian is an experienced teacher of Norwegian in Norway, and in her quote, this turning point is experienced as a growing awareness that came through time, and also as as Aisling said, maybe sometimes it's like these new laws are implemented very quickly. Time. I need to think about time. No, yeah. These requirements are implemented very quickly, but and sometimes not. You don't really get to follow up on what's actually going on. And in Lilian's story, well, it's a bit scary to be the one who's kind of supposed to tick those boxes in that grid that certify competence on one level or another. And I have to say, when I first started, I didn't think that much about the fact that this was connected to residency and stuff like that. There has been a lot more attention to that over the years. For the Theodora, who was one of the most experienced teachers in the material, she had been teaching Danish in the Danish introduction program for more than 28 years when we met her. So she actually, her teaching experience precedes the introduction of requirements in 2002. Here, we can see the consequences. I think it's terrible that politicians are playing with those cards. The whole thing gets worse and takes away the joy in the classroom. That is spontaneity, joy over spending time together. It's serious. We don't laugh that much. But the introduction of language requirements and civic knowledge tests for citizenship and permanent residency is controversial among teachers. And it's both resisted and contested, but in different ways. But there's no doubt that the teachers are struggling and navigating very difficult dilemmas between maintaining ideals of impartiality and equality in a system they also find to be inherently unjust. As Louise in Denmark, here we start with Denmark. In Louise's narrative, we see that in her recount, she tells us about how she has been pushed to accept more and more, and she is still asking herself when enough is enough. Every week we talk about when is enough enough. Of when does it stop having a professional basis that I can defend and remain here? When does it stop making sense anymore? We keep talking about when is enough enough, and I can feel in myself that my own limits are pushed. Because when I started doing this, I would never have accepted to be doing what I'm doing today. But my limits are pushed all the time, so I accept more and more, and I don't know why I do that, but I do. Her resistance is formulated very clearly, but she also expresses a type of resignation. There is not really more she can do. In Grete's narrative, she's also an experienced teacher of Norwegian. We see a bit of another kind of negotiation. In her narrative, teachers' actual role as bordering agents become disguised as by the maintenance of professional standards. And she says, after all, it's a Norwegian test that's supposed to certify a level. We are supposed to measure given criteria and decide. Perhaps a matter of vital importance for that student that I don't know. But that's not up to me to judge, fortunately. I'm just teaching Norwegian. I'm just supposed to say if it's passed or not passed. And then it's entirely clear and straightforward. Well, quite clear requirements based on a few given criteria that we rehearse all the time and agree that these are the criteria and this is what it means. So we have to know what they mean, evidently. There is a little piece of doubt in Grete's narrative. Although she is resisting a position as a state actor, she's also, and that she's only following protocol, her professional protocol as an examiner and rater, but still there is some uncertainty which is expressed in her, so we have to know what they mean, evidently. In Gudrun's case, the resistance is more explicit and what I call more an active resistance. She's also in the Norwegian material. And what she is saying is that, but I also participate in the screening of new students, and I think it is painful to communicate the new rules to the students, and especially to those who have 18 months and are supposed to reach the B2 in 18 months. So it's almost like we have to apologize when we transmit the information. Sorry that the rules are so strict, but it's almost impossible, but this is what you have to do. Well, it just feels stupid. In this quote, Guro reveals how she refrains from taking on the emotional labor expected from her. And, yeah, time is running, yes. And she is sort of putting herself on the student's side, right? That she also disagrees. I figure that she's doing this also as a way to maintain trust. And the epistemic trust. She is also a negotiator of epistemic trust. So I will just very briefly say that this is also something we see in the data. There are conflicts and negotiations of epistemic trust. Epistemic trust refers to aspects of knowledge and knowledge production related to trust, and it's imperative for learning, recognition, and agency. And refugees in general have lower levels of trust in society and experience mistrust in institutional encounters in the host country. And this is sort of a next step for Birgitta and me in our research. So, even though in the material we have different variants of this quote from Svein, actually, this is something, I feel it's not really my place to deal with requirements for citizenship. It's not, well, I'm supposed to teach them Norwegian. However, the closer analysis of the narrative tells us that there's more to it than that. It's a lot more complex. Language requirements and testing, regimes of language testing seem to affect language teachers in several ways. There is a sense of loss of autonomy, and a loss of experience capacity for agency. Level of restrictiveness of the requirements, but also temporality plays a role. For capacity for agency and the negotiation of professional identities, and for the way resistance is expressed. But when we see the stricter and the lengthier the requirements, there is a tendency for more resignation as well. Language teachers take on responsibility and roles as mediators, guardians, and negotiators of trust, and they position themselves as buffers between state and student. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marte. We have 15 minutes for questions, and there's two speakers. So I have questions here prepared for both of them, but I was wondering maybe we can open for questions from the group first, from the public, for the audience, I mean. If there's somebody who has questions to either Kristin or Marte.
Thank you. I have a question for Marte. I was wondering, because there are 3 different countries that you researched, and they're quite different in the requirements you need to get the citizenship or permanent status. Is there also a difference in how they assist people in getting better at the language or getting more knowledge of the test?
So in that case, I think I have to stick to Norway and Denmark. The systems are quite different. I did not get to say that in Denmark, learners with less literacy and less schooling, they are placed in Danish Education 1, which ends on a level before the one required to even apply for permanent residency. So then you are sort of placed in in closed education trajectories. In Norway, everybody can, in principle, prepare to take, also in Denmark, you can prepare to take each test you want, but within the introduction program. But in Norway, everybody starts at the same level, but it's divided into different tracks. So I don't know. Both have costly introduction programs with a lot of teaching, but I don't know the tests from the inside well enough to answer your question.
Do you know if they cost money or no? Are they free?
For refugees, the introduction program is free and language classes is free in Norway. In Denmark, it's free for everybody.
Interesting. Thank you.
There was another question over there, I think. Gudrun? Yeah.
Thank you both for these very insightful presentations. My question is for Kristen. I was really interested in this example of deaf mobility because it's a topic that we really know very little about and we need a lot more research. That's a big topic, so I have a more practical question. Your PhD student from Zambia, when you talked about communication, you mentioned the speech-to-text technology. My question is, did International Sign Language play a role there at all?
The international sign was used for the online course, where it was a requirement to speak a sign language to attend. So these two students who used Zambian Sign Language, they could attend that course, and that was about international sign. But for the sort of running of the project, it was not an issue, no. Thank you for that question. And we are preparing an article on this, written together with this PhD student, with her as the first author, where we reflect on her experiences together. So I will, there will be some research as well on this very important topic. Thank you for your question.
Hi, Marte.
Hi.
My question is for you. Who are required to take the residency test and who are not? And the same goes for the citizenship test. Who do not have to take the test, because in Denmark not everyone has to take the test. I am one of them.
Oh. Because you are not... Yes, I think everybody... I also think EU citizens must take the tests in Denmark. Yes, in Norway as well, but for Nordic citizens it's different. Okay, but I know the regulations are different in Norway for Nordic citizens as well, but there are also exception criteria. I know that they are very little used in Denmark, but in Norway as well you can apply for exceptions due to health issues, for instance, etc.
One more question here up front. Two more questions here up front.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about, I found the project, the North and South project, fascinating. It must have been very educational for all of you to be involved in that and develop different concepts from what we know of the decolonization or colonization and so on and so forth. I wanted to ask a specific question about how PhD students acted as brokers or mediators. What kind of thing did they actually assist with, and in what way? How were they contributing? And I'm particularly interested because of the work also that we've done in other projects in relation to students, facilitating in the learning process.
Yeah, thank you very much. So the very specific examples here were, on the one hand, so the 6 PhD students, they were all working as teacher educators, 2 at 𝗬𝗙𝗏 College of Education, 2 at 𝗪𝗏𝗪𝗏 University, and 2 at the University of Zambia. So that they are part of the teams in their respective university and contribute in that way. And we also have in those teams students who have earlier been on mobility. Jonas Iversen that you saw from in university, he was a PhD student going to Zambia. We had the quote by 𝗪𝗡𝗙𝗪𝗡𝗍𝗪. She was also a PhD student coming to Norway. So we have also this shared experience that is so important, because when something happens, we can the partners at the University of Zambia, they will know how things work in Norway, and some in our university will also know how things work in Zambia, so that we can solve these issues in a way where there is some kind of mutual understanding. So that is a more general brokering that is taking place. But the specific examples that were here, that was when we were going to organize the workshop in 𝗬𝗏, we prepared a survey and we sent it out, but there were no responses. So here it was the PhD student who also worked there who made sure that more than 30 members of staff actually responded to that survey, so that there was some material upon which to prepare the workshop. So making things happen is a very important part of that in both ways. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, closer together. Okay. If there are no more questions from the audience, then I have one myself, connecting a bit to what you just said. So you ended your presentation with saying, listing some lessons that you learned. So in connection to the PhD cooperation, or how the PhD students could cooperate a bit, or learn from each other, and cooperate is probably the best word. What other things would you mention what other factors are important to construct equitable partnerships between the global north and the global south?
Yeah, I think what I found a bit problematic about this funding was that we were only supposed to be sending our competence to the global south, whereas the earlier funding had been more about the mutual benefits. And there are so many benefits for us, but we are not supposed to mention them. And I think that is a problematic dimension, and it sort of, you think in a certain way when you write a proposal that also affects. So you need to not let that way of thinking impact the entire process, but see that this is actually mutual benefit. It's not something that we do because we are so nice. It's because we also learn and build capacity a lot on that. So I think it's important to, this is how funding works, but we do not have to accept all the ways of thinking that are provided in this funding. We can do things differently or think differently about it still. Yeah.
Mm. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, and last question to Marta. Okay. Yeah. So we sort of to connect the overarching topic of internationalization in higher education. What would you think can be the implications of language and civic requirements or repercussions for higher education? For instance, students who study to become nurses or preschool and kindergarten teachers, and they have Norwegian as a second language. What kind of barriers can they encounter when we think about those requirements, linguistic requirements, to Norwegian?
Well, that's a good question. But we know that language requirements are also used for acceptance to higher education, and we know that they are used for acceptance to work life, to professions, to get an authorization in different professions. And we also know that, as we've seen when it comes to language requirements for citizenship, the idea of self-disqualification is something. Now in Norway there is a debate, an ongoing debate, about nursing students and their potentially not good enough levels of Norwegian. And there are some voices there have been raised some voices as to whether requirements should be heightened for accepting this group into education. And we are worrying about the consequences. And if it might also be the wrong way to deal with and manage.
Potentially locking out a motivated group.
Yes.
And very qualified.
Yes.
Any more questions from the audience? Okay. Vi sier tusen takk.
So thank you very much for your reflections and experiences shared with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I do thank you very much indeed for your inspiring presentations, for the wonderful atmosphere we've had, for the small talk we did during not so many, but still, I think 2 coffee breaks, perhaps one is just in my mind, which didn't take place at all, and the lunch break. And I think in German we say, you might know that, erst die Arbeit, dann das Spiel. So work first and then you can play. That's what we tell children and ourselves at times. So it's time to play now. We are going to have those who want to, but I hope that all of you want to because the weather is wonderful. And we will still be able to enjoy around 1.5 hours of broad daylight. We will start the guided tour with a professional tour guide at 5:30 downstairs. So in this kind of lobby, in the entrance hall, we are going to start and we are going to enjoy, as I hope, a guided tour in English, and we are taken to some places in Saarbrücken which actually are quite nice. I can say that because I'm objective, I'm not biased, because I'm not a Saarlander, just an acquired Saarlander, having been here for nearly 18 years. But I think Saarbrücken has some spots and some perspectives which are worth enjoying and experiencing. So 5:30 downstairs. Thank you very much for today. Looking forward to the walk, to this evening, and of course to tomorrow. Thank you very much.